Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter had blind faith and intense love for Hermione? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. One of the things I miss most is the sight of a genuine smile. It's not like my family never did, they just tended to only smile only at each other. My memories of them are so different from the descriptions of a true smile that I've heard. There was never the openness or even true happiness behind them, just some private joke that my family all seemed to share at my expense. It was only after the accident that my aunt began to show me any kind of true affection, but of course by then it was far too late. From the private journal of Harry Potter, Harry Potter, get up this instant. The high-pitched nasal voice woke the young boy in question from a sound sleep. Sitting up on the side of the bed, the lad scratched his head and basked in the feeling of the sunlight pouring into his room that morning. Cloudless days were a rare thing in Surrey, and the boy was determined to get outside and enjoy some of it. Doing so would require that he finish his chores, which could only happen if he got out of bed. With a weary sigh, Harry put on his slippers, his housecoat, and the dark glasses he used to cover his eyes, then shuffled out of his bedroom in search of his aunt. Hearing activity coming from his cousin's room, Harry went in and was immediately put to work by Petunia. He pulled Dudley onto his side with little effort so that Petunia could wash her son's back. Holding Dudley's shoulder, Harry thought he could feel every contour of the bone where it pressed up against the skin. Dudley's muscles had wasted away over the last 6.5 years, and it was only the constant attention of Harry and his aunt that kept sores from breaking out where bone rubbed against the skin. The cleaning and dressing of Dudley had become a morning ritual in the house. Harry found it harder and harder as time went by to remember what his cousin had been like before the accident that had killed Uncle Vernon and taken his own sight. It had been one of the few trips where they'd actually taken him along. Mrs. Figg was off visiting her sister, and they dared not leave him alone for fear he'd say something freakish to the neighbors. Strapped securely into the back seat of the car, not for his safety but to keep him out of everyone's hair for the trip, Harry had been the luckiest, initially, when it happened. Dudley, he remembered, had been especially loud and obnoxious that day, pulling on his father's hair and slapping the back of his neck, demanding that they stop for food. It was while Harry was staring out the window, trying to tune out his cousin's voice, that it happened. There'd been no warning of the impending crash except a muffled curse from Vernon. The beefy man jerked his wheel to one side at the same moment Harry had felt and heard horrific thud of two vehicles colliding nearly head-on. 3 years of living with the Dursleys had trained Harry well and helped prevent any injuries as the car went off the road. Harry was bent over double with his arms pulled tightly to his chest. The car had spun around and then rolled down an embankment before coming to rest, appended beside a large tree. When he'd come to his senses, Harry realized that they were in danger and got free from his restraints. Looking about, he found Dudley had been thrown into the front of the car, likely when they'd had the head-on. Knowing that he couldn't move the heavy boy, he grabbed Petunia, as she was easily the lightest of his 3 relatives, and began pulling on her with all his might, pleading that she wake up and help him as he dragged her out the shattered back window of the car. He'd just gotten her clear when Petunia groggily opened her eyes, then began screaming hysterically. Not knowing what else to do, and having seen it done on the telly, Harry slapped her across the face as hard as he could. As much to his surprise as hers, Petunia stopped her screaming and stared at him with wide eyes. "They're still in there, Aunt Petunia. You've got to help me get them out." Both their gazes were turned back to the car where smoke had begun to fill the interior. Galvanized into action by the impending danger to her family, Petunia raced back with Harry, and between them they pulled Dudley out of the window and to a safe distance away. Taking a moment to look at his cousin, Harry was shocked and a little sickened. Dudley's face and hair was caked with blood. There was a spot on his skull as well that looked to have been flattened by the impact against the windshield. Dudley's normally mean face was slack, and though he was deathly pale, but he was still breathing, much to Harry's relief. Pulling on Petunia's shoulder, he tried to get her to come help with Vernon, but she refused to leave her son's side. Seeing that the first signs of fire were showing themselves around the engine, Harry ran back to get his uncle. Vernon was trapped not only by his restraints, but by the steering wheel as well. It looked to have been shoved forcefully against the big man's chest and wouldn't budge. Being 4 years old, Harry knew he had little chance of moving the overly large man, so he began shaking him as violently as he could and screaming in his ear to wake up. The air inside the car was becoming stifling. Between the smoke and heat, Harry could barely breathe. Harry had just about given up when his uncle finally coughed and opened his eyes. Petunia. Dudley? The dazed man asked him as he came back to full consciousness. Continuing to pull on his uncle's arm, Harry answered, "They're outside, Uncle Vernon. The car's on fire. We need to get out of here." Harry and Vernon both fought with the steering wheel, trying to find some way to free him, but he was too well lodged. Flames had begun to seep through the floorboard around Vernon's legs, and he grabbed Harry by the shirt. "Get me out! Get me out!" Harry had continued pulling as his uncle's panic spread to him. The car was getting incredibly hot and Vernon had a crazed look in his eyes. It was then that Harry realized that he was likely going to burn up in the car with Uncle. There was a series of loud snaps coming from the engine compartment and all Harry could think of was how much he wanted to be out of that car when the world exploded. The first thing Harry noticed when he woke was how much everything hurt. He tried to moan or call for help, but there was something in his mouth, some kind of tube. There were people around him too, talking quickly, using words he really didn't understand. He could hear people whispering in the room about burns and irreparable damage but couldn't make it out clearly at the time. Somebody must have noticed he'd wakened. There was a muffled curse and then a warm feeling floated up his arm. Moments later, Harry drifted back off to sleep. The next time Harry woke, he thought it must be night. Everything was dark and quiet. The tube had gone from his throat, but a raw ache remained to remind him it had been there. The pain was still there, duller, but Harry knew better than to complain. He didn't know what could have woken him up when he sensed more than heard two figures at his bedside. "Really, Albus," said a prim but feminine voice to one side. "He needs to come back to Hogwarts with us, or St. Mungo's at least. His eyes are damaged all the way back to the nerves. It would take months of intensive spell therapy to regrow them. If he stays with the Muggles, he may never see again." "I understand, Poppy," said another voice, this one of a very old and sad man. "More than you know depends on Harry's recovery. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be safe there. I failed Harry and his parents 3 years ago, trying to protect them. I won't fail him again." As the old man spoke, Harry heard an odd popping sound in the room. Just after, another voice, this one also male, but sounded almost angry. "All right, Albus, what could be so important that you'd drag me out of bed to make, God?" The voice had arrived just beside the bed and its owner must have been looking down at him. Harry knew something about the way they were acting should worry him, but it all seemed like some fuzzy dream. "Albus, who is this child? What happened?" "Shush, Severus, this is a hospital," admonished said the first voice. "This is Harry Potter." According to his aunt, he was badly burned as he tried to pull his uncle out of their wrecked vehicle. The pain of his injuries must have forced some accidental magic and in the end, he did apparate himself and his uncle away from the car. Unfortunately, Vernon Dursley didn't survive his other injuries. "Have you brought the potions I asked for?" Yes, of course, here it is. He'll need to be dosed daily for at least a week, but there should be minimal scarring." Ignoring the pain, the boy turned his head to try and follow the conversation between the two unseen men. Sucking in a ragged breath, he asked in a raspy voice, Who? "Relax, my boy. I and my companions are physicians. We have some medicine that should make you feel better." With that, the old man helped Harry sit a little straighter as his companions slowly fed him the potion. Within moments of finishing it, Harry had fallen back asleep. The three stood mutely for several moments, looking down on the boy's ravaged body mutely for several moments before the potion's master spoke up. "He'll need several more doses of the potion for the healing to be complete. I'll begin brewing them immediately and come back each night to dose him." "Thank you, Severus," the older man said Dumbledore wearily. "Unfortunately, this bodes ill more than for just Harry. Injured as he is, he will never be able to stand against Voldemort. Do what you can for him and I'll have Poppy come by again with you tomorrow night to see how he's progressing. Still, I fear that we may have to rethink the meaning of the prophecy." With a last word of farewell, Dumbledore and Poppy apparated away, leaving Snape standing over the injured boy's bed. Even asleep, it was obvious Harry was in pain but, knowing that the Muggles had used their barbaric concoctions on him, It would be dangerous to give him anything further. Heaving a final sigh, the potions master vanished as well, leaving the room looking as if he'd never even been there. Back in the present, Harry and Petunia had finished bathing Dudley and changing his bedclothes. It hurt Petunia, Harry knew, to see her son this way, but at least Dudley was alive and maybe someday he would wake up. After they finished dressing him, Petunia cranked the head of the ancient hospital bed up so that Dudley could be kept company by the telly, and they went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Harry moved through the house as quickly as any sighted person. After the accident, one of his doctors had sat down with him and his Aunt Petunia to explain that his eyes had been badly damaged and that it was unlikely he'd be able to see again. For the most part, the doctor had been right. Harry lived in a world of darkness. When he was healthy enough, a member of the Ministry of Health had come with an application form to enroll him in a school for the blind. On top of his regular class work at school, he learned many techniques that made his life easier, including how to read Braille, how to use a cane, and the best way to organize his home environment. Harry was an intelligent child and excelled in his studies at the School for the Blind. He threw himself into his lessons, learning to use his remaining senses to make up for his lack of sight. Angela, the woman from the Ministry of Health, came to see Harry on a regular basis and supplied all sorts of materials to stimulate his will to learn. From her, he had received his first Braille cookbook. Cooking was one of Harry's great joys. Every spice and ingredient in the kitchen had its place, and he knew them all. The boy also found that cooking was easier since he'd started seeing the sparks. It happened first when he was about 8 or 9. Aunt Petunia had been in one of her moods that day because Dudley had been sick again and she feared he would catch pneumonia. They had been downstairs preparing a meal, and she was being nastier than she had ever been with the Harry. It all came to a head when Harry, holding Dudley's tray, had turned and ran into her. His cousin's food and medication flew in all directions while Harry himself was knocked to the floor. He had just sat up when a stinging blow across the face landed him back on the tile. Harry came quickly back to his senses as bright lights seemed to flash in front of him. As they faded back into his familiar blackness, he sat up and turned his head in the direction of his aunt's hysterical sobs. The boy froze in shock at the sight before him. He could see his aunt. It wasn't normal sight, not like he remembered. This reminded him of one time when his uncle had been burning some papers in a barrel out back and had stirred the ashes. A cloud of sparks had risen, swirling off into the distance. He was seeing the same swirling sparks again, except they were all different colors and held themselves inside the black silhouette of his aunt's form. Harry didn't mention it to Aunt Petunia, as so many things seemed to upset her anymore, but he practiced and learned how to use this new sight. He found that it was like a different eye inside his head that looked in all directions at once. He had to concentrate on it to see anything, and when he did it wasn't for very far, but it was sight after a fashion. The sparks only seemed to come from living things. For the most part, though there was a box in the attic that had so many sparks in it that it nearly looked solid. He also learned that the color of the sparks had meaning. His aunt's emotions and even his cousin's health were obvious to him just by focusing on them. Harry now also knew that if he concentrated on his own sparks he could make them glow brightly and cast shadows across everything around him, giving a vague outline to his surroundings. It was just that particular ability he was using to prepare his cousin's breakfast that morning when they heard someone ring the bell and something falling through the mail slot. "Go get the mail, Harry, I'll take care of the eggs." Aunt Petunia sidled up beside him, took the spatula from his hands, and shooed him toward the front door. Just as he arrived by the mail slot, it opened again and out fell another letter, one that Harry could actually see. The whole letter glowed just like the box upstairs, and on one side was a big wax seal with a large capital H on it. Gathering up all the mail, he took them into the kitchen and laid them all on the table except the glowing one. "Aunt Petunia," the boy said, "I think this letter may be for me, could you read it?" His aunt took the letter and there was a long pregnant pause where Harry watched his aunt's sparks turn violet and green with agitation and fear. "It's nothing, just an advert for some silly skin cream." His aunt put an end to any more questions as she folded the note and buried it deep in the pocket of her apron. Harry didn't know what was in that letter, but he was determined to find out. R&RT with a Professor Blind Faith Chapter 2. The rest of the week leading up to Harry's birthday followed a similar routine. Each morning, Petunia would get the early post and confiscate any of the increasingly numerous letters as they arrived. As the days went by, their delivery became more ingenious. It was almost as if their mysterious poster had taken Petunia's attempts at blocking the letters as a personal challenge. The next day a second letter was posted again to Harry and dropped through the slot. The day after yet more of the glowing posts were delivered, this time. Several were actually chucked through open windows. Throughout all of this, Harry's aunt remained determined to keep the boy from receiving any of the posts. First she'd locked him in his room in the morning when the post would come, but, after a flock of owls tried to break through his window, she resorted to having him at her side at all times. Letters continued to pile up and, as they did, so did Harry's determination to see what would be so important inside the envelopes. One morning he actually got hold of another letter and noticed that it had changed from the first. Along with the fancy swoops of the script that he couldn't read, he also found the telltale bumps of Braille writing on the address. His suspicions were confirmed as it read: Harry Potter, smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive, Surrey, England. He hadn't gotten any further when Petunia yanked the envelope from his hands and sent him to his room, barely keeping herself from hysterical tears. It was finally on July 30th, the day before his birthday, which many of Harry's questions were answered. He and his aunt were upstairs moving Dudley's arms and legs about to keep the muscles and joints loose. This had become another daily chore since the accident, and both of them were going about it quite professionally. They were startled from their work by a knock at the front door. Not waiting for his aunt, the young boy went quickly down the stairs to see who it was. Approaching the door, however, he noticed that whoever was on the other side had an abnormally large number of sparks running through them. Bracing himself without knowing why, the boy opened the door to meet their caller. Good afternoon. Harry recognized the voice to be of an older woman, her tone very prim and proper. My name is Professor Minerva McGonagall. I am Deputy Headmistress at Hogwarts. You'd be Harry Potter? At the boy's cautious nod, the woman continued. I've come calling in regards to the letters sent to you this past week. When you hadn't responded, we became worried something may be amiss. The boy stuttered, I haven't been able to read the letter as of yet. Well then, the old woman said in a slight huff. I am therefore personally informing you of your acceptance to Hogwarts and offering to assist you in procuring everything you'll need for the school year. He won't be going. Petunia's voice carried down from the top of the stairs. Harry is needed here to help take care of my son Dudley. Petunia bustled down from the landing and put herself between the professor and Harry. Feeling the tension between the two women, he backed away from the expected clash. Harry was curious. He knew that neither he nor his aunt had applied to any school called Hogwarts. Aunt Petunia would have discussed it with him if she had. That this woman would arrive at their doorstep offering to have him study there intrigued him, and he wanted to know more. Harry knew, however, that Petunia could never take care of Dudley by herself. Even between the two of them, Dudley's care was taxing at best. His attention was pulled back to the present moment as the professor had somehow gotten his aunt to let her into the parlor to state her case. The boy was sent to make tea and, when he returned to the sitting room with the tray and some biscuits, it was to find the professor still trying to convince the other woman of Harry's need to attend her school. Mrs. Dursley, you must realize how important it is for Harry to attend Hogwarts. Your sister, his mother, attended when she turned 11 as well. Frustrated to be discussed as though he wasn't even there, the boy asked, Excuse me, but why is it so important for me to attend this particular school? I'm already attending St. Virgil's in the fall at the end of break. Her eyes feverish with determination and hope, his aunt said, There, you see? The boy doesn't even want to go. Harry, Professor McGonagall said as she cut a sharp look at the other woman, Your name has been put down to go since the day you were born. Both your mother and father attended, and you must as well if you're to learn to properly use your abilities. The boy scrunched his face in confusion. What abilities? You mean she's never told you? Professor McGonagall asked, turning to Petunia, what of the letter Dumbledore left with him? You must have it, as I saw him put it in Harry's basket myself, taking? Mrs. Dursley's continued silence as a reply. She said softly, You've kept it from him, haven't you? All these years and he never knew. Kept what from me? Asked the confused boy. No, Petunia's denial came out a horrified whisper. I forbid you to tell him. The boy has a right to know. Turning back to Harry, Professor McGonagall took his hands and said in a gentle voice, You're a wizard, Mr. Potter. A what? The boy asked, not really sure what the woman could be talking about. You are a wizard, Harry, and a fine one if your parents are any indication. No more, snarled Petunia with tears streaking her face. Taking Harry by the shoulders and turning him forcefully toward her, she tried to explain. You have to understand. These people, they stole your mother from me. When she was 11, she received a letter just like yours and our parents were, oh so proud. But I knew, these were dangerous things, abnormal things. I knew they would be the death of us all. I tried to talk her out of it, but she went to that freakish school anyway and learned all manner of abnormal things. It was there that she took up with that Potter boy, got married, and eventually had you. I tried to make her see, to understand how dangerous and unnatural it all was, but she would have none of it. She refused to listen, and what did it get her? Blown up, that's what. Blown up? The boy whispered. You told me that my parents died in a car crash. A car crash? Professor McGonagall yelped, seemingly scandalized. Lily and James killed in something mundane as a car crash. My word, how could you keep so much from the boy? Laying a hand gently on his shoulder, the professor continued. You. And your parents are famous in the wizarding world, Harry. If you're to attend Hogwarts, there are some things you'll need to know. It all started almost 20 years ago. There was a horrible wizard by the name of. The professor stopped for a moment to gather herself and continued. Voldemort. He believed that muggles and muggle-born wizards were inferior to pure bloods. Hold on, the boy interrupted. What's a muggle? It's the common name for non-magical people. Anyway, he surrounded himself with other wizards that believed as he did and set about taking over the wizarding world. They were ruthless in their cause, torturing and killing muggles and muggle-born alike. They soon had nearly the entire wizarding community of Europe cowering in fear before them. The dark wizard became so feared that people even became too frightened to speak his name. They would refer to him as you-know-who, or he who must not be named. The old woman stopped and took a sip of tea to settle her nerves before going on. Voldemort and his followers were not, however, unopposed. There were wizards willing to fight these Death Eaters, as they were called, and they put up quite the fight. Your parents, James and Lily, were Aurors. They were part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Both of them fought long and hard to bring Voldemort down. It was for this reason that you-know-who had your parents tracked down and, on October 31, 1981, he entered their house in Godric's Hollow, killed both James and Lily. He attempted to kill you as well. The boy swallowed audibly. He tried to kill me. Yes, he did, Mr. Potter, but for some reason unknown to us all. The spell backfired on him and destroyed his human body. He's dead then? The boy asked. The professor shook her head and answered, I wish it were so, but Voldemort was a powerful wizard. I suspect that he may have found some way of preventing his death, though I believe that wherever he is now, he is all but powerless. Harry sat back on the couch with his arms across his chest and pondered the events of the morning. So much had changed about the world he knew in such a short time. To be able to go to the school his parents had attended, perhaps even find out something of them there as well. Then there was the whole issue of magic. Harry had suspected all along that there was something different about him. There was no one else at school that could sense the sparks. There had also been the odd occasion when he had made something happen when he desperately needed it. Such had been the case when Dudley had fallen out of bed while Harry had been turning him one day. Petunia had been out to the store that morning and Harry was changing his cousin's position to prevent him getting bedsores. He had done it dozens of times by himself, but Dudley had gone over too far and rolled right off the bed. Light as the other boy was, Harry just couldn't manage to get him up. He was nearly to tears when suddenly the sparks came flowing down his arms and wrapped around his cousin, causing him to become light as a feather. Harry was able to lift him easily and put him back into the bed. The sparks had even healed the bruises on the comatose boy's arms and head where he'd hit. Thinking about the incident brought him back to reality and the knowledge why he could never leave. Thank you, Professor. The boy reached out and accepted the woman's hand in his. I would love to come to Hogwarts and learn all about magic. Harry could both sense and hear his aunt's agony as she cried into a handkerchief and quickly continued, but my aunt is right. Dudley, my cousin, was badly injured in the crash that took my sight. He can't move or speak. It's as if he's permanently asleep and there's just no way that Aunt Petunia could take care of him by herself. So as much as I want to, I have to say thank you, no. Harry was prevented from further speech by the iron grip of his bawling aunt as she hugged him to her bony bosom. The boy felt a bit embarrassed and a little light-headed as Petunia wasn't really giving him much room for breath. but Professor McGonagall remained silent for more than a minute, allowing his aunt to pull herself back together. From what he could sense by the professor's sparks, she was agitated, disappointed, and oddly proud. "Very well, Mr. Potter," she said at last. "I won't try to press you on the subject anymore today. If it would be all right with your aunt, I'd like to come by again tomorrow on your birthday and possibly bring someone that might be able to help your cousin in some way." Turning her attention to Petunia, she asked, "I'm assuming that you've given no thought of having a wizarding healer look at him?" "I didn't," the distraught woman stuttered. "I didn't know I could. The doctors said there was nothing they could do but wait for him to wake up on his own." "Oh posh," said the professor. "It wouldn't hurt to have someone come take a look. I will see you both tomorrow." Quickly saying her goodbyes, the old woman bustled to the door and was gone. Harry and his aunt spent the rest of the day doing their daily chores in a daze. Each of them was wrapped up in the possibilities of what could happen the following morning. Harry was sitting in the parlor late that evening when Petunia came downstairs with the glowing box that Harry had seen before in the attic. Placing herself just beside him on the couch, she put the box on the table before them. Taking his hand, she placed it on top of the box and said, "This was Lily's. She left it with me a few weeks before you came to stay with us. There's no lock on it, but I've never been able to get it open. I thought you'd like to have it." Harry sat before the box, barely able to breathe. This was something of his mother's, something that he could touch. He ran his hand over the wood of the small chest and noticed that quite a few of the sparks seemed to be congregated around where the clasp should be, and they seemed to all shift in the direction of his hand as he rubbed the lid. Taking a steadying breath, he placed his hand at the center of the sparks and jumped slightly when he felt a solid clicking in the mechanism under his hand. Slipping from the couch, he knelt down before the box and reverently lifted the lid. Feeling inside, he found several objects and investigated each one. There were 2 envelopes, each with words written on them in that unreadable glowing script he'd seen before. He sat those aside, as he'd have to get Petunia to read them to him later. Also, there was a piece of wood about 10¼ inches long. "That's your mother's first wand," his aunt spoke softly from over his shoulder. "I remember the day she came back from shopping for it. Swishing it around, and giddy as I'd ever seen her." A bony hand gripped his shoulder painfully. "I was jealous, Harry. I'm ashamed to admit it, but most of the bad feelings I had for your mother were because I envied her so." Feeling around further, he found a heavy velvet bag that made a metallic chinking sound when it was moved. When Harry opened it up, he heard his aunt gasp in astonishment for whatever was there. Reaching in, he found it filled with some kind of heavy coins, obviously money. He regretted his aunt had waited so long in giving it to him. They had been quite cash-strapped since the accident. The pension from Grunnings was hardly enough to get by on, and Petunia didn't dare work and leave the 2 boys alone. Lastly, he found a small, flat rectangular object with hinges along one side. He opened it up and nearly dropped it in shock. His aunt, becoming concerned at Harry's sudden rapid breathing, asked him if he was all right and attempted to take the item from him. She was shocked when he violently pulled his hands away from her and clutched the item to his chest. "Harry Potter, what on earth?" The boy continued to hold the object in a death grip but turned it toward his aunt so she could see more clearly what had affected him so. Inside, pasted to the 2 pieces of wood, were 2 pictures. One of his parents at their wedding and the other of an infant Harry and his parents, along with some other people that Petunia didn't recognize. Still unable to see what could have upset the child, the pictures were moving, but Harry couldn't know that. She gripped his shoulder again with concern. "Aunt Petunia," the boy said, as he turned his tear-streaked face toward her. "The pictures, I can see them, I can really see them." The Letter and Another Birthday. Blind Faith. Chapter 3. Harry sat snuggled against his aunt's side on the sofa. The day's events had drained them both. Now that the Pandora's box had been opened, however, neither of them would be able to sleep until one last thing had been addressed. Clutched in the hands of each was a letter addressed to them. Petunia reverently folded her own and placed it in the pocket of her apron, deciding she would read it later after Harry was asleep. Gently taking the boy's envelope and opening it, she began to read aloud as Harry hugged his arms to his chest so tightly that his ribs creaked. Listening to a message left to him by his mother nearly 10 years before. "My dearest Harry, I dread the thought of you ever having to read this letter. I can't bear the thought of not being there to see you becoming a young man. Events of the past few months, however, have me far more worried that you might grow up not knowing anything about myself or your father and the feelings we have for you. If you are reading this, then something has happened to either Your father or myself, and I wanted you to be able to know something about us. First off, I want to tell you how much your father and I love you. The proudest day of our lives was when you were born. I wish we were there to see you becoming a man, but it seems that it wasn't meant to be. Let me tell you something about how your father and I met. James and I meet in our first year. Both of us were sorted into Gryffindor, and our relationship was a bit strained at first. Your father was an utter prat. During our time at school, James and his friends spent much of their time playing pranks and showing off for the girls. I'm sure that Sirius, Remus, and Peter have told you stories about their exploits, and so I needn't go on about them. Regardless, as I said before, James was quite full of himself, what with being a Quidditch star, the heartthrob of all the houses, and leader of his own little pack of friends. I couldn't stand to be near him. It wasn't until one of their pranks nearly resulted in the death of one of our schoolmates that he decided to grow up and become the man I learned to love. Shortly after graduation, we were married and both became Aurors. We were, and still are, fighting a mad wizard named Voldemort who seems to have followers in every part of the wizarding community. Needless to say, it was one of the happiest and most frightening prospects of our lives to find out that you were on the way. We agonized about whether we had the right to bring a child into such a world. In the end, we knew we couldn't deny you the chance to find the happiness we have ourselves. I want you to understand how much more full, beautiful, and incredible our lives have become in the past year since you were born. Your godfather, Sirius, is James' best friend. Unless he's changed, I suspect that you are a bit more mature than he is. Don't be too hard on him, though. Padfoot, that's his nickname, means well, and he is nearly as devoted to you as James. Thank goodness that we have Remus to keep him in check. Remus Lupin is another of your father's close friends, and was your father's second choice for godfather, if something were to happen to Sirius. Remus is a wise and good friend. If ever you have a question, go to him. Especially if Sirius is trying to talk you into some silly adventure. Lastly is Peter. Peter Pettigrew is the last of our tight-knit group of friends. He is the quiet one, always letting James, Sirius and Remus take the lead. I think he's so much more than he lets on, that one day he'll surprise us all with his cleverness. James and Sirius took Peter under their wing while we were still in school. Trying to draw the shy boy out, he made them part of their little group. In school, they took on the name, the Marauders. They were the biggest pranksters at Hogwarts. These men are as much a part of your family as we are. We trust them all with our lives, as should you. We love you so much, and my only regret is that, as you are reading this, we can't be there to watch you grow up. While Petunia and I have never seen eye to eye when it comes to magic, I have faith. Petunia stopped reading as she choked on her own words, taking several moments. She got herself back under control and continued. I have faith in my sister to see past our differences and give you all the love and support you'll need. There is so much more I want to say, but I'm beginning to rattle on like a schoolgirl. James says you have my eyes, so I'll have you remember this. I'll always be with, and watching over you. Whenever you look into the mirror and see those green eyes looking back, know that I'm there. Love eternal. Mum. Harry lay against his aunt, truly crying for the first time in his life that she could remember. She held him tightly with tears rimming her eyes as his sobbing quieted and he drifted into a deep sleep. Morning came and Harry slowly stirred from a dreamless sleep as the smell of cooking sausage roused his stomach. He found himself still curled up on the sofa, though a pillow and warm blanket seemed to have joined him there at some point during the night. Sitting up, he sensed the box still in front of him on the coffee table. A quick investigation showed that everything save the letter addressed to Aunt Petunia had been placed neatly back into the box. Running his fingers over the parchment of his own letter, Harry felt tears welling up anew. Removing his hand from the box and getting himself under control, he got to his feet and padded into the kitchen to find his aunt. Harry stood in the doorway for a few moments as his aunt bustled about, and noticed that there were some profound changes in her since the previous evening. Always before, she'd had angry red sparks flowing through her, even when she was in a fairly good mood. This morning, however, many of those same sparks were now gone, replaced with softer-hued ones that he was fairly sure meant she was somewhat remorseful about something and, if not happy, then at least less sad. He was startled out of his musings by a sudden stifled scream. Stumbling backward and, fearing that he'd somehow upset his aunt, he turned to go until he felt her hands upon his shoulders. Harry. Oh, you gave me a start. She pulled him back into the kitchen and towards the table. I wasn't expecting you up so early. Here, have something to eat, birthday boy. Petunia quickly brought forth plates of eggs and sausage, more than enough to feed 3 people, but his aunt seemed intent on having Harry eat every bite. They sat at the table making small talk as the boy ate, and he couldn't help but feel just a bit uncomfortable, as this kind of behavior was uncommon in his aunt. On previous birthdays he'd always helped, at least to some degree, with the food preparation, and, from what he could tell, she'd apparently already taken care of Dudley by herself this morning as well. Both were nearly startled out of their chairs when the same precise knock from the day before sounded at the front door. Scrambling to answer it, they opened the door to find Professor McGonagall along with another woman and a man who seemed so huge that Harry thought he'd have to bend double to fit through the door. "Good morning, Mrs. Dursley, Mr. Potter. I've brought our school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, to take a look at Dudley." Petunia quickly ushered them into the house and closed the door. In the parlor everyone gathered and the professor introduced the huge man. "This is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. We were hoping he might take young Harry to Diagon Alley this morning after we're finished here." "Pleased to meet ye," the half-giant said, spying the boy standing half-hidden behind his aunt. "And here's Harry." Something in Hagrid's voice made Harry feel he could trust the huge man, and he mutely returned a smile. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Look a lot like her dad. I got some at fair ye here. I might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste all right." Harry felt a somewhat crushed box thrust into his hands. With his aunt's help, he opened the lid and the aroma of chocolate wafted out. "Thank you," Harry said as Petunia carried the surprisingly heavy cake back into the kitchen. "You knew me when I was a baby?" "Yeah, I brought you here when ye know, I had tea, bring ye here." "You knew my parents then?" the boy asked to get past the awkward moment. "Yeah, well enough. Everyone knew James and his gang. Always into some kind of trouble, that bunch," Hagrid said with a fond smile. Harry's head turned as he heard his aunt and the 2 women climb the stairs to Dudley's room. "Hagrid," the boy said, "I really would like to hear more about my dad, but..." The half-giant glanced up the stairs after the retreating women and ruffled the boy's hair. "Off with ye and see cousin. I'm thinking we'll have 7 years fair tellin' stories about mum and dad." The boy smiled gratefully in Hagrid's direction and ran up the stairs to Dudley's room. Inside, Professor McGonagall and Petunia stood by while Madame Pomfrey ran her wand over every inch of his cousin's body. He watched the sparks as they showered from the wand and danced with Dudley's own. They then rose up above the boy's body and changed into shapes that the Medowitch could read. Harry took his cousin's hand and half listened to the woman as she listed the injuries to Dudley that the doctors had missed. His brain, spine, and nerves were damaged in several areas that could be repaired for the most part by her. As to whether or not he would wake up, only time would tell. The boy paid her little attention because the casting of the spell had brought something to the boy's attention. When he focused his inner eye just so, he could see the same thing the spell had done before. Dudley's nervous system was stretched out before him to study. Mumbling to herself, the Medowitch reached into her bag and pulled out a stoppered vial. Lifting the comatose boy's head, she gently poured the concoction down Dudley's throat as he swallowed reflexively. Within moments, the boy's nerves began to glow a beautiful golden color, broken in places by duller amber sections. Madame Pomfrey explained that the potion would make the nerves, always difficult to repair, more amenable to the healing spell. Starting at Dudley's feet, she began to cast a complex charm that caused the golden sections to overwhelm the amber and repair the damage. Harry watched as she slowly worked up the boy's legs and turned his attention to his cousin's hand. He could sense old damage in his cousin's arm and, without thinking, he used his own sparks to change the amber spots golden again. Before he knew it, he had worked all the way up Dudley's arm and was repairing damage in the boy's chest and spinal cord. When he neared Dudley's head, however, he suddenly felt a pulling sensation and everything became dark. Harry woke up to find himself in a rundown version of his own home. In this version of his house, Harry could see as he did before the accident. Rather than sparks, he saw solid objects. The walls were dirty and broken with amber shutters closing off his view of the outside. Walking to the entryway, he noticed large locks on the front door of the same hue. He could see everything here and was just beginning to explore when he heard a whimper come from the cupboard under the stairs. Moving quickly to the door, Harry pulled it open to see a fat little blonde-headed 4-year-old hunched in the corner crying. "Dudley?" the boy asked in shock. He wasn't really sure of what was going on yet, but somehow he knew he'd have to get his cousin out of this house if either of them were to get back to where they should be. "Dudley, Dudders. It's Harry. Aunt Petunia sent me looking for you. It's dinner time." For the first time since he'd come across him, the other boy lifted his head and squinted a piggish little eye suspiciously in his direction. "What are you doing here, freaky freak?" The child spoke with the same tone and vocabulary of the spoiled 4-year-old Harry remembered. "I'm alone here. I'm always alone, forever." The decrepit house creaked ominously around them and Harry began tugging on his cousin to pull him out of the closet. "Come on, Dudders, we have to go." Harry was becoming desperate. There were sounds of things breaking upstairs. He got the distinct impression that this house was ready to fall down. Harry had a weird flashback to when he'd been trapped in the car with Uncle Vernon and instinctively knew that they needed to leave before this fake house collapsed. "Dudders, Dudders. Think, Aunt Petunia is waiting for you, your mum. We have to go or we'll miss her." He finally got the podgy little boy to stand and come to the door. "We can't go out that way, I've tried," said the shorter boy. Harry knew, he felt it in his bones that they had to leave through the door, had to break past the locks. Concentrating as hard as he could, he tried to will the sparks to return and change the lock just like it had with his cousin's injuries, but nothing was happening. He had nearly given up when he had a thought. "Dudders," he said. "Grab hold of the lock and think about it going away." The 4-year-old version of Dudley looked at him suspiciously but complied with Harry's request as the raven-haired boy placed one hand on Dudley's shoulder and one over his extended hand. Pushing his sparks through his cousin, Harry was disappointed at first when nothing happened. Then he noticed a light inside his skin trace the length of his finger and enter the metal. With a tremendous effort, he willed more of the lights to come, and slowly their bodies converted into the lights and began eating away at the barricade. The strain was terrible, and surprisingly painful as well. Harry grabbed onto Dudley tighter and yelled for him not to let go as the door before them exploded and they fell into a white light. Harry slowly came to after what felt like an eternity. He was lying on the bed in his room with his aunt sitting by him, a cool cloth mopping his brow. "What happened? You fainted, Mr. Potter," came a voice from across the room where Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway with the Medowitch. "Dudley?" the boy asked. "Did he wake up?" "Not as of yet, but he may not for several days." Harry noticed something odd in Madame Pomfrey's tone as she spoke, but he was so tired he couldn't focus his inner eye towards her. "I'm quite sure, however, that most of the damage to your cousin seems to be repaired." Struggling to do so, Harry sat up and forced himself to his feet. Ignoring his aunt's attempts to stop him, he shuffled towards the door, feeling like he'd already run for a day and a half non-stop. His mystified aunt and visitors following, he entered his cousin's room, stumbled to the bed, and collapsed into a chair beside Dudley. Leaning over, he gently shook his cousin's shoulder and said, "Come on, Dudders, it's time to get up." There was no response at first, and Petunia came over to try to get Harry to go back to bed when they heard someone say in a voice that was both sleepy and very scratchy from lack of use, "Just 5 more minutes, Mum." Harry had never wished more for his sight just to see his aunt's expression in that moment. Instead, he was rewarded with a yelping scream from her as she rushed to her only son and began to blubber over him. Harry relaxed in the chair and started to doze back off, totally unaware of the odd stares he was receiving from the doorway. Diagon Alley Blind Faith Chapter 4. Diagon Alley. Harry woke with a start as someone was gently shaking his arm. "Are you feeling any better?" his aunt asked. "You've slept half the day away." The boy stretched in the chair and took stock of himself. He did feel better, he realized. After his little fainting spell with Dudley, Harry had felt drained and out of sorts. Now, though still a bit tired, he felt more his normal self. "How's Dudley?" he asked. "Resting," his aunt said as she squeezed his hand in her own. "Harry, he's come out of it, my little baby. He's so weak, but the Pomfrey woman said it would only be a matter of time to get his strength back. She said she'd return with medicine to help him." "They've gone, haven't they?" Harry felt keen disappointment that he'd slept through most of his birthday and missed the opportunity to go see a bit of the wizarding world. "All but the big one," Aunt Petunia replied. "He's fallen asleep on the couch." Hugging his aunt, the boy left the room to leave her alone with her son and slipped down the stairs to the parlor. tiptoeing into the room regardless of the fact that a herd of elephants could have wandered through and not been heard over the snores of the half-giant. He hunkered down in front of the sleeping man. Curiosity, always his greatest enemy, got the better of him, and he reached his hands out to examine the sleeping behemoth before him. Harry ran his fingers over the wiry beard of the man. For a moment he thought he'd found a small bird's nest complete with eggs, but he knew that couldn't be right. He traced his hands over the huge man's face, running his fingers along the man's cheeks, nose and brow. He liked this man. He somehow seemed familiar, and the scent of him was like a forest, and a little bit of alcohol. He was about to continue his investigation when Hagrid suddenly spoke. Harry, what are ye doing?" The boy jumped back and stuttered, "I'm sorry, it's just that, I wanted to know what you looked like. I should have asked." "Nah," the bearish man said. All right, Harry. Not that I'm all that worth looking at." Sitting himself upright on the sofa, he said, "Since her cousin's all right, ye want to go pick up her school things?" At the boy's eager yelp, the big man laughed and pulled on his heavy coat. Harry called up to his Aunt Petunia, telling her they were going. She came down the stairs and pulled the boy into a hug. "Take care, Harry, and have fun." Turning to Hagrid, she said, "You'll have him home by 10 o'clock. With Petunia's blessing, Harry retrieved his collapsible cane and they were out the door and on their way to Diagon Alley. Harry extended his cane as they walked down the drive and to the edge of the street. "So how do we get there, Hagrid?" the boy asked. "Well, the entrance is in downtown London," the half-giant said, "so we'll catch the train." The two made an odd pair, walking through the achingly normal neighborhood as they made their way towards the train station. Passers-by would call out friendly greetings to Harry but stare at the huge man with him, who seemed to be amused by the most mundane, such as mailboxes and parking meters. At last they made it to the train station, where he let Harry buy the tickets, explaining that he didn't understand Muggle money. As they settled into their seats, the boys suddenly thought of something and tugged on the sleeve of the big man's coat. "Hagrid," he said, "how am I going to pay for my school things? We don't have a lot of money at home and I've got nothing on me." "Don't worry yourself about that," said the half-giant. "Ye don't think James and Lily would leave ye with nothing. We're stopping at Gringo's first thing when we get there." "What's Gringo's?" "Wizard's Bank," said Hagrid, "run by goblins. Safest place in the world if ye want to keep something safe." "Goblins?" the boy asked. "Like monsters?" Hagrid shook his head, forgetting the boy couldn't see the motion. "Goblins are considered dark creatures like vampires and werewolves, but they're not monsters." Harry sat there several minutes, wondering what exactly he'd gotten himself into. They sat as the train rolled on and Hagrid read a magical newspaper that Harry could see not only the glowing letters of the writing on the page, but the moving pictures within as well. "Ministry of Magic messin' things up again," Hagrid mumbled as he read along. "The what?" "Ministry of Magic," said the man. "They wanted Dumbledore, the headmaster, to be minister, but he wouldn't have it. Cornelius Fudge took the job though. Greatest bungler you'd ever meet. Drives Dumbledore mad with all his owls askin' fair advice." Hagrid folded his paper as the train reached the outskirts of London and pulled an envelope from his pocket. "Here ye go, Harry, hold on, tear that. It's list o' school supplies." The boy took the parchment and unfolded it. There on the paper, in both in glowing written letters he could see, and in braille, was the list of things he would need for school. "Hagrid, there's a lot here. Are you sure I'll have enough money?" The big man didn't answer, just clapped a great hand on the boy's knee and rested his chin on the handle of the huge umbrella he was carrying. They got off the train in King's Cross station and navigated their way out onto the street. Harry had never been to London since the accident and the large crowds were a bit daunting. Hagrid seemed to know where to go, however, and he cut a path through the masses of people with the young boy close behind. As they walked, Harry wondered where they would find shops that sold wands, cauldrons, or magical broomsticks. He knew he'd never heard anything like that advertised on the box, and everywhere about him for the most part seemed the sparks for normal people and things. A few blocks on, Harry noticed that one shop seemed to be much brighter in his mental vision. The sparks on the signboard above it spelled out the letters that the boy could read just as Hagrid announced their arrival. "Here we are, the Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place. Stay close to me, Harry." Entering the place, Harry found himself torn as to whether he liked it or not. It was small, cozy, and smelled of warm bread and ancient wood. Everything inside was magical from the bar top to the spittoons, which made it easy to navigate. It was the magical nature of the place, however, that was giving Harry problems. It was so intense that he found himself instinctively squinting against the glare and had to unfocus his inner eye or develop a killer headache. The buzz of conversation stopped as they entered, then slowly started back up again. Hagrid answered several warm greetings from some of the patrons as he made his way back to the bar and seated himself with Harry standing closely by. Harry heard the man behind it come up and ask, "The usual Hagrid?" "Can't, Tom. I'm on official Hogwarts business." The half-giant's hand came down on Harry's shoulder like a fallen log and he was nearly thrown from his feet. "My word," said Tom, "is that, Harry Potter, welcome back, so wonderful to meet." The man took in Harry's dark glasses and cane. Turning to the other man he said in a strained whisper, "Hagrid, he's blind?" Harry grimaced. He'd put up with strangers' pity since he'd lost his sight, and it never failed to piss him off when someone would suddenly treat him like an infant or an invalid because he couldn't see. "Very nice to meet you, Harry," Tom said very slowly in a loud voice. He was about to remind the barkeep that while he was sightless his ears were working quite well when he was suddenly swamped by the patrons of the bar as they all swarmed about him trying to see, touch or talk to him. With rising panic he yelled for Hagrid and was hugely relieved when the giant hand wrapped itself around him and held him close. "Here now," said the great, gravely voice. "Give the boy some room." Is everything all right, Hagrid?" A new voice came from off to one side. Its owner sounded as nervous as Harry felt. "Professor Quirrell," said Hagrid. "Nah, they was just crowdin' the boy a bit. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell, he'll be one of your teachers this year." "Good to see, meet you, Mr. Potter," said the professor. "I teach defense against the dark arts. Buying your school things then? I'm here for a book on vampires myself. Well, I must be off." With that the nervous man made a quick exit out the back door. They made to leave but had the crowd to contend with, and even with Hagrid's protective arm around him they still came and badgered them. Finally, after 10 minutes of it, they were able to escape to the back door into a small walled-in courtyard. Harry paused to refocus his inner eye and get a sense of where they were. Hagrid had led him to a wall where the sparks seemed to swirl inward toward its center, like water down a drain. The half-giant tapped a few bricks with his umbrella and the swirling sparks opened up like a giant iris to expose a brilliant panorama before him. The twisting street before him seemed to be made of light. Each shop along the way glowed with its own special hues, and he found he could read all the signs as well. He hoped that he would get used to the harsh glare from all of it or he'd never be able to function here. As they stood at the entrance, Hagrid ruffled his hair and said, "I know ye can't see it, Harry, but welcome to Diagon Alley." They stepped through the archway and the half-giant led him down the street towards the Wizard's Bank. The sparks, like some illuminated sketch, outlined everything. Off to one side was a shop selling cauldrons, and on the other was a woman moaning over the price of dragon livers. Finally they reached Gringo's. Stepping inside they stepped up to one of the many counters. The being behind it seemed even shorter than Harry, and the pattern of the sparks was markedly different than with other people he'd seen so far. What marked the being most in the boy's mind was the scent of the creature, like old musty paper. He didn't know why, but it seemed right. "Mornin'," said Hagrid to the goblin. "We're here to get some money from Harry Potter's vault." "And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key?" "Wait," said Hagrid. "Got it here somewhere." After a short stint digging through his pockets he'd come up with a small golden key. "Here we are. I also got a letter from Dumbledore about the you-know-what in vault you-know-where." The goblin read the note and nodded. "Of course, Griphook." Another goblin, looking much the same as the first, came up. "Take Mr. Hagrid and Mr. Potter to their respective vaults." Griphook lead them through a door into a rough-hewn, deeply sloping tunnel with tracks affixed to the floor. The goblin whistled and a cart zoomed up the tracks and stopped before them. They all got in and were off. They careened through a maze of tunnels. Harry was whipped back and forth in the cart and was having a grand time. Hagrid, on the other hand, had turned an alarming shade of green and was making noises that alerted the boy to the fact. His concern grew as he considered the possibilities of a nauseous Hagrid in such a small cart. They rode along with the cold air stinging his cheeks. The boy could have sworn he'd heard a deep-throated roar at one point. Finally they came screeching to a halt before a small door. Hagrid staggered from the cart with the boy jumping after. The big man clutched the rock as he waited for his knees to stop shaking, and Harry asked, "Are there monsters down here? I heard a roar on the cart." "A dragon most likely," said Hagrid. "Always wanted one, I did, for a pet." They both turned as Griphook opened the door and green smoke came billowing out. Whatever was inside wasn't inherently magical, and when the boy made his own sparks brighter, he got the shadowy impression of a mounds of something. Turning to Hagrid, the boy asked, "What's in there?" The large man sucked in a slow breath. "A whole lot of galleons, Harry." "What are galleons?" "Wizarding money, lad," Hagrid said. Taking the boy's hand, he led him into the vault. "Here," he said, placing a coin in the boy's hand. "This is a gold galleon. 17 silver sickles to a galleon and 29 bronze nuts to a sickle." He pushed a new coin into the boy's hand as he explained them to give Harry a chance to familiarize himself with the size, shape and heft of each. Pulling out a bag he'd brought for the purpose, Hagrid filled it with galleons and handed it to Harry. "That'll keep ye for a term or two." Turning to Griphook, Hagrid said, "Vault 713 please, and if ye could go a little slower." "One speed only," said Griphook. Back in the cart they went even deeper, where the air became very cold. From the echoes around them, Harry knew that there was a deep ravine below them, but Hagrid refused to let the boy get near the edge of the cart to listen better. Stopping again, they sat before a door without a keyhole. Getting out with Griphook, Hagrid told Harry to stay put. When the goblin stroked the door, it melted away, and Harry could sense some kind of strange bundle on the floor. It was extremely bright, and the sparks were woven in a design that resembled a sideways figure 8. Hagrid picked up the parcel and put it in his coat, obviously in an attempt to hide it from the boy. Harry fought down the grin because no matter where he tried to hide it, the giant still had the brightly glowing spot on his body. A quick cart ride later and they were back inside the main hall of Gringos again. Harry didn't know where to start. He knew that in the bag he had more money than he'd seen in his entire life. A sudden idea striking him, he went back to one of the counters. He asked the goblin, "Can I get some of the money from my vault changed to regular, Muggle money?" The goblin regarded him coolly. "Of course, sir." The boy was asked to show his key again and how much he wanted to exchange. "I guess 100 galleons?" "Yes, sir," said the goblin. "That will be roughly 10,000 British pounds. Will you be taking it now, or would you like it sent to your home?" Harry just stood staring at the creature. 10,000 pounds? In the time his mouth hung open, a colony of flies could have made a comfortable home and raised families. Finally pulling himself together, he asked for it to be sent to 4 Privet Drive in Surrey, in care of his aunt. Finished with his business and not daring to think just how much money was actually down in that vault, he went school shopping with Hagrid. "We'll start with your uniform, I guess," said the half-giant. Leading him to the door, he stood at the entryway and said, "Tell ye what, Harry. I'm gonna let ye take care of this while I run down to the Leaky Cauldron for a quick pick-me-up. I'm needin' it after that blasted cart." Inside the shop it was cozy and warm. He could hear the humming of a witch in the other room as she was pinning the robes of another boy about the same size as Harry. As the boy took in the atmosphere, the proprietor came up to him. She was a squat, smiling woman who smelled of spices. With a warm voice she asked, "Hogwarts, dear. The lot just came in today." The woman obviously noted the presence of his dark glasses and cane as she suddenly became overly helpful. Harry hated this with sighted people. Once they realized Harry was blind, they thought of him as helpless. He hadn't thought that of himself since he was 4, and when people treated him that way it really pissed him off. Controlling his temper, however, he smiled to the woman and allowed her to help him onto a footstool by the other boy and stood still as she placed a robe on him and began to pin it for length. "Hello," said the other boy. "Hogwarts too?" "Yes," he replied. "My father's next door buying books and mother is up the street looking at wands. I don't know why it's not like she can pick mine out. Why the dark glasses? It's already dim enough in here already." "I hadn't noticed," said the boy as he dropped a broad hint. "I wear them because my eyes make people nervous." Having had his interest captured, the other boy turned and asked, "Why? Are they like cat eyes? Do they glow red?" "Not quite," the boy responded as he pulled his glasses off and gazed in the other's direction, pointedly ignoring the sound of the other boy falling off his footstool. "I've been blind since I was 4. From what I'm told, most people are a little put off by how they look." Harry was used to the uncomfortable stares he received when people saw his eyes and the silence, as nobody seemed to know how to carry on after that, but was shocked by the other's final response. Wicked, the boy whispered. I mean, not wicked that you're blind, I mean your eyes. They're cool. So do you know anything about Quidditch? The boy shook his head. My aunt has raised me since I was 1 and she doesn't like magic. I didn't even know I was a wizard until yesterday. Well, anyway, I'm Draco Malfoy, said the other boy, and you are? All done, dear, said the witch as she pulled the robe off him. He hopped down and made his way to the door. I'll see you at school then, said Draco. See you then, Harry replied as he went out the door. The conversation with the boy had made Harry realize one very important thing. He needed to know more about this new world. Hagrid not being back yet, he made his way over to Flourish and Blots. Inside, he went to the counter and explained to the man that he was a first-year Hogwarts student and that he'd need versions of the books for the blind. The man behind the counter smiled genuinely and took the boy by the shoulder. Come this way, lad. He took him to the shelves and pulled out Standard Book of Spells Level 1 foot. These are magical books, lad. He opened the book in front of the boy and firstly Harry realized he could read the magical script inside, but then the man took his hand and placed it in the book. Over the words he felt bumps appear that were obviously Braille. These books are meant to teach, boy. If you're French or German, the language of the book changes so you can read it, just like it did for you being without sight. The boy grinned with the possibilities. The numbers of books around him was enormous and they were all books he could read. Like a kid in a candy store, the boy quickly gathered a huge pile of books, far more than his required reading, but also wizarding histories and books on healing, magical theory and Quidditch. He wouldn't be ignorant of his world for long if he could help it. He was standing at the counter, trying to figure out where he was going to put all the books when he heard Hagrid's voice out on the street. Harry. The boy quickly navigated his way to the door and called the big man in. Seeing the pile of books, he borrowed some of the boy's money and was back shortly thereafter with a school trunk for the boy. Harry was fascinated as the huge man kept stuffing books into one small compartment, yet it never seemed to get over full. Finally they were finished and on they went to the apothecary. Inside, Harry got all of his supplies and a small amount of most of the common components used in potions making. From his experiences cooking, it was very important to know the scent and textures of his ingredients. They continued on until all that was left was his wand. Entering Ollivander's, Harry was hit by the scent and feeling of age. This place was old, older than Diagon Alley itself. And lining the walls were hundreds of boxes, each with a different wand in them. He could sense each one and the sparks that floated along their lengths. He was pulled from his musings when an old man came to the counter. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I knew you'd be coming in soon. You look quite a bit like your father. Now which is your wand arm?" The boy shook his head. "I don't know. I can do everything equally well with both." "Ambidextrous. Well then, let's see if we can't find you a wand." They went through box after box. Each time Harry would be asked to hold the wand and give it a flick. Harry didn't see the point. He could see that the sparks in any particular one didn't mix with his own just by getting close to them. Finally the old man brought out a particularly dusty box. "Maybe, but still, the wand chooses the wizard. Try this one, Mr. Potter. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. As soon as the man approached with it, he knew that was it. Taking the shaft and flicking it through the air, bright sparks shot from the tip as his own magic and that of the wand melded into one. Curious, turning to the old man's comment, Harry asked, "What's curious, sir?" "The phoenix that gave up the tail feather to make that wand only gave up one other. The brother of this wand is the one that gave you that scar. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, but great." The boy left the shop and went with Hagrid to the magical menagerie. Hagrid had wanted to get Harry an owl for his birthday, but something was drawing the boy here. As he walked through the shop, he was drawn to a back corner where he felt something feathery brush against his ear. "What's that? He speaks the first tongue," whispered a voice just by him. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Codal," said the whispery voice. "That's your name?" "No, warm blood, I am Codal. I have no name until a human takes me as his own." "Careful there, lad, that thing is dangerous." The owner came up behind Harry and tried to push back the creature but was met with an angry hiss. "Let's just step back a bit," he said. "Tell me about her," Harry said. "What does she look like?" Noticing the boy's glasses for the first time, the man nodded. "All right, well, it's a Codal. They come from Central America. They're winged, feathered snakes. This one is mostly white with black-tipped feathers. She sounds beautiful, the boy said. How much is she? It's not that simple, the man tried to explain, they have to want to. The man was interrupted by a whir of wings followed by Harry feeling an unfamiliar but comfortable weight settle on his shoulders. Again he felt the feathery sensation as the snake rested its head by his ear. I will be with you. But you must first give me a name. Hedwig, said the boy with a smile. The two had found each other and no amount of arguing from Hagrid or the shopkeeper could dissuade the boy from his choice. A half an hour later the boy left the shop with his pet, a cage, food and a book on Codals as they wended their way back to the leaky cauldron. All fine and good, said the half-giant as they went. I'll talk to Dumbledore about it gonna have Tay tell Aunt. Hagrid walked on as Harry stopped, gaping after him. How would he talk Aunt Petunia into letting him keep a carnivorous flying snake in the house? All right, that's chapter 4. Thanks for your continued reviews, and before anybody complains, yes I never let Draco get nasty in Madame Malkin's but Harry kind of did an end run with his eyes and threw him off the track. I haven't decided what kind of relationship he'll have with Malfoy, or with Ron with that matter. You can be sure though that the youngest Weasley boy will be suffering from foot and mouth disease, it's just who he is. R&R The Hogwarts Express Blind Faith Chapter 5 The month leading up to Harry's leaving for school flew by. The boy buried himself in his books, wading through both a general history of the Wizarding Europe as well as Hogwarts, a history. He'd started on the first-year course books but had been forced by Aunt Petunia to start taking breaks after he'd locked himself in his room for an entire week reading. Harry's attention was also split by an ongoing battle between his aunt and Hedwig. Petunia had not been exactly pleased, to say the least, when her nephew had shown up late on the night of his birthday with a 6-foot feathered and winged snake wrapped about his shoulders. Hagrid, proving that he knew how to apparate, vanished before the woman could even open her mouth in protest. After being unable to order or cajole the boy into getting rid of the magical snake, she divided her time with them either chasing it with a broom or removing dead mice from her slippers. If it hadn't been for the distraction created by Dudley, Harry was sure his aunt would have lost all patience and kicked them both out to live in the backyard. The recovery of Harry's cousin was slow but no less phenomenal. From a boy who'd been comatose just weeks before he was now able to sit up in a chair unassisted and even take short walks with help. Dudley was also recovering a healthy appetite and was gaining back some badly needed weight. Not that he was in any danger of becoming the gluttonous pig of a boy that he'd been before the accident. September 1st finally came and found a middle-aged woman and 2 boys waiting at the divide between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. One boy, a blonde in a wheelchair, was obviously bored and spent his time squeezing a rubber ball in his hand. The other, a pale, raven-haired boy with dark glasses and a long white cane, was looking at a ticket with his aunt. "You're sure this is where you're supposed to be?" Petunia asked the boy. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," the boy responded, pointing at the wall. "The entrance is right here." "Well," she said uncertainly, "if you're sure." She pulled the boy into a tight hug. "Your mother would be so proud of you." She pushed him back out to arm's length and said quietly, almost to herself, "So many regrets, run along now, we'll see you at Christmas break. And remember to send that bloody beast at least once a week with a letter." With a final hug to Petunia and ruffling Dudley's hair, the boy turned and pushed his trolley through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, vanishing from view. The transition the platform was much similar to entering Diagon Alley a month before. The magic was so strong here that it was somewhat painful, but he vowed to force himself to get used to it. After all, it couldn't get much worse than this, could it? He pushed his trolley towards the huge glowing thing that must be the train and went about trying to find an empty compartment. As he walked he sensed all kinds of wizards around him. Some were strong, others weak, and especially among the younger ones like him he could feel pestilential, untapped and waiting. As he found the entrance he heard one boy with particularly strong potential that seemed somehow blocked say, "Gran, I've lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," sighed an old woman. Harry also noticed a group of people also about to board as the one he mother was trying to wipe something off her youngest son's face. "Ron, you've got something on your nose." "Mom, Giraffe." "Ah. Has Ickle Ronnie got something on his nose?" This from 2 separate voices that sounded like one. They were twins, he realized. Their magical signatures, The patterns their sparks wove themselves into that identified him to his inner eye were almost exactly identical. Harry smirked to himself and began to try and pull his trunk onto the train and was having a time of it. Two of the boys from the group, the twins, came over and one said, "Need some help?" "Thanks," the boy replied. They soon had the trunk on the train and in the luggage rack above the seat. Harry had just released the door on Hedwig's pet carrier and turned to thank them again when he was met with a sudden momentary silence. "Hey, you're not Harry Potter, but I didn't know you were. Oh, sorry." Harry smiled. "No, it's all right. Nobody really knows what to say the first time they notice. It happened when I was 4. Just don't make a big deal out of it, okay?" "No problem, mate. So what's in the cage? Not a rat, like little Ronnikins has, is it?" "No, nothing like that," the boy said with a smile. "Well, Mom is going to need us to help load our things. See you in a bit, right?" Harry held out his hand and shook each of theirs in turn. "Yeah, and thanks again." After they'd left, he settled back and pulled out the potions text. He was giving this more attention than most because he somehow that it would be his most challenging class. Hedwig had settled on top of his trunk near the ceiling. The train started moving and Harry continued reading. He was only a few pages farther into the book when the door opened again and the twins came in followed by the boy with the dirty nose from outside. "Mind if I sit here?" the boy asked. "Everywhere else is full." Harry shook his head and put the book away as the other boy sat down. The boy looked at him fixedly for a moment, then quickly out the window, pretending he hadn't been staring. "Hey Harry," said one of the twins, "we forgot to introduce ourselves earlier. I'm Fred." "And I'm George Weasley. That's Ronnie over there, our ickle brother. We're going down the train to see Lee Jordan's giant tarantula. See you in a bit." None of them but Harry had heard the quiet rustle from above as Hedwig became alerted to a nearby, possible meal. The boy made a note to himself to talk to the snake about other people's pets later. After Fred and George left, the two boys sat in silence until the redhead couldn't take it anymore. "You're really Harry Potter?" "Yes," the boy said shortly. "Do you have the—" The boy started pointing furiously to his own forehead, trying to communicate what he wanted without saying it. Harry could tell what the boy was doing. He could see the boy's motions in his signature but didn't let on. "I'm sorry." "What?" The redhead jabbed his hand more urgently at his own forehead and whispered, "You know, the scar." "Oh, right." Harry pulled back his fringe and exposed the scar given to him years before. "That's it then," said Ron. "You got that from—" "Yes," he replied. "But I really don't remember any of it." "Nothing? Wow, if somebody offed my mom and dad I think I'd never forget it." Harry flinched at the other boy's words, who seemed so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he hadn't even noticed he was being hurtful. Trying to get the subject off himself, he asked, "Your whole family are wizards then?" "Yeah," Ron replied. "Mom and Dad are, of course. He works at the ministry, you know. He's head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Anyway, you met the twins, Fred and George. Troublemakers, they're always doing pranks. They'll be starting 3rd year this term. Then there's Percy, he's in his 5th year now. All about rules, he is. I've got 2 older brothers too, Bill and Charlie. They've already gotten out of school, and my little sister Ginny, she starts next year." Something squirmed against Ron's stomach and he pulled something from under his shirt. Harry hadn't noticed it before because its magical signature was weak, but he realized it must be some kind of animal. "What's that?" he asked. "It's just Scabbers, my pet rat," Ron said dejectedly. "Kind of pathetic, really." Harry had seen rats before, and while this had some resemblance to one, he knew that it wasn't what it seemed. He was about to ask further when he heard a shuffling above him again and quickly told Ron to put it away. "Why?" the redhead asked. "He's been cooped up all day, he needs to stretch his legs." "Because if you don't, I'm not sure if I can keep my pet from eating him," he said, pointing up. There were lots of times he wished he could still see, and this was one of them. Both boy and rat let out almost identical squeals of fear as Hedwig stretched out a little bit and half spread her wings. The rat was quickly stuffed back under the boy's shirt and wrapped protectively in his arms. The redhead stared in horror as the coatle slithered down and wrapped itself around Harry's shoulders. "What the bloody hell is that thing?" "This?" the boy asked as the snake rubbed its snout against his cheek. "It's just Hedwig." Harry whispered something to the small beast, which seemed to actually pull back and nod at the boy. "There, you see? She says she won't eat scabbers. The dark-haired boy cracked a smile. In fact, she said he wouldn't think of it. The rat's far too old to taste any good. Just then they heard a great clattering outside the door. When it opened, a matronly woman asked if they wanted anything off the cart. Ron muttered something about sandwiches, but Harry, not having tried any wizard candy before, got a little of everything. They were silent for a bit as the boy was struggling with an oddly shaped box that he couldn't seem to get open. "Not like that," said Ron, "just grab the lid where it says pull." "I don't know where that is," said a frustrated Harry. The other boy came over, took the box from his hand. "It's right here." "What, are you blind?" Ron suddenly became very still as he finally realized the significance of the other boy's dark glasses and white cane leaning against the bench. "Bloody hell," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I'm sorry, Harry, I never noticed, it's just that you were acting so normal." Harry suddenly stood, grabbing his cane in a white-knuckled grip. "I think I should take a walk now, alone." The boy left the compartment, barely able to keep his hands from shaking in fury. He knew Ron hadn't meant to be hurtful, but he was just so sick of people like him who thought that just because he couldn't see that he was somehow less than other people. He moved through the train, putting distance between himself and the redhead. Up ahead he could sense two people approaching. A girl he'd never met before and the boy he sensed before with the hidden potential. The two of them were looking slowly and the boy was actually down on his knees, obviously searching for something. "Really, Neville, he's got to be here somewhere. Just keep looking." When they met, the girl tapped the kneeling boy on the shoulder and helped him up. "Hello," she said. "Have you seen? We're looking for Neville's toad, Trevor. He's disappeared again." "I haven't run across him," he said, "but if you need help, I'll do what I can." "Thank you. I'm Hermione Granger and this is Neville Longbottom." "Pleased to meet you," he replied. "I'm Harry and this." He scratched the coatle under the chin so it would raise its head from the crook of his neck, his headwig. He felt the same stab of fear come from them that he'd felt with Ron, but it was tinged with something else. She's beautiful," whispered the girl in awe. "Well, let's go find your toad," said Harry, and they were off. They went car to car talking to people and investigating all the dark corners. Their quest also helped Harry in a way he didn't expect. Spending time with the other students and talking seemed to blunt some of their curiosity. That's not to say that the fact that the boy who lived being blind and had a huge feathered snake on his shoulders didn't attract attention, but maybe if he met and talked to everyone they'd quit watching him and whispering this and that behind his back. The search continued for the little toad, Harry relying on his ears and Hedwig's senses, as Trevor was either too small or simply masked out by all of the magical signatures nearby that Harry couldn't find him that way. It was finally the coatle that found the little toad. "Master, I taste the scent of a cold blood on the air. It is near the place we entered, in a smaller cave with odd, nasty smells." "Hermione," the boy asked, "is there a cupboard or something by the door where we came in?" Following Harry's words, the girl opened a small cupboard by the door and began rooting around. Shortly thereafter she pulled back holding a large toad up triumphantly. "Found him." Neville ran up and squeezed the toad to him tightly, making its eyes bug out even farther than normal. Harry had just joined them when a voice called out from the other end of the car. "Someone said that Harry Potter is on the train. It's you then?" Turning, Harry recognized the voice from the boy at Madame Malkin's. Draco, flanked by two large goons, swept through the car and stopped before the boy. Malfoy was acting cocky and obnoxious, obviously showboating for his two bodyguards and his schoolmates. "Never did get to tell me your name the other day." "This Crabbe and Goyle. Some friends of mine." Harry cocked his head to the side as both boys nodded rather than speak. Looking a bit flustered, Draco elbowed them both sharply. After their muttered greetings, the blonde turned his attention to Harry's two new friends. "Who's this then?" "Longbottom I recognize. But you," he said to Granger, "who are your parents?" "They're muggles, not part of the wizarding world." "Muggles?" Turning to Harry, Draco sneered nastily and said, "Really, Potter, hanging out with a mudblood? You should know that some wizard families are better than others and you don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." The blonde put out his hand. "I can help you with that." "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," said Harry. The blonde boy began to pull his hand back as his ears turned pink with anger and embarrassment. Harry quickly reached out and grabbed it before the other boy could pull away and said, "Granger and Longbottom are my friends, And if you'd get your head out of your ass, I'd like you as a friend too. Crabbe and Goyle had started towards the blind boy when he'd grabbed their leader, but when Hedwig rose up on the boy's shoulder and spread her wings, the two goons turned white as ghosts and ran as if their lives depended on it. Draco stood before the boy, mouth agape at the beautiful and deadly creature regarded him. I'll see you later, Potter. The boy left, not quite as angry as before, but a little bit fearful as well. Harry led Hermione and Neville back to his compartment where Ron was noticeably absent. They sat and talked about Hogwarts and the coming school year until one of the prefects came and told them to put on their robes. Harry dressed, and shortly after they pulled into the station. As they disembarked, he had to repeatedly ask several people not to help him as he got off the train. "Come on, follow me, any more first years? Mind your step now." Gathering with the rest of the first years around Hagrid, they all began to walk down a narrow, dark path. Harry was in his element. While the other children were having trouble keeping their feet, the one boy experienced at walking in the darkness found it quite easy, now if he could just get rid of the nagging headache that was creeping up on him. "You'll get first sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." Harry suddenly clutched his head as he rounded the turn. It was too much, too bright, and then he fell into an even deeper blackness. The Sorting Hat Blind Faith Chapter 6. Harry woke up feeling cold and wet. The ground was pressing against one bare cheek and the feathery kisses of Hedwig's tongue on the other. "Harry," a voice that sounded like Hermione's called to him through his dizziness. "Harry, are you all right?" "Come on, Harry," it was Hagrid this time. "Ye got to call off her pet. We can't help ye if we can't get near." Confused, the boy tried to focus his inner eye to see what was going on around him. Hissing in pain, he closed himself off from the agonizing glare that seemed to come from the castle. He'd worked himself up to his hands and knees when he felt Hedwig rear up and hiss menacingly at someone nearby. "It's all right, girl," he whispered. "I'll be safe with them. Go find some dinner in the forest." The Codal lowered itself down and nuzzled his face momentarily before hissing at the group in general before springing into the sky and flying out of sight. The moment that the snake was away, he felt Hagrid's huge hands on his shoulders, helping him up. "What happened, Harry?" the big man asked with concern. "You gave us all quite a fright." The boy didn't want to tell anyone about his ability yet. He knew from his reading that it wasn't common among wizards to be able to see magic. He didn't want anyone finding out about it, especially when it didn't seem to be working right at the moment. "I guess I just got overexcited. I'm fine now, really." When Harry dusted himself off, he noticed that he was missing the familiar weight of his glasses. He snapped his eyes shut, knowing how people felt about how they looked, and knelt to try and find them. "Now what's wrong, Harry?" asked Hermione. "My glasses." He felt her hand on his shoulder as she pulled him back to his feet. "Harry, please believe me, I understand. But it's the middle of the night and they're waiting for us at the castle. You do have another pair, don't you?" "In my trunk, but we just have to make it through the welcome feast and your trunk will be waiting for you in the dormitory." Unhappy with the situation but unable to argue, he followed the girl, and in a few short minutes the first years made it to the boats and started the final leg of their trip to Hogwarts. Hagrid tried to make Harry ride with him, but repeated reassurances from Hermione and Neville calmed the half-giant to the point that he let the boy ride with them. The crossing itself was smooth and just a little unsettling for the raven-haired boy. Other than the initial feeling of acceleration when it started moving, the boat remained perfectly calm in the water. The only other signs of life were the whispers of the other first years as they approached the ancient castle. It was with some relief on Harry's part when Hagrid called for them all to duck as they entered what sounded like a large cave. At least with the echoing sounds, he had a general idea of where the walls were around him. The boat stopped, and before he could even attempt to get out on his own, Ron Weasley were at his side, forcibly pulling on his arm and trying to lead him onto the dock. "I've got you, Harry, don't worry." Far from worried, the raven-haired boy was incensed. He hadn't asked for help. What did this moron think he was doing? Struggling against the overly helpful Weasley boy only caused the boat to begin to rock violently, and Harry started to feel a bit of panic. He'd never learned to swim. "Stop it!" Hermione pushed herself between the two, trying to separate the boys, but her actions only made the situation worse as the boat suddenly shifted over and dumped Harry, Neville and Hermione into the water. Ron, seeing the impending disaster, was able to scramble back onto the dock before falling in. Harry was struggling madly to stay above the water, but was hindered by the sodden robes around him. "Over here, Potter." Harry recognized Draco's voice and stretched an arm wildly in his direction. Someone grabbed his hand and pulled him up onto the dock. Moments later all three were huddled together on dry land and given a quick drying charm by a fussing Hagrid. The half-giant led them all to a set of huge double doors on which he knocked 3 times. They immediately opened, and Harry heard all the muttered conversation stop. He was about to ask Hermione what was going on when he heard the familiar, stern voice of Professor McGonagall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you'll be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family while you are here. As a house you will attend classes, sleep in the same dormitory and spend your time in your house common room." The professor went on to explain about the 4 houses and the point system regarding the house cup. As Harry listened he felt a comforting, familiar weight settle on his shoulder. "Hello girl," he whispered to her as she nuzzled his cheek. He turned his attention back to the deputy headmistress as she wound down her introduction. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. I shall return when we are ready for you, please wait quietly." Harry used his hands to straighten his robes as much as he could. He knew his hair was hopeless, however, and simply wished he had his glasses. Ron, having missed the drenching the others enjoyed, was busily explaining to one of his companions how this just proved that Harry needed to be watched over, as he couldn't take care of himself. This apparently was the last straw for Hermione as she suddenly stormed over to the blathering redhead and began to yell at him. "A word, Potter." Harry turned. He recognized Draco's voice along with the labored breathing of his 2 large friends. "What can I do for you, Draco?" he asked. "Why didn't you let the weasel help you at the boats?" "Because I didn't need it," he replied curtly. "Why do you need your goons hanging over your shoulder all the time?" Harry heard one of the 2 large boys step forward and tensed himself just as Hedwig did the same. Draco, however, intervened at the last moment. "Crabbe, Goyle, go help Granger torture the weasel for a bit." The 2 moved off and the boy and Snake relaxed. "Awfully brave of you, Potter, angering my friends like that without that snake on your shoulder. Where is he anyway?" Harry was confused and almost reached to pat the snake to reaffirm that it was there, but a warning squeeze from the Codal stopped him. "I sent her into the forest to find her some dinner." The boys stood silent for a moment as some of the other first years were screaming something about ghosts. Draco suddenly asked, "Why don't you like people helping you with anything?" "You wouldn't understand," said the boy, "but ever since the accident most people treat me like I'm weak or stupid. Like I can't even do the simplest things. I learned to survive in the Muggle world, and if I'm going to learn to do it here I need to stand on my own feet." "Right then," said Draco. Pushing something into the boy's hands he said quietly, "You may not be helpless, but everybody needs a little help sometimes. By the way, I found these on the path. Thought you could use them." Harry examined the object thrust into his hands by the other boy. They were his glasses and seemed to be intact. Quickly placing them back on his head he turned in the direction he'd heard the other boy go. Draco Malfoy, he decided, was a very confusing person. He was distracted from his thoughts as a door opened and he heard Professor McGonagall call to the students, "Now, form a line. Harry, come here, you'll be sorted first." After everyone had been put in line they were marched into another large hall, bigger, it seemed, than the one before. From the reactions of his classmates the sight must be spectacular, and Harry wished again that he could still see, or that his inner sight would at least work correctly. When they reached the front of the hall they were all put in another line waiting for something. He heard the wooden scrape of a chair or stool and then more silence for a few moments till somebody suddenly broke out into song. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind, or perhaps in Slytherin. You'll make your real friends, those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. In some of us these qualities are much more equally given. For those that no one house can hold shall bear the crest of Merlin. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to the 4 tables and became still. Not having been able to see what had happened, Harry still figured out that they were to try on some odd hat to place them in their proper houses. If he had been able to see, he'd have noticed the curious looks passed between the teachers as the hat finished its song, and how the twinkle in the headmaster's eyes had redoubled. Potter, Harry. Harry felt the professor gently take his arm as she led him to the stool. He could hear whispers up and down the hall as everyone strained to get a better look, and the gasps as they realized he was blind. After settling himself on the stool, he felt something placed on his head, a hat so big that it rested on the bridge of his nose. A small voice said into his ear. Difficult, very difficult. You've an excellent mind, I see, and not a little bit of courage either. There's talent, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. You do well in any house, but it's your need to understand that drives you. Better be. Ravenclaw. The whole hall began to clap, but was cut short as the hat continued. Merlin's crest. Harry couldn't see it, but the entire hall had suddenly widened itself by about 15 feet. The new flagstones seeming to boil up directly out of the floor. The 4 tables were pulled apart in between the second and the third, leaving an empty space that was filled by a new table emblazoned on it was a midnight blue dragon surrounded by silver stars. One more thing, the hat said as Professor McGonagall tried fruitlessly to remove it from the boy's head. Hogwarts knows of your problem earlier with her wards. It should be more bearable now. With that, the hat released its hold on his head and he slipped from the seat. He was led to a table that seemed to have no one at it. Daring to sneak a peek with his mental sight, he realized that he could see again, even if it was still harshly bright in the room. He'd settled himself when he heard the professor begin to read off the other names. Abbott, Hannah. Moments later the girl sat on the stool, the hat on her head. There was a moment's pause. Hufflepuff. Merlin's crest, and so it went with the rest of the first years. Of them all, 10 were chosen, along with Harry, to bear Merlin's crest. Of the Hufflepuffs, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch-Fletchley and Susan Bones. From the Gryffindors, Hermione and Neville. From the Ravenclaws, Harry and Terry Boot. And from the Slytherins, Blaise Zambini, Millicent Bulstrode and Draco Malfoy. Draco's sorting hadn't gone seamlessly, however. He almost seemed to be arguing with the sorting hat before unhappily taking it off and joining his new classmates. He sat down on the other side of Harry from Hermione and plopped his head into his hands. Father is going to kill me. Everyone's attention had been drawn back to the front of the hall, where Dumbledore was currently wearing the sorting hat and having a conversation of his own. Harry took that moment to get a good look at the man for the first time. He, like some of the other items the boy had seen over times, was so full of magic that he actually seemed totally solid. Not only that, but he could see the man's clothing. After all, most clothes weren't alive or extremely magical, and it left nothing to the imagination. At least with him and the turban on the one teacher near the end of the table, they blocked off his sight and looked like clothes should. At last, removing the hat, addressed the assembled students and staff. After an extended conversation with my esteemed colleague, he began as he gestured to the headwear sitting on the stool. I would like to welcome our 5th house to the students of Hogwarts. As the sorting hat so aptly told us in his song, these students hold equal measures of all the qualities that the individual houses hold dear. All 4 heads of house will run it, and, as you can tell, each student has a sponsor house, picked because it would have been the house they'd have been sorted into otherwise. Merlin House will gain and lose points as a whole, just like any other house, but acts of individuals will not only affect their own but their sponsor house as well. He turned to his teachers and said, we will need a prefect from each house that will rotate on a weekly basis with the children. Minerva, would you be so kind as to lend us Mr. Weasley until we finish with the details? Having worked out the temporary details, he turned back to the students. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin the banquet, I'd like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. He's a bit mad, isn't he? Harry asked no one in particular. Absolutely, replied Draco. Father said he's the worst thing that ever happened to Hogwarts. I wouldn't say that, replied Hermione as food suddenly appeared on the table and Harry's mouth began to water at the aroma. He is a bit odd, but from everything I've read he's the greatest wizard of our age." They went back and forth throughout the rest of the feast that way. The food was wonderful and he truly liked his friends after he got them all to stop trying to help him eat. It was nearing the end of the meal when he was getting seconds on potatoes that a sharp pain in his forehead nearly made him drop the spoon. He raised his head and got a general sense that it was coming from the head table, off to one end. Harry tried to determine who it was, but he couldn't sort them all out. "Hermione," he said, "is anyone at the head table looking at me?" The girl glanced up, trying not to be too obvious, and answered, "Most of them are stealing glances, but Professor Snape can't seem to be able to take his eyes off of you. He doesn't look very happy about it either." Shortly the desserts were finished as well and the headmaster stood again. "Just a few last-minute announcements now that we've all been fed and watered. First-year students should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second weeks of the term. Anyone interested in playing for his or her house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Sadly, Merlin House will not be able to participate, as brooms are not allowed until your second year. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." At this everyone laughed, though from the old man's signature, Harry could tell he was deadly serious. "And now before we go to bed, let us sing the school song," cried Dumbledore. The old man gave his wand a few flicks and Harry watched as the sparks danced around it, and formed themselves into a ribbon at the tip that snaked out over the hall and formed words. "Everyone pick out your favorite tune," said the headmaster, and off we go. The crash of sound over him was crazy as everyone sang the school song to a different tune. No one but the Sorting Hat knowing of his abilities, he simply listened along with a silly grin on his face. Everyone finished the song at a different pace, with the twins last singing it to a funeral dirge. "Ah, music," said the old wizard as he wiped his eyes, "a magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime, off you trot." Dumbledore came down himself and led Percy and the Merlin house to their tower. The journey was a joy to Harry, even though the intensity of the place had given him a dull headache. He was sure this was temporary as he got used to it. To see all the moving paintings just like he had his parents' photograph was intoxicating. Newly constructed by the castle's magic in the short time since the start of the ceremony, the entryway stood on the 4th floor and behind the painting of a mounted knight. "Password," said the knight. "Queen of Hearts," said the old man loud enough to be heard by all the first years. The painting opened and they entered their common room. Inside everything was done in wood grains and forest green. To one side was a crackling fire, putting off a warm glow, and different overstuffed chairs and sofas littered the room. "Right, children," said Dumbledore, "boys' dormitories are up the stairs on your left, girls on your right. Classes start in the morning, so everyone have a good night's sleep. Neville, a word with you if I might." Harry could sense the fear coming off the boy to be summoned by the headmaster on his very first night, but as they walked into a corner it faded. Harry made it up the steps and found his dormitory without problem. With a little help from Draco he quickly mapped out the room in his head and found the entrance to the bathrooms. As he was settling into bed Neville came in oozing confidence and resolve. "What did the headmaster want, Neville?" asked Harry sleepily. "He talked to me about my mum and dad," said the chubby boy, "told me how proud they would be of me." Grinning at the other boy's happiness, Harry rolled over and wished his pet good night before falling asleep. Another chapter gone, kiddies. Fun, isn't it? As you can tell, Ron isn't really a bad guy, he just isn't very good at being a good one either. As for Hedwig, someone said that it's odd Harry can't sense him, maybe there's a reason. And finally, what's up with Dumbledore and Neville? Oh yeah, and how do you like my solution as to what house Harry would end up in? R&R, where do I belong? Blind Faith Chapter 7. The first week of classes was a disaster for Harry. While his ability to see inside the castle using his mind's eye had greatly improved, he still couldn't stand to use it for more than a couple hours at a time without developing a splitting headache. He therefore decided not to use it except during class, and then only when he needed it. He navigated the halls, grudgingly, using the help of his housemates to find his classes. It galled him to have to rely on somebody else for something so simple, as he'd always prided himself at being able to map out any place that he frequented often, even without his sight. It was a skill that had served him well whether he was at school or simply going to the local grocery store. Hogwarts, however, had stairways that led up one day and down the next. Doors appeared, disappeared or refused to open unless asked nicely or tickled in just the right spot. And he could swear that the suits of armor were moving around on him. Not having Hedwig as a constant presence on his shoulder, but after that first morning at breakfast he knew that it would be nearly impossible. Hermione had brought him down early, trying unsuccessfully to help him memorize a route to the Great Hall. As they ate, more and more of the other students and staff drifted into the hall. He couldn't help but overhear their whispered comments and felt their constant stares even without his sight. They were just finishing up when the hall was suddenly filled with dozens of owls, all carrying some parcel or another. Harry started, but Hermione put a calming hand on his shoulder and told him it was just the morning owl post. Hedwig didn't seem to know or care what the girl was saying. One moment she was on Harry's shoulder, the next he felt a jolt as she launched herself up at the smorgasbord above her. The noise above suddenly doubled and the people around them started screaming in alarm and disgust when most of the frightened owls dropped more than just their packages on the students below. It was less than an hour later that Harry was back up in his dorm room as he tried to explain to Hedwig why she couldn't go with him to his classes. "What were you thinking?" the boy asked as he rubbed her feathers. "They won't let me have you inside the school now except in the dorm." "I'm sorry, master." The Kodal rubbed her head against the boy's cheek in a blatant attempt to win some sympathy. "I know the other younglings were upsetting you with their chatter. I only wanted to take their eyes from you." "Well, you've done that," said the boy as he scratched her head. "Wasn't there any other way to do it?" "Yes, but not as fun." They were interrupted by a knock at the doorway. "Yes?" said the raven-haired boy as he quickly stood up. "Harry, said Draco, stumbling over his words, "we've got Transfiguration first up. We're 5 minutes from being late in. McGonagall seems a little too uptight to be giving any slack if we come in after the bell." Harry nodded and grabbed his bag on the way out. Draco stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at the Kodal with an odd, but unreadable expression on his face before turning and charging off after the other boy. Picking up Hermione in the common room, the three ran through the halls with Harry gripping the shoulder of Draco's robes tightly, trusting the boy not to run him into a corner or the odd suit of armor. They got through the door of the classroom and into their seats just as the final bell rung. The professor gave them each a stern look, then started her lesson. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone caught messing around will leave and not come back." Everyone was impressed as she changed her desk into a pig and back again. Harry was almost entranced as he watched the sparks of her own personal magic channeled through her arm and into the wand. As she swirled it through the air, it picked up yet more energy that coalesced at the wand's core and exited at its tip as a beautiful cone of light. The desk was swallowed by it and bent to the professor's will into the shape of the animal she wished. What interested Harry was that even though it had the form of a pig, it was still a desk. He could see its original form trying to force itself out so that it could be a desk again. Harry was excited to make his first attempt at true magic, but first the professor had them taking down lots of notes on the theories behind it. Most of it he'd already covered in his reading, so it was a bit frustrating. Eventually she had them all trying to change a matchstick into a needle. The boy picked up his wand, ready to do his first magic, and froze. He suddenly realized that the matchstick wasn't alive or innately magical to begin with. That being the case, he was having a real problem visualizing it as they were supposed to in the spell. He tried casting as they were taught and aiming in its direction, but nothing happened. He also realized that he had no idea, beyond how it felt in his fingers, what a needle should look like. He sat nearly in tears with frustration as everyone around him began attempting to cast the spell. Neville, though able to see the matchstick, was having no more luck than Harry. He would wave his wand and say the words, but something was holding his magic back. It looked to the raven-haired boy that as soon as Neville began to bring his magic to bear, he'd be overwhelmed with some unnamed fear. Hermione and Draco, on the other hand, seemed to have no problem at all. In short order, the two had differing measures of success. While the blonde had only gotten the two ends of the match to become pointy, Hermione had effected the complete transformation. Harry scrutinized her work with his sight and consoled himself that if he could figure out how to start the transformation, he would at least know what it should be like finished. After class was over, they went to herbology, and there, at least, he felt a little more in control of his situation. He spent hours at a time tending the garden back home and plants, whether magical or otherwise, seemed to flourish under his care. Defense against dark arts turned out to be a washout as well in both theory and application. Professor Quirrell was absolutely hopeless that it was embarrassing. When asked how he had dealt with a zombie he had told them of encountering, he went on about the weather. Harry also found it hard to concentrate because he would get terrible headaches in the class no matter how little he'd used his sight that day. The rest of his classes went much the same way, either he did exceedingly well or found himself stumped by his inability to see. At least he was able to keep up with his classmates in theory and bookwork, but unless he found a way to see non-magical objects, he might have to leave the school. Finally Friday came and Hermione, Draco and he were eating breakfast when Harry asked sullenly, "What do we have next?" "Potions with the Gryffindors and Slytherins," said the bushy-haired girl. "I feel for you, Potter," said Draco. "Why? Professor Snape has been giving you death glares since Hedwig pulled his little stunt during breakfast that day," the blonde replied. "Seems he didn't like having to change his robes before class." Harry sank his head down on the table. He really wished this week could be over with as soon as possible. The boy had gotten an impression that the potions master didn't like him the first night at the sorting feast, but now he'd be after him full bore. Potions class took place in the school dungeons. The air in the classrooms felt cold and close, like a tomb. But even that and the misgivings he had about the Slytherin head of house hadn't dampened his enthusiasm for potion making. At least here he didn't have to cast a spell to make magic. Professor Snape strode menacingly into the room, robes billowing like some malevolent bat's wings. This of course was all lost on Harry, as clothing had no aura. Instead he sat calmly as the professor went through roll call and paused at his name. "Harry Potter," he said, "our new celebrity." Harry could hear snickering coming from the Slytherin end of the room as the potions professor continued with his lesson. "You are to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making." Snape's voice was a whisper, yet no one had any difficulty hearing him. Like Professor McGonagall, he seemed to be able to keep a class silent without effort. Harry noticed something else in the professor's voice, however. Underneath the sneering tone he could hear the passion for his art. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the slowly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power that can bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory and even put a stopper on death." Harry listened with the rest of the class in awed silence as the man went on about his craft. He listened carefully, memorizing everything to write down later on his braille machine. He suddenly noticed that the room had gone completely quiet, save for the uncomfortable shuffling movements of the nervous students around him. Catching the quickly strengthening musky yet acrid scent of the potions master getting stronger, he focused his inner eye to see him slide up to the edge of the desk. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, "what would I get if I added powdered root to asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The boy's eyes scrunched together as he contemplated the question. He knew the properties of both ingredients, if they were to be combined in that manner. "A sleeping potion, sir," he said uncertainly, "a fairly powerful one, I think." There was a short silence as the potions master regarded him with a stony glare. "Let's try again," he said, sounding terribly irked. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry thought hard. He'd read about them somewhere, in his potions book, the section on poisons. "The stomach of a goat, sir?" he asked. "Really, Potter?" the man asked with a spiteful sneer as the Slytherins across the room continued to snicker in amusement at the boy's discomfort. "Are you absolutely sure? Then what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry glared at the man behind his glasses. It was a trick question, of course. They're one and the same. "Tut, tut, Mr. Potter. It appears that fame isn't everything. I'll have you know that while asphodel and wormwood do make a powerful sleeping potion called the Draught of the Living Death, your description of it was sloppy and incomplete. Your answer about the bezoar was sheer guesswork on your part, and you left out the other name for wolfsbane, being aconite. I find your lack of preparation, considering your disability, to be offensive and dangerous. While Dumbledore may be able to force me to have you in my class, I don't have to allow you to endanger the other students with the practical. Mr. Potter to the back of the classroom. The rest of you pair off and we'll start with the potion listed on the board." Harry was so angry he physically shook as everyone got busy with his or her assignment. The professor glided in between the desks, praising his Slytherins and punishing the Gryffindors for even the slightest infraction. Merlin House, on the other hand, with the marked exception of Harry, he had left untouched. most likely because they were new and he was unsure how taking points would affect his own house. The class drew on, and as the potions were nearing completion and Snape was complimenting Draco on how he'd stewed his slugs just right when Harry noticed that the magical weave of sparks in Neville's cauldron had gone all wrong. "Professor!" was all the time Harry had to yell before the boy's cauldron began to belch forth an acid-green smoke. Everyone moved away, but Neville was too slow. When the cauldron melted, it splattered the ruined potion all over him, causing the boy to moan in pain as he broke out in angry red boils. Snape cleaned up the mess with a wave of his wand and glared at the afflicted child. "Idiot boy. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before you took your cauldron off the fire." The boy nodded miserably and whimpered as some of the boils began to pop. "Potter!" roared Snape. "Accompany this incompetent fool to the hospital wing." The two boys left, and Harry truly felt for Neville as the boy continued to bite his lip to keep from crying with pain. Unable to stand his friend's suffering any longer, he stopped and said, "Neville, give me your hands." Taking them, Harry tried to relax back into the same state he'd been in with Dudley on his birthday. He could feel the boils on the other boy's skin as unnatural little red storms of sparks. One by one he overwhelmed them with his magic, freeing them of their taint. A wave of light-headedness swept over Harry as he finished with his friend. He stumbled backward and nearly fell when two pairs of hands gently took hold of his arms and held him up. Drunkenly focusing his sight behind him, he sensed a flustered Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy holding him up. "Harry, are you all right?" the girl asked. "Really, Potter," Draco said with a strained look on his face, "you could help a little, you weigh a ton." Neville, who had finally come out of his own stupor, quickly helped his friends get Harry to a nearby stone bench. When he sat down, the boy leaned back against the stone wall and waited for his head to stop spinning. Hermione rubbed his back while his two other friends stood on watching. "Really, Harry, you can't go around doing things like this, you'll give me a heart attack." The boy stiffened under her touch and suddenly jerked unsteadily to his feet. "What things?" he asked. "Be totally ineffectual in all my classes. Not being able to do the simplest spells. Professor Snape thinks I'm too dangerous to even be in his class. You know what, I don't even belong here." With that he pulled away from his friends and to their amazement ran, unassisted, down the corridor and out of sight. There was a few moments' pause as the remaining three stared after their friend, then Draco noticed something. Neville, weren't you supposed to be covered in boils?" "Well, another chapter finished, though I'm not ecstatic about this one, it just didn't come together like the others did. R&R. U10. You asked about Hedwig's gender. I fully intended for it to be female, and it is, but I guess the whole masculine thing about snakes had me calling her him. It's all fixed now." Athena Kitty. Wow, Harry isn't confused with the students. There's so much magic floating around him that things are hard to single out. Merlin is technically not so much its own house as it is a blending of the four main houses. The crest merely shows that Harry has just about equal amounts of all the traits the founders supported. More on that in future chapters. And yes, I misspelled Zabini. I'm going to go back and fix that one of these days. Of course, if I could get a volunteer to beta this story, it wouldn't have so many goofs by me. Hint hint. And thanks to JLHERC, Dynamo, Mischief Maiden. This is not a story file. Cool name. Wowzer Girl. Kachi. Ragnhild. Selage. Gall 1. Jajic Light Dragon. NK Odin's Wrath. Okponmaster 1. Music Star Lover. Bloodless Ace. Linky 2 and Ren Trusong. Thanks for all your kind words. Letters Home Blind Faith Chapter 8. Dear Aunt Petunia. You remember how excited I was to find that I was a wizard like my parents. Hogwarts promised to be a link to them and a whole world denied to me by their death. You objected to all this, saying how it wasn't really my world anymore and how I wouldn't fit in. Well, maybe you were right. My first week here has been horrid. Most of the spells they've taught so far are beyond me because I can't visualize the target. I'm beginning to think I'll never learn this, and I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Love, Harry. A sad and discouraged Harry Potter sat on a parapet of the astronomy tower, letting the wind ruffle his hair. Blinking back the tears that came unbidden to his eyes, he rolled the tiny scroll on which he'd written the letter to his Aunt Petunia from hand to hand. He had come here after running from his friends earlier in the corridor. Discovering this place during their astronomy lesson a couple nights before, he'd found the lonely tower peaceful and quiet place when he needed to be alone. And though he couldn't participate in the class itself as the stars themselves were invisible to him, sometimes, when the moon was full, he thought he could sense something. It was there, when he was sitting on the parapet with his feet dangling over the heights, when he felt the familiar and welcome weight of Hedwig as she settled on his shoulders. "Hello, girl," he said as he reached up to scratch her head. "How did you find me?" The Kodal coiled around the boy's neck and nuzzled his cheek. "I will always find you," she purred into his ear. Then she said quietly, "Everyone searches." "For me?" he asked. "Why? The clever one and the she have gathered your egg brothers," she said. "They fear that you are lost or hurt." Harry frowned. He was happy that his friends thought that much of him, but he hated that they were worried needlessly. He was startled out of his musings by a nearby voice. "They will, you know." The voice seemed to come out of nowhere. Both Harry and Hedwig, caught unawares, nearly jumped out of their skins. "Worry, I mean. They don't know what you can do. That you can take care of yourself. You should at least tell your friends." Harry searched desperately. Everything around him was clear as always. The magical stones of the castle were glowing with power. He could sense his own energy and ever so faintly things in the forest, but that was at the very edge of his range. Whoever this person was, he was as invisible to the boy's sight as Hedwig. "Who are you?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" "My name isn't important, but if you want, you can call me Sal." The boy heard the shuffle of feet on stone beside him and noted a faint scent of leaves and earth. "I'm just one of the custodians of the school." "Right then," Harry said finally, "so if you know all about my sight, then you know I can only see anything living or magical. Why can't I see you?" "Sorry," the man said, sounding almost embarrassed. Then the man smiled. Harry didn't need to figure it out from the tone of his voice. He could see a set of teeth suspended in midair before him. As he watched, lips formed around them, then a nose, face and head. The man continued to fade into being like some Cheshire cat until he stood completely visible before the dumbfounded boy. He wasn't a mass of sparks as the boy was used to, but looked like he would to any sighted person. He looked old, not so much as Dumbledore, but his dark hair and beard were shot through with gray. His eyes were black and had laugh lines around them. Wearing archaic emerald green robes, he leaned against the parapet beside the boy with his arms folded comfortably before him. Harry sat, stunned by the events of the past few moments, though Hedwig seemed anything but concerned as she curled back up on the boy's shoulder and went to sleep. "How?" the boy asked. Sal shook his head with a smile and made a dismissive gesture. "It's nothing. A parlor trick any wizard can learn to do if they live long enough and have the sight." "You see like me?" Harry asked. "Are you blind too, then?" "Being blind isn't necessary to have the sight, Harry. In fact, it is only wizards of the greatest potential that can develop it at all." Brightening, the boy asked, "There have been other blind wizards then?" "It's just that." "They're rare, Harry," said Sal. "Weaker wizards that don't have your ability are rarely better than squibs. You've seen yourself the troubles someone without sight can have in casting spells. The fact is you have been and still are potentially one of the greatest wizards in many generations, provided you don't give up on yourself. You're going to find that many people already believe that you will be limited greatly by your blindness. Shamefully, your headmaster already thinks of you that way, I'm afraid." The boy was silent for a moment and in a small voice he said, "What if he's right?" "Why do you say that?" "Because I can't see anything that isn't magical or alive," Harry cried out angrily. "If I can't see it then and can't visualize it and make the magic work." Sal walked behind Harry and put his hands on the boy's shoulders in a fatherly fashion. "Let me show you something," he said. The darkness around the boy seemed to waver for a moment and then suddenly he could see the tower around him, the green forest in the distance and the blue sky above. Harry choked back a sob as tears began to run down his cheeks. It's beautiful," he said as he watched the clouds float through the morning sky. "How can you do this?" "You're doing it, Harry, with my help of course." The man began to massage the boy's shoulders, releasing the tension he found there as he continued to talk. "Your senses are young, Harry. In time you'll learn to see the world around you in so many different ways, this one included. What you need to understand now is that the entire world around you is magical to some extent or another, even that silly matchstick you're carrying in your pocket. With practice, and in a place shielded from all the stronger magic around you, the ability to see the subtler shades will emerge." "What do I do then?" Harry asked. "Find a shielded classroom. There are several in the castle. Practice, and when you are able to see your matchstick you'll be ready to begin your training for real." Confused by all the man had said and a little unnerved by the whole experience, he stood up and climbed off the parapet. The greens and blues faded again into black and Harry found himself back in darkness. I've got to go, see you around. With a smile the man replied, I'll be here. Sal continued to stare after the boy with a soulful gaze long past the time Harry went through the tower door and scarcely noticed as the figure of another wizard, slightly younger and more cheerful, appeared beside him. You're helping him then? The newcomer asked. Observant as always, I see. Sal replied. It looks like I have little choice anyway if the boy is to survive what's coming. You know this is Rose's place to be doing this as much as mine. Come on you old snake, the Merlins are the responsibility of us all. Anyway, you have more invested in him than just that, and you like the idea of teaching again no matter what you say. Wrapping an arm around his thoughtful friend the man said, Come on, let's go find the girls, it scares me when they get time alone to plot. The two wizards quickly became vaporous and dispersed into the air. In moments the top of the astronomy tower was empty as if no one had ever been there. Harry had scarcely left the tower when he heard someone call his name. He recognized the voice of Justin Finch-Fletchley, the Merlin boy from Hufflepuff. Harry, where have you been? Everyone is worried sick. Reassuring the other boy that he was fine, they set off towards the Great Hall as his stomach was telling him it was past time for lunch. They were met by dozens of questions from his housemates as to where he'd been the last couple hours and if he was all right. Hermione, Neville and Draco weren't in the hall as of yet and he assumed that they were still out looking. He was quietly whispering for Hedwig, who was invisible to everyone else in the hall, to go look for them when two of the missing three came through the door. Hermione, her aura swirling with anger, and Neville, seemingly anxious about something, came towards him at barely slower than a run. As she got to him the anger boiled away to relief and worry as she and Neville sat down on either side of him. Where have you been? She whispered fiercely in his ear. Everyone has been looking for you. Harry could sense his housemates' anxiety and concern as he scanned the room. From the other tables, however, he could sense no more than the normal interest. Even at the head table, the professors seemed more interested in their afternoon meal than in him. Nobody else knows? He asked in relief. Just the Merlins, replied Neville. Hermione wanted to go to the headmaster about what happened in potions, but Draco got into it with her about leaving off on it until you had a say. He's right, I'll deal with it, said Harry. Where is Draco anyway? Hermione suddenly got very quiet and the boy could tell from her aura that she was both angry and embarrassed about something. Like I said, replied Neville, he and Hermione had words. Draco went off by himself after things became a little too intense and he got slapped. Shocked, Harry turned in Hermione's direction to ask what would anger her that much when he belatedly noticed the approach of Professor Snape approaching from the entrance to the hall. The waves of repressed rage were so intense that he was nauseated and he grabbed hold of the table to keep himself steady. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, after some discussion with the headmaster I've decided that I need to meet with you both privately after classes end today. The two of you will be at my office door at 6 o'clock sharp. The professor almost turned away but stopped. Turning his gaze back on the two boys he singled out Neville and leaned over the table until his abnormally large nose was less than an inch from the boy's own. Mr. Longbottom. When you left my classroom this morning you were covered in boils. As I just shortly came back from the hospital wing where I was informed that you never arrived, I was wondering, where are your boils? Neville looked like he was going to pass out from fear and would likely have welcomed it. Swallowing shakily and looking furtively at both Harry and Hermione he whispered back shakily, they just went away. The potions master continued to stare deeply into the boy's eyes for several more moments before standing back up and said, 10 points from Merlin for disobeying a professor. We'll talk more of your disappearing boils tonight, Longbottom. With an evil sneer at the rest of Merlin House, Professor Snape twirled in a cloud of billowing robes and stalked towards the head table. They ate the rest of their lunch in relative peace. Harry wanted to ask more of what happened between Hermione and Draco but knew that he would have to wait until a better time. As they were finishing, a school owl swooped down and dropped an envelope on the boy's plate. Harry opened the note but was disappointed to find that whoever had written it had not done so with spelled ink, nor had they cast a translation spell so that Braille would appear. He mutely handed the note over to Hermione, who began to read it. Harry, I know you get Friday afternoons off, so would you like to come and have a cup of tea with me around 3? I want to hear all about your first week. Send an answer back with Hedwig. Hagrid. Harry quickly had Hermione write a short note on the back of the letter, accepting the invitation and asked the girl to tell him when no one at the head table was looking. At her signal he held the note up and felt it snatched from his hand as the codal sprung from his shoulders and flew off. Harry. Hermione whispered anxiously, obviously full of questions. Let's go. He said simply, we'll talk about it on the way to Hagrid's house. Father, I have so much to tell you and I hardly know where to begin. Remember I told you about the blind boy I met in the robe shop? You won't believe this, but it's Harry Potter. We met up again on the train to Hogwarts and now we're friends. He has this brilliant snake. Named Hedwig. It's covered in white feathers and it has wings. You know I've never asked for anything before. Ha ha. But if you could find another one I would just love it for Christmas. He says it's called a codal if that helps any. You know the other day I saw him pretending to talk to her and hearing them hiss back and forth you'd almost think they were really talking. Sorting went a little differently than you said it would. I mean I was sorted into Slytherin but they made a new house this year called Merlin and I'm in that house as well with Harry. He was sorted into Ravenclaw. Blaise and Millicent are also in both Slytherin and Merlin and there's this other girl that's sort of attached herself to Potter. Her name is Hermione Granger and she's a mudblood but Harry likes her so I'm having to put up with her at the moment. Classes are going well, and I've made lots of friends. I've got to go now but we'll write again soon. Draco PS I want to tell you about something that happened in potions today but I have to find out more before I say anything. Draco had just come back from the owlery after sending off a letter to his father when he quite literally ran into Neville. The other boy had come running into the dorm, nearly out of breath. So unexpected was his entrance that the blonde never had a chance to react before being knocked to the floor. Pushing the chubby boy off of him he stood and brushed off his clothes as he gave the boy a scathing look. What's your problem, Longbottom? He asked. You keep running around acting like a lunatic and people will think you're mentally deficient. He made several futile swipes at his robes and continued. Look at my clothes. You've wrinkled them. Ranting on. Draco missed the stricken look that had come over Neville's face. Draco went about grumpily changing into a fresh robe, throwing the wrinkled one on his bed for the house elves to collect and turned back to Neville. So what had you running in like that anyway? Oh, said Neville, suddenly remembering the reason for his being there. Harry and Hermione just left the Great Hall on the way to Hagrid's. He asked me to come see if you wanted to go along. Draco frowned. He didn't like the idea of going to hang out with the help, but he'd seen some strange things today and wanted answers. Right then, give me a minute to change and we'll be off. Change? Exclaimed Neville. You just did that, didn't you? The blonde snorted at the other boy and held up the material of his current robe. This, he said, is for indoors. I need an outdoors robe. If we're going to Hagrid's house. Several minutes later the two boys exited the castle and found Harry and Hermione sitting on the grass nearby. The raven-haired boy had his elbows on his knees and he cradled his head between his hands. Seeing the two boys coming, Hermione touched Harry lightly on the shoulder and stood up regarding Draco with a clenched jaw. Malfoy. Granger, replied Draco, who gave Harry an odd look. What's wrong with him? Headache, said Harry. It's been kind of building up all day. He levered himself to his feet and said, all right. Let's get down to Hagrid's, maybe a little tea will help. In short order they had all arrived at Hagrid's house. It was a huge shack on the edge of the Forbidden Forest that seemed ready to blow over on a moment's notice. On impulse, Harry didn't wait for them to lead him to the door of the shack. Instead he stepped forward on his own and knocked 3 times. The door opened to reveal Hagrid standing in the doorway wearing, in addition to his normal attire, oven mitts. Come in, come in. Just getting some cakes out of the oven, all hot and fresh, fair tea. The big man led them inside where they found it to be a single room cluttered with bits of this and that. Before Harry could even register the presence, a huge shape shot across the room and tackled him to the floor and a huge boar hound sat about trying to lick the skin off his face. Hagrid, get him off. Harry wasn't scared. The dog's aura was, if anything, bursting with excitement with all the new company, but the boy also didn't want to be covered in dog spit. The half-giant was picking him up when Draco suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and began swatting at nothing in particular on his shoulders. There's something on me. There's something on me. The blonde screamed as his friends twisted and turned him, trying to find the source of his discomfort. Hearing a hissing snicker from across the room, Harry called out. Draco. Relax, it's only Hedwig. She probably landed on you because she didn't want to get slobbered on by Fang," said Hagrid. Snakes in here then, Harry? I heard they could do that." "Do what?" said a still half-panicked Draco. "What's she doing?" "She's invisible," replied Harry. "It's one of the powers that people think her kind have." "Bloody hell," said Draco as the serpent suddenly reappeared and began to give his cheek feather kisses with her tongue. "Some warning next time, all right? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Things calmed down and Hagrid served them all tea and his rock cakes. Harry liked it here. For all its size, the room felt cozy and while not magic-free was much more bearable than inside the castle. He was half listening to Hermione when he noticed a paper sitting under a nearby table detailing the investigation to a break-in at Gringotts on July 31st. He desperately wanted to read the article but knew it would look odd for him to be picking up a paper being blind. Debating his options and remembering the conversation he'd had with Sal earlier, he came to a decision. "Hagrid," he said, "I know it's a bit rude but do you think we could borrow your shack for a few minutes? I needed to talk to my friends and it seems like we're never alone at the castle." "Course, Harry," the big man said. "Go right ahead." Hagrid sat for a few moments as Harry silently waited. "Oh," he said, suddenly understanding, got some stuff to do outside. Back in a bit." The huge groundskeeper made a production of gathering up some tools and called his hound after him as he went out the door. Alone at last, Harry gathered his thoughts and said to his friends, "I have something to tell you all. You underestimate how much Snape truly hated James. It doesn't matter what Harry says or does. The sheer fact of James being his father is all the man needs to fuel his hate." Wowzergirl. "Nope, he's not running away, yet." Elmil 123. You might have noticed that Dumbledore isn't really giving Harry his full attention, but not to worry, he will be getting appropriate teaching from someone. And yes, given time, Harry will probably notice a difference in the rat, but not being in the same house makes their contact very limited. Oh, and someone mentioned a couple chapters back that they thought I was basing Hedwig on some creature from Fantastic Beasts, but actually the Codal is based loosely on a Central American, Aztec I believe, religion. Quetzalcoatl, or the plumed serpent, was their god of wisdom and the wind. Athenakiti. Thanks for offering to beta, but I just get so anxious to publish a chapter when I finish I can't wait for someone to correct it. If you're still interested, I'd gladly send you the chapter anyway so I can revise it later. Thanks again and be sure to R&R. The Dual Blind Faith Chapter 9. I have something to tell you. Harry and his friends had come to Hagrid's hut earlier to visit with the huge man and tell him of their first week at school. While there he had come to a decision that he had been debating since his encounter with the odd custodian earlier that day. Taking a moment to heave a calming breath and gather his thoughts, he began. "You might remember I told you about losing my sight when I was 4, he said. "After that I lived in total darkness and understood what the doctors had told me. I'd not be able to see anything ever again. I believed that until right around my 8th birthday when I started seeing things. To me they looked like clouds of swirling sparks and I thought perhaps this meant my eyes were somehow getting better. The problem was that it wasn't strong light or anything like that when I'd see them, but when I was around other people." "Auras," said Hermione. "You can somehow see auras." Draco turned a bit pink and asked sharply, "So you've been able to see all this time and been faking it?" Sensing the anger building in his friend, Harry quickly explained. "It's not like that," he said desperately. "I know where you are and a little bit of what you're feeling. Also, like today with Neville and the cut you have on your left wrist." The blond boy covered his arm with a look of surprise. "I can tell if you're hurt. I later found out I can sense anything living if I concentrate. Recently I discovered that I can see magic as well, though since I've come to school it's been more a curse than blessing." Harry went on to explain to his friends about his sight and how Hogwarts magic was affecting it. He explained about the headaches and his own shortcomings regarding spells being taught to them all. Finally Harry told them of the encounter he had in the astronomy tower earlier that day and of the things he'd been told. He found it quite odd, however, when Hermione asked the name of the man who'd talked to him, and for the life of him, he couldn't remember it. "So to sum this all up," said Draco, "you meet some loony old coot in the astronomy tower who fed you a load of codswallop about your magic and how to use it, and you trust him just like that." "I just had a feeling he was all right." The blond boy snorted and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed with a disgusted look on his face. "How bloody Gryffindor of you." "What made you tell us now?" asked Neville. When I talked to that custodian today, he replied, I realized he was right. Apart from you three, I've only told one person about my site before this, and that was only a few weeks ago, though I believe she suspected something about it for some time. Well, now we know, put in Hermione, so how can we help? Research. Harry smiled to himself as Hermione's aura brightened at the prospect as both Neville's and Draco's heads hit the table with a dull thump. It's not that bad. There are supposed to be some classrooms in the castle that are insulated from outside magic. Outside finding out where they are, I also need to find anything on people before me who could see auras as well as whatever there is on blind wizards. That's all then, snapped Draco, still upset from before. No shining your shoes for you or folding clothes. Harry felt a welling of anger at the other boy's words, but before he could say anything the door to the cabin swung open. Sorry everyone, but the headmaster has me running an errand fair him in just a bit, so's I'm goin' tear ask ye tear be headin' on back up to the castle now. The friends all wished Hagrid well as they began their journey back up to the school. As they went, Harry couldn't help but feel he'd somehow alienated Draco by keeping secrets. Not wanting to leave anything between them that could fester, he stopped the blonde boy and asked him to wait a moment with him before heading on up to the castle. Listen, he said when they were alone, I know that I should have said something sooner, but I just wanted to be careful. You understand that, right? Grudgingly, Draco nodded. Yeah, I guess. Taking Draco's injured hand in his, he said, I can help you with this. I found out this summer that sometimes I can heal someone when they've been hurt. I did it once before with my cousin and again with Neville. Now I'd like to help you. It's recent, happened this morning. The family owl scratched me when I posted a letter to my father, said Draco. It's nothing really, just a flesh wound. Harry's face split into a mad grin at the boy's words. They brought to mind a day just the year before when his aunt had broken down and rented a video to watch on the telly. It had been some farce about King Arthur that Petunia had tried, unsuccessfully for the most part, to describe for him as it played out. One scene had involved a not quite epic duel between the character of Arthur and the Black Knight. In the process of the battle, the knight had lost all of his limbs, constantly proclaiming that, it's just a flesh wound. Poor Petunia had to put up with months of Harry repeating that line whenever he got so much as a scratch. Shaking his head to clear it of the images of the video, he centered his concentration on the other boy's injury. His senses told him that it was indeed shallow and would heal just fine on its own. Since he had Draco here already, he'd spend the few moments necessary to repair the boy's skin. The power seemed to come to Harry's call much quicker this time than he remembered. As for Draco, he gasped as a warm tingling sensation rushed through his arm but didn't move it. He trusted the other boy and allowed him to continue what he was doing. Soon enough Harry was finished and released the completely repaired wrist. The blonde boy rubbed the area where the wound was gone and saw that not even a small scar remained and looked up to Harry's face as the boy tugged on his robes. Come on, said Harry, we have to catch up to the others. Later on that evening, Harry and Neville found themselves outside the potions classroom with minutes to spare. They stood uncomfortably outside the door, unsure if they were supposed to wait for the professor, knock or just go in. Suddenly the door swung open to reveal the potions master glaring down at them. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, were you planning on standing at the door the entire night? Get in here. Snape turned, his robes billowing behind him, and the two boys followed into the dimly lit classroom. Longbottom, he said, help Potter find his seat at the front row workstation to the right of my desk, then take the one to its left. The potions master waited with an inscrutable expression on his face as the two boys took their seats and began. The two of you are the most inept and dangerous students among my first years, perhaps in my entire experience teaching this class. Were it up to me, neither of you would again darken the door of this classroom. The headmaster, however, has asked that I waste more of my valuable time attempting to teach you proper potion making. Potter, he said with a sneer, this will likely be the last time you are here. I have agreed to allow you one chance to prove yourself to me. When you fail, I will remove you from my class and have you placed in something less challenging. You both will be attempting the same boil removal potion from this morning, and Mr. Longbottom, I'll be supervising your attempt personally. Then leaning back on the desk and crossing his arms, he said, go collect the necessary components and begin. Harry followed Neville and slowly gathered his supplies. He wasn't able to read the labels, none of them had a translation charm on them, but that was the entire reason he bought samples of the common potion's ingredients when he'd gone to Diagon Alley. By scent alone he'd gathered a couple of the ingredients before turning to his friend. "HSST, Neville," he whispered. "How are they all arranged?" Alphabetically I think," the boy replied. Knowing that, Harry made quick work of gathering all of the necessary ingredients for his potion. Returning to his desk, he organized all of his tools and components so that he'd know their location by touch and opened his inner eye for the first time since that afternoon. He'd held off using it as much as he could because the headache from that morning was somewhat better, but still there in a 2-hour class with Snape would cause a headache all its own. He went about preparing the potion just as the professor had asked. As his inner eye came into focus, he could sense Neville at his desk shaking with fear while Snape stood over him nearly snarling with irritation. "Mr. Potter," said the potion's master suddenly, "quit standing around and continue preparing your potion, unless you're unable." Harry quickly got to work stewing slugs and grinding snake fangs. He ignored the professor's steady barrage of insults because he was finally back in his element. He'd been right when he'd first read the potion's text. It was much like cooking, except for the part about the recipe exploding when something was done wrong. Harry found that preparing potions was, if anything, easier because as he brewed it the liquid was becoming magical and he could see a beautiful pattern emerging in its signature. After an hour of tense preparation where Snape would either yell at Neville for some mistake, or bark questions at Harry during a delicate part of the process in an attempt to throw the boy off, he finished his potion and studied its patterns as he set it aside to cool. It was nearly perfect except, instinctively he placed a hand on the rim of the cauldron and extended his own magic into the liquid, much as he did for healing. Using his ability he completed the pattern where he thought necessary until it felt right, then pulled back. Casting his attention towards Snape, he was happy to see that the potion's master hadn't noticed this last bit, as the man was busy grading potions assignments from earlier in the day. Harry's attention was suddenly turned towards Neville as he heard the dry sound of porcupine quills being picked up. "Neville," he said in a stage whisper, "Neville, remember this morning, take the potion off the fire before you add the quills." "Oh, right Harry, thanks." The boy wasn't all that sure his advice would do any good, however. From the smell and odd aura around it, the potion would probably do anything but cure boils no matter what was done now. He snapped his head back towards the front of the room as Snape suddenly spoke. "Mr. Potter," said the professor irritably, "if you can't continue with your potion, please refrain from distracting Mr. Longbottom when he is so diligently trying to yet again blow up my laboratory." "But sir," he replied, "I've just finished. I'm waiting for it to cool before I put it in a vial." Professor Snape snorted in derision and strode towards the desk. Harry waited quietly as the professor's aura shifted from anger and impatience to astonishment. "Where did you get this potion?" he asked. "It was in your bag, wasn't it?" "I made it, sir," Harry replied angrily. "You were right there." Neville chose that very moment to melt his second cauldron of the day. His experience earlier had honed his reflexes and he quickly stepped away from the growing mess before he could be splashed. Heaving a great sigh, the potion's master looked tiredly at Neville and said, "Mr. Longbottom, I think that will be quite enough damage for one day. I expect to have 2 feet of parchment from you on the proper preparation of boil removal potion on my desk Monday. 4. Now, just get out of my sight." Turning back to Harry, he continued, "And you, Mr. Potter, will be going nowhere. You will re-brew this potion under my eye." Neville fled the classroom as if demons were chasing him, leaving Harry with Snape as he set his table up to brew the potion again. Snape took his original cauldron to his desk and replaced it with one of his own. Over the next hour and one half Harry made the potion with Snape following the boy's every move from collecting the components to the final cooling process at the end. After finishing cleanup at his workstation and gathering his things, he went to stand before Snape's desk. The man's aura showed no real change in his overall regard for the boy, but there were some new feelings mixed in as well, though Harry was having a time figuring what they were. "You will continue to attend regular classes with your friends but not participate in the practical," the potion's master said as he studied the 6 stoppered vials gathered from his second attempt. Harry was angry and almost said something he'd regret until Snape cut him off. "You show some promise in the brewing of potions. Therefore you will meet with me after classes every Wednesday and Friday for your practical exercise. Now please leave, as I've spent far more time with you idiot children than I can stand." Harry left the classroom both happy and frustrated. Potions making was everything he could have hoped for. It was exacting and really pushed the limits of his skill to do it properly. Now, though, he would have to put up being alone with that git for hours at a time. Stopping at an intersection, he realized that he'd been walking without paying attention to where he was going. He'd instinctively closed his inner eye on leaving Snape's classroom, and now he wasn't really sure exactly where he was. The boy thought he'd heard the scrape of a shoe nearby and became a bit uneasy, as the other person hadn't said anything beforehand. He tried to open his inner eye, but his headache returned with jackhammer force, seemingly almost before he'd opened his senses. Harry wavered unsteadily on his feet and almost fell when several things happened at once. The pain in his head suddenly redoubled in intensity. The scent of garlic became overpowering and a hand wrapped itself around his upper arm. "Mr. P. Potter. W. What has you out this late?" Only feeling slightly relieved that it was only Professor Quirrell, he answered, "I had a late class with Professor Snape," said the boy with a grimace. Even with his inner eye closed, the headache was becoming more fierce. It seemed to be centered around his scar now for some reason though. "Listen," he said, "I'm not really feeling all that well. I'll see you in defense on Monday, right?" Rather than let the boy go, Professor Quirrell's grip only seemed to tighten. "If you're not feeling well, come to my office. I have something that will fix you up right." Through the haze of pain, Harry knew something was wrong in what the man had just said, but he couldn't place it. He began to stumble. After Quirrell, as the man pulled him incessantly along until a flutter of wings and an angry hiss stopped them both. "Hedwig," he whispered in relief as the unwanted hand disappeared from his arm. Seconds later he felt the welcome weight of his closest friends as she settled on his shoulders, and the sound of a familiar set of footsteps could be heard clattering rapidly down the hall. "Stupid snake." Draco came around the corner in his dressing gown, muttering angrily to himself. "Wake me up in the middle of the night, will she? When I find her." He stopped short, seeing his friend for the first time. "Harry, there you are. Neville came back hours ago and Granger is worried sick." "Oh, good evening, Professor. I see you found Harry as well." Why, yes. Now that your age. Here, I'll be on my way." The professor nodded nervously to them both and departed down the hall. "You all right, Harry?" asked the blonde as he took the other boy's arm to steady him. "You don't look so good." "Headache, not to worry, it's letting up some," Harry said, looking thoughtfully after Quirrell as the pain behind his scar seemed to bleed away to nothing. "Come on, let's get back to the dorms, I'm knackered." The new week started with little change from before. Hermione and Draco were still mad at each other, and Neville now had to do remedial potions with Snape every evening. Harry was still having problems in most of his classes, but it wasn't as frustrating because at least now he understood why. He'd even gotten Hermione and Draco to be civil with each other long enough to help him do some research in the library. After days of searching, they'd had little success, however. It seemed there were no listings anywhere in the available books about magically shielded rooms in the castle. "Well, at least there's one good thing, Harry," said Draco as they all sat at a table in the library. "Tomorrow's Thursday." "What's so good about Thursday?" the boy asked, puzzled. "Flying lessons," replied the blonde with a huge grin on his face. Both Harry and Hermione dropped their heads to the table in despair. Hermione had been futilely reading every book she could get her hands on in an attempt to be prepared for the class, and Harry only saw it as another subject where he would look useless. Morning found them in the great hall eating breakfast as the owl post came through. Harry was reading another letter from Petunia describing Dudley's progress when Neville held up a glass ball from his package. "What do you have there, Neville?" asked Hermione. "It's a remember all, my gran sent it." Draco impulsively reached out and grabbed it from the other boy's hand. "Look, it's already glowing red, reminding you to hide from Professor Snape?" Draco was suddenly shoved violently from behind, knocking the ball out of his H and into Harry's. He'd casually reached out his hand as the ball went in the air and snagged it without even thinking. The blonde boy jumped up and turned to face his attacker, a very red-haired and faced Ronald Weasley. "What the bloody hell did you do that for?" he asked heatedly. "Give it back, Malfoy." "Give what back, you bloody ass?" Draco snarled with clenched fists. Both boys looked ready to begin swinging on each other, and Harry was starting to get up to intervene when Professor McGonagall swept up to the table. "What's going on here?" she asked sternly as she interposed herself between the two boys. "Professor," said Ron, "Malfoy took Neville's remember all." The woman turned to see Neville holding the ball in question with an almost guilty look on his face. Harry had just passed it back to him as the professor had begun questioning the students. Turning back to the Weasley boy with an almost angry gleam in her eye, she said, "Mr. Weasley, please see me in my office after classes have finished today." "But, no buts, Mr. Weasley," she admonished, "now return to your table." Turning back to the friends seated at the Merlin table, she said in a more reasonable tone, "Mr. Potter, you've been excused from flying lessons today. Instead, please report to Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing for that period." Feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, yet somehow also disappointed at the same time, he finished his meal and accepted Hermione's offer to walk with him to the infirmary. As they got up and passed near the Gryffindors clustered around their table, he heard the angry voice of Ron Weasley as he told his housemates about what had just happened. 45 minutes later found Harry sitting in Pomfrey's office as she ran yet another test on his eyes. She started the moment he'd arrived, performing multiple tests and having him try to remember every cough and skinned knee since the day he'd been born. She'd just begun another round of tests when the infirmary doors burst open to admit Madame Hooch and a moaning Neville Longbottom. "Poppy," said the professor, "a little help if you please." The lad couldn't stay on his broom and broke his wrist. Harry followed as the woman examined Neville and went to the back with the professor to retrieve a potion. Going up to his friend and taking the injured wrist in his hand, he asked, "What happened?" "Nev? It's so odd. The broom just seemed to take off with me. I know I'm not the best flyer, but I couldn't get it to do anything I wanted. It's almost like somebody else was controlling it." The boy suddenly sighed with relief. "Whatever you're doing with my wrist, Harry, don't stop. It's feeling loads better." Harry had been using the time Neville described his failed flying lesson to repair the damaged bone and tissue in his wrist. The flesh had been easy. He'd done harder work with Draco's cut the previous weekend. It was the bone that had him sweating. It was hard and didn't want to heal easily, but the boy marshaled his strength and made it happen. The magic came to him so readily this time that he was a bit shocked when it was finished and the familiar, drained feeling washed over him. Harry realized that he might have overdone it with the bone when his legs started feeling a bit wobbly underneath him. Neville," he said weakly as he stumbled into the other boy's arms. The chubby boy let out a startled squawk as Harry fairly collapsed in front of him. Moments later, the two witches were running back into the room and lifting the raven-haired boy onto a bed. "What happened?" demanded Poppy of Neville. The boy, too shocked to even think of lying, said, "He fixed my wrist and just passed out." "Fixed your wrist?" she said with an odd look in her eye. "Let me see." Harry woke to the sound of a feminine voice using some rather unfeminine language. Whoever it was, from the sound of it, was swinging a broom crazily about at some object. A snickering hiss soon told him the identity of the intruder. Smiling and sitting up in the bed, he realized he was in the infirmary, though by the grumbling in his stomach he knew that he'd been here much longer than he'd planned. He was brought back to the rapidly declining situation in by the crash of something being swept off a table. "Hedwig," he said, "come here, girl." Seconds later he felt a welcome weight settle on his shoulders. "Mr. Potter, I see you're awake," she said as she passed her wand over him. "Fully rested, I see. It seems that you have talent as a natural healer, and if you're interested, I'd like you to consider taking an additional class with me to develop your gift." Flashing a genuine smile at the woman, he readily agreed and was soon on his way back to the Merlin dorms with Madame Pomfrey's voice following him down the hall, warning to never again let the animal anywhere near her infirmary. Using his sight, he quickly navigated back to Merlin House and stood before the knight. "Harry," the portrait said with relief, "your housemates have been worried sick about you. You are all right." Then, "Fine, Sir Percival. Could you open up, please? I've had a really long day." Entering the common room, he found Draco and Hermione standing, each glaring at the other with animosity. "What?" Harry asked tiredly, wondering if he even wanted to know. "Harry," said the girl, "Draco and Ron Weasley got in a terrible row after Neville hurt himself. Draco challenged him to a wizard's duel at midnight." "What could he have done for you to do that?" he asked the blonde. Draco and Hermione looked uneasily to each other, then back to Harry. "Nothing really, and it's not like I'm actually going. So let's just forget about it and go to bed." "Tell him the rest," said Hermione. "What rest?" asked Harry. Well, you see," said Draco uneasily, "I might have mentioned to someone that students would be out of bed and in the trophy room when Filch might have been close enough to hear." Harry stood silent for a moment, then turned back towards the entrance. "Where are you going?" the blonde asked in alarm. "To keep Weasley from being expelled for your fun," Harry replied over his shoulder hotly. Harry hadn't gotten more than 20 feet down the corridor before he heard and felt both Hermione and Draco coming after him. They made quick progress to the trophy room and spotted Ron pacing nervously all by himself. Hearing them enter, he looked up and, half fearful and defiant, he raised his wand to a ready stance. "Let's get this over with," he said shakily. "Duel's off," said Harry. "Filch got word about it somehow. We're getting out of here." They'd taken just a couple steps towards the door when they heard Filch's voice. "They're nearby, Ms. Norris. I can feel it." As one, they all wheeled about and ran out the other door and down the corridor, only to run into Peeves flitting about and snickering. "What's this? Ickle firsties out of bed after hours. Would be horrible if Mr. Filch caught you." "Yes. Yes, it would, Peeves," said Harry. "Please don't tell him." "Just get out of our way," said Ron, taking an ineffectual swing at the poltergeist. Which, of course, was the wrong thing to do. Look firsties out of bed." Scrambling wildly, they all ran to the nearest door, which was locked. "We're caught," moaned Draco. "My father will kill me." "Get out of the way," said Hermione as she waved her wand at the door. "Alohomora." The door swung open and everyone jumped in and closed it as Filch came running into the corridor. "Peeves. Where did they go?" I'm not telling you nothing unless you say please. Just tell me where they went," shouted the caretaker. "Nope. All right, please." "Nothing? I said I wouldn't say nothing until you said please. Ha ha ha." "Peeves." Everyone continued listening at the door as the voices faded except Harry. His mind's eye could see in all directions at once, and he was finding what was going on behind them of much more concern than anything going on in the corridor. Guys. I think we should be getting out of here," he said softly. "Not yet, Harry," said Hermione. "I think they're still out there." Wordlessly, Harry grabbed the girl by her shoulders and turned her around. Eyes wide with fear, she said, "You're right, we should be going." It was then Ron and Draco both turned to find out what could be so bad in the room and saw a giant three-headed dog with rolling eyes and sharp fangs slowly stalking towards the four. Screaming as one, they charged back out the door and slammed it behind them. Minutes later, Harry, Hermione and Draco entered their common room, having left Ron at the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower. "Father was right, Dumbledore is bloody insane," said Draco. "Who would keep a monster like that in a school?" "It's not that, but what it's guarding," said Hermione. "What are you talking about?" asked Draco. "Didn't you see what it was standing on? There was a trap door." "I couldn't see anything," said Harry, "just the dog. Ah, bloody hell." "What?" his friends asked as one. "What's wrong?" "I think I found one of the shielded rooms," he said with a moan. "Don't worry, mate," said Draco. "We found this one, we'll find the others." "You need to stop," said Hermione. "Running around after curfew, getting into fights, keep it up and you'll get yourself killed, or worse, expelled." The boys stood together in the common room as she stormed up the stairs, waiting till they heard her door slam to burst into gales of laughter. "Thanks everyone for waiting. This chapter's taken longer, but it is longer and I've taken my time because I've pushed out so many chapters the last few weeks. Now on to the review response. Wowzergirl. Wouldn't you like to know Athena Kitty? Always did, maybe, and yes Gall one. Time will tell. Dave Jarek. Yes I did. Murdoch. Dude, they're 11. Ren Trusong. You can expect some growth from Severus in the chapters to come, maybe. Music Star Lover. Made sense to me too. Molly Morrison. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not on the computer nearly enough. Thanks everyone for reviewing. I love the support and your suggestions do help in the writing. Oh, and the next chapter might take a little longer as I'm starting to write notes towards the beginning of Druid's Apprentice. PS. R&R. Thanks. Runaway Blind Faith Chapter 10. It was 3 very sleepy members of Merlin House that joined Neville for breakfast the next morning. "What happened last night?" the chubby boy asked quietly. "When I came down to the common room you were all gone and nobody had returned by bedtime." "We had to go fix a mistake," said Harry diplomatically as possible. "Sorry about worrying you, but we got back really late." Being Friday, they only had double potions to look forward to and then would have the weekend to talk about what they'd seen the night before. They ate their meal in relative silence until Draco felt a touch on his shoulder. The memories of the day before and their little night jaunt had him a bit tense, which made him physically jump at the contact. He blushed slightly and turned to see whom it was. "What do you want?" he said as he matched the sour-faced look from Ron Weasley. "I don't like you," began the redhead, "and I meant what I said yesterday in class." Draco reddened further and made as if to stand, but Ron raised his hands in surrender and continued quickly. "It's just that I had to thank you for getting me out of there last night. If I'd been caught, the twins would never let me live it down and Mum would kill me." "It was nothing," said Harry quickly, knowing Draco wouldn't have been as kind. "You'd have done the same thing if it was reversed. Sit down and have some breakfast with us." Grudgingly, and with more than a little apprehension, the red-headed boy sat with the Merlins, though he had little problem heaping his plate from their table. They ate and made idle chat until the owl post came and Hermione, at a slight gesture from Harry, began reading an article from her issue of the Daily Prophet aloud. Gringotts break-in still under investigation. Ministry Aurors are still investigating the July 31st break-in of Vault 713 at the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. While the identity of the person or persons involved are still not known, reliable sources inside Gringotts assure us that though the vault had been opened by the perpetrators, nothing of value had been taken as it had been emptied earlier that day. "Vault 713, said Harry quietly, "that was the business for Dumbledore, that Hagrid was talking about the day he took me for my school things. He's the one who emptied the vault." "Well, whatever he took," said Draco, leaning in to keep their conversation quiet, "it has to be incredibly valuable for someone to risk the curses the goblins keep on those vaults." "I don't know about valuable," answered Harry. "I mean, after all, whatever he took fit inside the pocket of his coat." "This is Hagrid you're talking about, Harry," said Ron through a mouth full of eggs. "He could tuck a large goat in there and probably lose it." "Well, whatever it is," put in Hermione, "at least we know where it is." "And how would you know something like that?" asked the redhead. "If you'd quit chewing with your brain and think about it, Weasel," said Draco. "We know the oaf was on business for the headmaster and he retrieved something valuable enough for someone risking breaking into Gringotts to get it. Where else would he bring it but Hogwarts? And more exactly," added Harry, "whatever it is, it's likely beyond that trapdoor under the three-headed dog. The only question is, what could be worth that kind of protection?" The five of them kicked around several ideas and really got nowhere until it was time to head down for their double potions class. They arrived with time to spare, and Harry, after stowing his books by the seat he'd been assigned by Snape in the back, stood up by his friends talking until the door burst open and the potions master appeared. "Mr. Potter," he said with a look of disgust, "return to your seat. 5 points will be taken from Merlin House for your wandering." Snape quickly went through a thorough lecture on the assignment for that day, a potion that would double a person's strength for a short time. Harry listened distractedly, having done this particular assignment and brewed the potion on Wednesday under Snape's unwavering eye and barrage of questions. When the question and answer portion of the lecture came, the potion's master seemed to pointedly ignore both Harry and Hermione's hands as he harangued the class for answers. Frustrated, after having his hand up so long that he'd actually developed a cramp, he stood and said, "Professor, please." "Mr. Potter," said Snape snidely, 20 points from Merlin House and detention with me after your remedial potions session for interrupting my class. Now what is so important that you have to dance around my class like a fool?" Snickers broke out on the Slytherin side of the room and Harry's face turned beet red with anger at the draconian punishment given by the professor. Foregoing his answer, he sat back down and fumed at his desk, fist clenched and muttering curses under his breath. "That's it, Potter," said the potions master heatedly. "If you cannot contain yourself in my class, please seat yourself in my office until the period has ended. Go." Harry got up, shoving his books into his bag, and navigated across the room towards the office while slamming his cane against the desks ahead of him so forcefully that it was a wonder neither it nor the desks were broken. Finding the door, he went in and threw himself in the first chair he was able to find. Several minutes later he was still supremely angry when the professor stormed in and slammed the door closed. "Just what do you think you were doing out there, Potter? Trying to answer the question?" the boy snapped back. "If I don't call on you, I expect you to remain in your seat and silent during my class. Is that understood, you spoiled little brat? Do you think you have special dispensation to act any way you please just because you're blind? I couldn't really care any less. Now you will stay in my office until the class is over and then we will go see the headmaster about your insubordination." Not giving Harry a chance to answer, Snape turned and went back into his classroom, leaving Harry alone in the room. The boy was so frustrated he wanted to scream and nearly did so when Hedwig suddenly appeared on his shoulder. "The master is distressed," she said as she rubbed herself against his ear. "Oh Hedwig," he said, nearly in tears. "Right now I wish I was anywhere else in the world, just so it's far from here." The snake let out a long, low hiss and Harry suddenly felt a wave of dizziness come over him. He felt himself being lifted up off of the chair and then, nothing. Professor Snape stood before the door to his office at the end of class, kicking himself for his earlier words. Regardless of the fact that he was James Potter's son, the boy was brilliant in potions and had a natural ability that eclipsed even his own. He'd only wanted the boy to realize that he hadn't chosen him to answer any questions because the other students were already relying on Harry to think for them in that part of the class and wouldn't even try if they knew the boy would answer for them. Heaving a great sigh and desperately trying to think of a way to mend the situation, he opened the door to an empty room. Harry came back to his senses to find himself sitting on a grassy surface and leaning against a tree with a soft breeze ruffling his hair. "Hedwig," he said, "where are we and what happened?" "The forest, my master," came the Kotal's sleepy voice from the ground beside him. "The other place was causing you pain and I brought you here." "Brought me here? How?" "I must sleep now, my master. Brining you was very hard." With that the serpent rustled her feathers once and was silent. "Hedwig. Hedwig." The boy reached frantically to find his silent friend and gasped when he did as she was so still. After a few moments he was able to feel her breathing and relaxed a bit. Feeling a chill in the air, the boy wrapped his robes around him a little tighter and settled in to wait for his pet to awaken again. Back at the school, pandemonium reigned. It had been several hours since Harry's disappearance from Snape's office and a thorough search of the castle and grounds had proved fruitless. The potions master was cursing both himself and the boy over this fiasco. Harry for running away and himself for overreacting the way he had and pushing him away. Now he and the other professors were waiting in the staff room for the arrival of Harry's aunt. She'd been called through Mrs. Figg the moment they'd realized that the boy was no longer in the castle. Dumbledore had flew her straight to his office to explain the situation before she came to meet with the staff. "Really," said Professor Flitwick, "we should be out looking for the boy, not waiting for some distant family member." "Hush, Phileas," answered McGonagall quietly. "Petunia Dursley and her son are all the family that Harry has left." The opening of the door interrupted their conversations. Through it came the headmaster, preceded by a thin, blonde-haired woman whose face was lined by years of worry and sorrow, though at the moment it was looking quite feral. Giving them all a scathing glare, she asked over her shoulder, "Which one is he?" Snape blanched as the headmaster sheepishly pointed him out and said, "This is our potions master, Severus Snape." The potions professor felt himself trapped under the jade-green gaze of this woman whose eyes reminded him so much of Lily. In a steely voice she said, "Everyone else out." The other professors moved en masse towards the door. It was as if Voldemort himself had appeared in the room and they all wanted no part of what was to come. Snape turned a pleading eye to the headmaster, begging for some form of assistance, but only received a helpless shrug in return as Dumbledore stepped out last and closed the door, leaving him alone with Petunia Dursley. In the hallway outside, the headmaster was busy dividing the teachers into groups of 2 for their search of the forest. Through the door, however, they could hear the conversation between Harry's aunt and the potions master begin to escalate quickly into a shouting match. After one particularly nasty-sounding comment from Snape, there was a short silence that was soon broken by the unmistakable sound of a hand striking flesh. The professors all jumped as one at the sound, and even Dumbledore turned as if debating whether he should intervene when they heard Snape roar like a wounded animal, followed by several more slaps and a loud, hollow cracking sound. Now thoroughly alarmed and cursing himself for not stepping in sooner, the headmaster reached for the door only to have it open of its own accord. Standing in the doorway was a flushed and very determined Petunia. "I'll be going with you to find my nephew," she said, leaving no room for argument. "If someone could please find me the proper clothes." Professor McGonagall stepped forward and took her hand. "Please, dear, if you'll follow me." Dumbledore, slipping back into the room and closing the door, turned to find Professor Snape leaning against the window breathing heavily. "Are you all right, Severus?" Noticing Albus' presence for the first time, Snape sighed and turned to face the room. Truth be told, Dumbledore thought to himself, he'd seen the man look worse, though Petunia had done a bang-up job. The entire left side of Severus' face was red and blotchy. His lips were puffy and trickling blood. His eye was swollen and darkening as the headmaster watched, and from the looks of it, the man's oversized nose might very well be broken. "I regret, Snape," said through swollen lips, "that I will not be able to participate in the search this afternoon. I would however request that you allow me to flow to Diagon Alley sometime this weekend before classes resume on Monday." "Of course, Severus, but might I ask why?" Grimacing, Snape replied, "A personal matter." Nodding, though not really understanding the need, the headmaster retreated back out the door to help in the search. Snape heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a little better at least that Dumbledore hadn't noticed the 2 broken pieces of a wand burning merrily on the fire. Harry was cold. It had been hours since Hedwig had brought them here and she was still sound asleep. He could tell by the steady drop in temperature and the increased noise around him that night was falling rapidly. The boy felt half tempted to just pick up his pet, wrap her around him and try walking out of there, but the problem was he really didn't know where he was or in what direction the school lay. Using his senses, he could only see the trees around him and some of the creatures when they came close enough. This meant that he was far enough away from the castle that even its intense magic was invisible to him. He also knew that without warmer clothes or a fire he would be in for a miserable night. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts by a sound off to the right. It sounded kind of like a snort, but very deep. He could also sense a faint glow of magic just beyond the trees as well. A bit afraid but curious as well, the boy extended his cane and began feeling his way towards the sound. As he got closer, he decided that whatever it was sounded lots like a horse. Creeping through some bushes, he came into a small clearing where a mare was nursing her colt. The boy was thunderstruck at the beauty of their auras. The sparks were tightly packed and silvery, flowing over the creatures' bodies like quicksilver. They were supremely regal and Harry knew he was in love with them. From the end of their tails to the tips of their horns, these were unicorns. Harry had tried to remain silent, but the mother seemed to know he was there anyhow. Seeing him for the first time, she put her body in front of her colt and advanced on Harry with her horn leading the way. Alarmed by her aggressive action, he stumbled backward and fell into the thicket he just climbed through. The nettles tangled with his robes, effectively holding him down as the mare approached him menacingly. His heart hammering inside his chest, Harry tried not to breathe as the beast investigated him from head to toe. At last, satisfied that the boy was no threat to her young, she backed up with a nod of her great head and gave room for Harry to stand. Struggling back to his feet, he was unsure what he should do until the beast waved its head again, this time in a way that he was sure she was calling him over. Stepping forward slowly, the boy reached out and touched the unicorn's shimmering hide. Her coat was warm and soft, drawing Harry in to lay his cheek against her flank. Lost in her warmth, he stood for untold minutes until finally he pulled himself back with a sigh. "Thank you. I'd love to spend the rest of the night like this, but I'm lost. I have to find a way to get back to Hogwarts." The unicorn whickered quietly, took the boy's robes in her teeth and began pulling him in one particular direction. "You know the way, don't you?" he said, in realization. "You'll take me there?" Again the beast nodded its head in the affirmative. "Brilliant," Harry said excitedly. "Wait 1 second while I go get my pet." Scrambling back through the thicket, he found Hedwig laying exactly where he'd left her, of all things, snoring. Laying her about his neck, he returned to the unicorn, who then lowered herself to one knee, allowing him to climb on her back. Any fears of the animal's reaction to Hedwig were groundless, as it seemed to take no notice at all of the snake. They rode along in silence for a time, the boy exploring their environment with his senses as he swayed atop the magical creature. "It's so beautiful here," he said as much to himself as the unicorn. "If you don't mind, I'd like to give you a name. I feel silly calling you unicorn all the time. I'll call you Quicksilver, if that's all right, because that's what you look like to me." The beast gave no outward appearance whether she liked it or not, but somehow the boy could feel that she approved. They continued on through the night. Their progress slowed a bit by dense vegetation, but Quicksilver was always able to find a path even in the wildest of spots. By the time Harry began to feel the warmth of the sun's rays on his skin, he was also beginning to sense Hogwarts magic and, surprisingly, hear people calling his name. Dismounting the unicorn, as she was growing increasingly more skittish as the sounds of people drew nearer, he gave her a final farewell hug. "Thanks," he said, "I owe you one." The majestic animal bowed her head as if to acknowledge the boy's words, turned, and bolted deeper into the forest and out of sight. Harry, turning back towards the voices, realized that one he recognized couldn't belong to the person he thought. She'd never come out here. "Harry," came his aunt's unmistakable voice. "Harry, where are you?" "Aunt Petunia." He called back a bit apprehensively. He loved her, but he didn't know if he could stand the lecture he was going to get for this little adventure. Resigning himself to it and not wanting her to worry needlessly, he began waving his arms around in the air and yelled, "I'm over here." The next thing he knew, his aunt had burst from the trees and wrapped him in a bone-crushing hug while scolding him at the same time. "Harry Potter, you scared the living daylights out of me. If you ever pull such a fool stunt again, I'll put a leash on you." Several professors quickly surrounded the boy as he was hustled out of the forest and back to the castle. Harry was truly surprised that he appeared to be in no trouble at all for vanishing in the middle of one of his classes and spending the night in the Forbidden Forest. After being thoroughly checked by Madame Pomfrey, he was escorted to the headmaster's office, where he gave an edited version of his overnight stay. Professor Dumbledore didn't seem shocked by his vanishing trick in Snape's office. In fact, he said it was a rumored power of Kotal's to be able to magically retrieve their masters from danger, though at no light cost. Hedwig was still asleep, and the headmaster assured him it would be several more days before she recovered fully. Petunia walked with him and Professor Flitwick back to the Merlin Tower, where she told Harry that she would be returning home before Dudley woke up and she'd see him on the holidays, giving her a final hug goodbye. Harry was happy at least that he hadn't had to face Professor Snape at all after his return. He'd almost expected the potions master to come jumping out from behind every corner and lash at him for leaving class without permission. Snape, however, had been conspicuously absent that morning, and no mention at all was made about him or the potions class the day before. Sneaking into the common room, it was still fairly early on a Saturday morning, and he expected everyone to still be asleep in his or her beds. He was only half right. The entire house was still asleep, but it looked as though a major portion of them had camped out in the common room overnight. On the couch before the fire he found Neville, Hermione and Draco L leaning against one another completely out. Not wanting to disturb them, he climbed up, made himself comfortable on a fluffy pillow leaning on the other arm of the couch, and promptly fell asleep. "Sorry for the delay, guys. I've been kind of taking it easy and wrote slow. This was originally supposed to be the first part of the Halloween chapter, but it became so long that I stopped writing here. The good news is that the rest of the Halloween chapter is on paper, though not in the computer yet. First, I'd like to thank everybody that reviewed: Linda, Blipdragon, EAV, Avestia, Samurai Demon God Sakikage, Stargirl 11, Maxens, Marler, Amora, Uten, Harry Slytherinson, Child of Darkness 1988, Mjolnir 870, Crystal Cat-chan, Music Star Lover, Hectate de Mort, Trek, Murdoch, Wowzergirl, Gall 1, Starrange 2106, Athena Kitty, Molly Morrison, Tellen. And to answer some of your questions, EAV, Dudley was always an older child with the emotional status of a 4-year-old. Maxens, yup, and the whole super-powered Harry thing really seems kind of boring to me, no challenge. Uten, Snape is still a jerk but got an attitude adjustment this chappy. Lol, you'll see more developments with Harry's ability to alter magic next, was almost this chapter. And I think he'll have problems with his senses for some time to come. No Super Harry here. COD 1988, no Quidditch this year, flying blind is tough, don't rule it out altogether though. Gall 1, he doesn't change the potion, he sees the pattern and can instinctively complete it if it's not perfect. More on his healing and other classes next chappy. Athena Kitty, patience lol. Molly Morrison, the way things are going the cat will be out of the bag about Harry's abilities soon anyway. Halloween Blind Faith Chapter 11. The weeks leading up to Halloween seemed to rush by for Harry. When he'd awakened later that morning after his return from the forest, he was made by all his friends to retell the story, this time with nothing left out. Hermione was furious at him for leaving without a word, regardless that he had no control over it, while Neville and Draco, after their initial excitement at his return, pretended that they really hadn't been all that concerned. "I mean really, Harry," the blonde said, "if you're going to do something like this every other day, people are going to get bored with it." School seemed to get better after that day as well. The professors had shuffled his schedule around to accommodate his healing classes with Madame Pomfrey. He only had half periods of charms, transfiguration and defense, and even Professor Snape had learned to bite his tongue rather than snipe at the boy unnecessarily. In his other classes, history of magic and herbology, he was also getting top marks. The morning of Halloween, they all woke up to find the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. In charms, the tiny professor had decided that they were ready to attempt making things fly. Everyone had been partnered already, and Harry found himself with Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor, Draco with Neville, and Hermione with Ron Weasley. "Now remember the swish and flick movements we've practiced so carefully," said Professor Flitwick. "And remember the wizard Barufio, who used an S instead of an F and ended up with a buffalo on his chest." At first Harry and Seamus had no luck. The Gryffindor boy had become so frustrated he began poking at his feather, only to have it burst into flame. Both boys were hard-pressed to put it out with their hats before it set the entire table caught. Looking over to Draco and Neville, the raven-haired boy watched with his inner eye, as they were having no better luck. "Really, Longbottom," said the blonde in irritation, "if you keep moving the wand like that your feather will never move. Watch me." Draco went into a series of movements that in no way resembled a swish or a flick. Turning his attention to his other friends sensed Ron and Hermione in some kind of intense argument. "Really, Ron, if you keep doing it like that you'll put someone's eye out," she said of his wild wand waving. As the boy studied the magical weave of the attempted spells, he let his mind wander back to his potions practical. An idea popping into his head, he said, "Hold on, Seamus, let's try something." Taking the other boy's wand hand in his own, he guided him through the proper movements, pulled his hand back so it rested on Seamus' shoulder, then had him cast the spell again. Like before, when he had watched the other boy cast the spell, he saw Seamus' own magic rush down his arm and mix with what his wand had pulled out of the air around them. With spoken words and movements the raw magic was woven into a pattern and cast at the feather. Unfortunately, though better, the boy was still making far too many mistakes in the casting to get it right. Tightening his grip on the Gryffindor's shoulder, he urged, "One more time." This time when he felt the rush of Seamus' magic he sent his own along with it, though surprised that he felt such a heavy when doing so. They blended and flowed into the boy's wand, where Harry was able to direct the weave of magic as the spell was cast. The feather, not simply rising, leapt off the table and soared across the room to do loops around the feather that Hermione had levitated moments before, lapping the room twice and coming to rest on its tip before the two boys. "Air," said Seamus with a blank look of amazement, "I think that's got it." Far from getting it, however, Harry had to spend the rest of the period coaching the other boy until he was able to levitate the feather on his own and nearly with as much skill as they had together. Seeing the boy's magic helped a lot in finding where the spell went wrong and how to fix it, though he still couldn't see the feather himself until the spell was already cast. At the end of class, Draco stayed back to help get Harry away from Flitwick's questions. "Excuse me, sir, Harry and I have an appointment with Madame Pomfrey in just a few minutes. Have a good day, sir." Turning to the raven-haired boy, he grabbed his elbow, pulled him towards the door and hissed, "Really, Potter, if this is how you plan on keeping secrets, remind me not to tell you any of mine." "What was that anyway? I thought you couldn't cast spells on non-magic objects." "I can't," he replied. "I was just helping Seamus." "Bloody right you were helping," said the blonde as they left the classroom. They both stopped just past the door and Harry, who'd already closed his inner eye, asked, "What's wrong, Draco?" "I'm not sure, but it looks like Longbottom decked the weasel." Just as Draco had said, Ron Weasley was sitting on the ground, nursing what looked to be a black eye, while a furious Neville stood over him with fists clenched. "Nev," said the blonde boy excitedly, "what are you doing?" The chubby boy gestured towards the redhead and said, "He made some kind of comment about Hermione that I didn't catch. Whatever it was, she ran away in tears." Draco started towards the Gryffindor boy with a look of pure rage on his face. Harry, feeling the movement and knowing the blonde's temper, stopped him, saying, "Wait, let's find Hermione first. We can pummel him senseless later." They'd hoped to catch up with their friend in the next class, but Hermione wasn't there or in any of her other classes for the rest of the day. By the time that the Halloween feast was about to start, the boys were considering going to one of the professors when they heard Parvati Patil say she'd seen their friend in the girls' bathroom crying. "So what do we do?" asked Draco as they sat down. "Let's eat while we can," replied Harry. "We'll make her a plate after and drag her out of there if we have to." They settled in and 1,000 bats swooped over the tables, making the candles in the pumpkins shudder. Glad that Hedwig had not tried to come along, the boy shuddered himself thinking about the chaos that would have occurred if the Codal had been in the room with all these flying snacks. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when the doors to the Great Hall burst open with a crash. Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew in terror as he yelled, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons, I thought you should know." With that he fell into a dead faint. The hall fell into pandemonium, and it took several firecrackers from the end of the headmaster's wand to bring silence. "Everyone will please remain calm," he said forcefully, changing his tone and making it seem no more than discussing the weather. He continued, "Prefects will lead their houses back to their dormitories, teachers will follow me to the dungeons." As the prefects went about gathering their students, Harry stiffened and grabbed Draco's arm. "Hermione," he said urgently, "she doesn't know." "Relax, Harry," Draco said. "There's nothing to be done about it anyway. When we get back to the house we'll tell Nott and he'll go get her." The raven-haired boy shook his head and said, "No, I'm going after her, alone if I must." The blonde took on a stricken look and glanced longingly after the rest of their house as he took Harry's arm and separated themselves from the rest of the students outside the hall. The two boys had navigated several empty corridors when Harry's keen ears picked out approaching footsteps and he pulled Draco behind a statue. "Someone's coming," he whispered. "Snape," the blonde whispered after the man strode past. "Why isn't he in the dungeons with the other teachers?" "I don't know." Whispering to each other in the dark alcove, neither boy noticed the smaller shadow trailing after the professor. The boys continued the search for their friend when they both noticed a horrid odor, like a cross between old socks and the kind of public toilet that no one seems to clean. Came a voice behind them. "What is that smell?" Turning, the boys saw Ron Weasley coming up the corridor to join them. "What are you doing here, Weasel?" asked Draco heatedly. "Same as you, I'd guess," the redhead replied, ignoring the jibe. "We've got to warn Hermione about the troll." They all went silent as they heard a low grunting and shuffling footfalls from further down the corridor. The boys crammed themselves into the shadows as the lumbering brute came into view and was exposed under a shaft of moonlight through a window. The monster was a horrible sight to behold. At 12 feet tall, its lumpy, boulderish body barely fit inside the confines of the corridor. With gray slimy skin, an almost too small head and gorilla-like arms from which it was dragging a massive club, the complete picture of this thing was enough to make the hardiest of souls remember pressing business elsewhere. As it was, the only thing that kept the boys from running on the spot was that they were too afraid to move. The troll stopped just outside of a doorway as if deciding on what to do, then slowly slouched into the room. "Look, the key's in the lock," said Draco. "We can lock it in." "Good idea," answered Ron. Harry stayed back as Draco and Ron crept up, and with a quick leap they slammed the door closed and turned the lock. "Yes." The three boys turned to run back down the corridor but were stopped by a high-pitched scream from inside the chamber they'd just closed off. "Oh no," said Ron. "It's the bloody girl's bathroom," spat Draco. "Hermione," all yelled as one. The boys scrambled back to the door and fumbling in their haste they got it open and ran inside. They found Hermione huddled against the far wall with the troll advancing on her, smashing sinks and bathroom stalls as it went. "Distracted," yelled Harry to Ron as he grabbed Draco's shoulder. "I have an idea." The red-headed boy ran up and began dancing around the troll, sending sparks up at its face. This turned its attention to him and away from Hermione. While Ron was doing his level best to dodge the creature's wild swings, Harry explained to Draco exactly what he wanted to do. Taking tighter hold of the blonde's shoulder, just as he had with Seamus earlier that day, he had the blonde cast Wingardium Leviosa on the troll's club. The first thing Harry noticed when it had been cast was how much more draining the club was than the feather. The spell was working, however, and Draco wasted no time in ripping the cudgel from the troll's hand. The beast looked stupidly down at its empty hand, trying to figure out why its club had vanished. Looking up, it spotted the cudgel floating in front of its face, as it seemed to wind itself up, then swung hard across the monster's face with a resounding thwack. The troll stumbled back, obviously dazed by the blow. Draco wasn't done, however. Holding his wand like a samurai's sword, he brought it around, over his head and down. The club mirrored his movements and crashed down on the troll's head with bone-crushing force. The troll swayed on the spot, then fell on its face with a thud that made the whole room shake. Harry dropped to his knees beside Draco with a shuddering sigh, his skin clammy with sweat. "You all right, Harry?" asked the blonde worriedly. The boy nodded and let Draco help him to his feet. "How's Hermione?" "I'm fine," the girl answered as she picked her way across the rubble. Is it dead? Just knocked out, I think, said Ron as he poked it with his wand. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps from out in the corridor startled them all. They hadn't realized it, but all the crashing about along with the creature's roars had alerted the teachers, who'd come to investigate. A moment later Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Professor Snape with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Seeing the troll, Quirrell let out a panicked squeak and sat on a toilet holding his heart. As Professor Snape examined the troll, McGonagall was regarding the children with a fierce stare. "What on earth were you thinking of?" she growled. "You could have gotten yourselves killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories?" There was a short, tense pause where he was sure that Snape was likely giving them all a death glare. "Please, Professor," said Hermione. "It's all my fault. They were looking for me. Miss Granger. I thought I could handle the troll. I've read all about them, so I was looking for it." Harry struggled to keep his face neutral along with Draco. Hermione was lying. And to cover for Weasley of all people. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," the girl continued. Ron distracted it while Draco hit it with its own club. "There wasn't time to get anyone, as it was about to finish me off when they arrived." "And why are you here, Mr. Potter?" asked McGonagall tersely. "I don't see what role you could have played fighting the troll." "He didn't," put it Draco quickly, "but without Harry, we'd never have found her in time." "What do you mean?" The blonde tapped his ear. "Harry hears better than we do, or at least he pays more attention to it anyway. And it's much more effective finding someone by sound in all these corridors than hoping to catch a glimpse of them." "Well, in that case," said McGonagall, staring at the four of them, "Miss Granger, how could you think of tackling a fully grown mountain troll all on your own? 5 points will be taken from Merlin House for this, and I am very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt, return to your tower. The feast has been moved to the houses." When Hermione had left, she turned to the remaining 3 boys and said, "You were lucky tonight. Not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You'll each be awarded 5 points, and Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." The boys walked in silence till they parted with Ron at the Gryffindor Tower. "About today," the redhead said as they stood by the fat lady. "Tell her I'm sorry." It was a fairly quick walk back to their own tower, where they found the majority of their house, including Hermione, milling about the common room eating dinner. Draco and Harry joined in and soon were balancing heaping plates on their knees as they sat before the fire. "Hold on," said Harry between bites of potato, "where's Neville?" When nobody admitted to seeing the boys since the feast in the Great Hall, he bullied Hermione, Draco and several others into helping him search their tower from top to bottom for their friend. The raven-haired boy was back down in the common room some time later, still not having located the missing boy when he thought he'd heard a noise outside the portrait hole. "Neville?" he called uncertainly as he approached the entrance. "Nev, is that you?" Harry pushed open the portrait only to be knocked onto his back as someone collapsed against him. It was Neville. His hairskin and robes were wet and sticky. A coppery smell filled Harry's nose and sent him into a near panic as he sensed waves of pain radiating off the other boy. "Neville, oh God, help, R ain't I a stinker? To fly." Blind Faith Chapter 12. Harry was vaguely aware of what was going on around him. Some of the girls were screaming, he was sure, and others had fled the room. Several, both boys and girls, had crowded around to see better what was happening. Of them, most turned and lost the dinner they'd just eaten. None of this really mattered at the moment. The entire center of Harry's universe had become Neville and his injuries. The other boy was in really bad shape, and as Harry ripped open Neville's robe the moment he had him on his back, everyone else could see what the raven-haired boy had already sensed. Neville's left arm had been horribly savaged. Muscle and bone lay exposed from the hand up to and including his shoulder. He had deep scratches on his chest and a huge bloody gash that ran down his entire left cheek. "Heal him," gasped a waxen-faced Draco who was kneeling unsteadily beside him. "I can't," Harry replied. "Not enough to do any good. I'm too drained from the fight with the troll." Holding pressure on the artery at the boy's shoulder to slow the loss of blood, he looked to Draco and said, "Go find Professor Snape and tell him what's happened. Make sure he knows how bad it is. He'll know what to bring." He called to Hermione, "Run to the hospital wing. Tell Madame Pomfrey what's happened and we're on our way." With his friends gone on their urgent errands, Harry had his housemates bring several sheets so he could quickly bandage the stricken boy's arm as best he could. Then using a whole sheet they contrived a stretcher and with the help of 5 other boys they lifted Neville and went out the portrait hole at a run on the way to the hospital wing. They had nearly arrived at the infirmary when they heard running footsteps and saw Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall running, quite swiftly for their ages, after them. Not stopping, however, the boys came to the doors and burst through where Poppy was running about gathering supplies. "Bring him here," she called as she pointed to an examining table by her office. The woman hissed as the boys sat their injured friend on the table and she passed her wand over him. It was then that the headmaster and the head of Gryffindor House burst through the doors at a dead run, followed almost immediately by Severus Snape carrying a satchel full of potions. "Children, all go back to their dormitory except Harry. You go run grab some bandages from the storeroom. Albus, I'll need your help, and Severus, he needs 2 blood restorative potions now." Running to get the supplies that the Medi-Witch needed, Harry barely noticed as Professor McGonagall gathered the other boys and led them out of the infirmary. He stayed through the night, helping dress wounds, and administering potions when asked. By early morning they had most of Neville's wounds, saved his arm, and his life was no longer in immediate danger. As it was, he'd lost the last 2 fingers on his left hand and that arm would never again be as strong as it should. Of scars, he would have many. Most would fade and disappear, thanks to the healing potions, but the damage to the arm and the one on his face were so deep and terrible they would never look the same. Harry sat by Neville's bed completely spent. The previous day's events plus several attempts by him to use his own magic to assist the healing had left him utterly drained. He had nearly dozed off when he felt a familiar presence at the foot of the bed. "Professor," he said neutrally. "How is he doing?" asked Snape quietly, with none of his usual sarcasm. Sighing, Harry let his senses stretch out once again to his friend before answering. "Resting. That last painless sleep potion was just the thing, I think." "Good." The potion's master paused uncomfortably for a moment and continued. "The boy would have likely died if you hadn't acted as you did. Most first-year students would have panicked and just run screaming for their head of house." Harry grimaced. "Yes, well, it isn't exactly my first," he said. Snape nodded slowly and surmised, "You mean your aunt and cousin?" Harry nodded and the professor continued, "Your aunt Petunia and I had a discussion when you took your little field trip. I found her to be quite a formidable woman." Smiling tiredly, the boy answered, "You don't know the half of it. She's had to be, though. I mean, she raised both Dudley and me since I was 4, she works and has absolutely no one other than Dudley and myself for family." There was another uncomfortable pause and Snape spoke again haltingly. "Potter, Harry, I need a favor." Exhausted and barely able to keep his eyes open he asked, "What's that, Professor?" "The next time you write your aunt," mumbled Snape, "ask if she would meet me at the Leaky Cauldron in London on a day of her choice. I have a peace offering of sorts if she's interested. Some potions that will assist in her son's recovery." Looking suspiciously up at the professor, Harry answered, Sure, Professor." He cocked his head to one side and asked, "Are you going to have Madame Pomfrey look at your leg while you're here?" "How did you?" The boy waved tiredly at the man. "I could hear you limping as you came up to the bed and I can smell the blood." "It's noting, Potter, a scratch. Now get some sleep, the sun is almost up." Harry woke later that morning to feather-light kisses on his ear from Hedwig's tongue and the sound of nearly silent footsteps as they approached the bed. The boy caught the faint odor of lemons and repressed a smile as he lay still and pretended to still be asleep. He opened his inner eye to sense the expected signature of Professor Dumbledore on the other side of the bed. He remained motionless as he felt the old man's gaze pass over him once, then turned to Neville. Focusing attention on his friend, he noticed that the other boy's aura was much closer to its normal strength than the night before. Harry could also tell that the boy was beginning to wake up. "Good morning, Neville," said the old man gently. "How are you feeling this morning?" My arm hurts a bit," said the boy hesitantly. "As would be expected after your adventure," replied the headmaster. "Tell me, Neville, do you remember what happened last night?" There was a pause while the boy collected his thoughts and he said, "Yes. We were leaving the Great Hall after your announcement when I noticed what looked like one of the professors taking the stairs to the 3rd floor. I know it was foolish, but I knew all the teachers were supposed to be with you in the dungeons looking for the troll, so I followed. He went into a room on the 3rd floor and when I snuck in behind him I saw him and another man, I don't know whom, fighting a huge 3-headed dog. I hid behind a column and just wanted a chance to get back out, but the two finally got the dog to back up long enough to make their own escape. I tried to follow. But Neville's eyes suddenly clouded over again in remembered pain. I don't really remember much of anything after that. Relax, my boy, you're among friends now, said Dumbledore, patting Neville on the head. You should count yourself quite fortunate for surviving such a savage attack. And while I applaud your bravery, I must caution you against taking such chances with your safety in the future. Though there was mild rebuke in the old man's voice, Harry could also sense almost jubilation on the wizard's part over the boy's actions. Rest now, said Dumbledore. I'm sure Poppy will be having you as a guest for several more days, though I'm sure your friends will be coming to check on you soon enough, as young Mr. Potter's presence will attest. Turning towards the door, the old man took a few steps, turned back to the boys and said, "And good morning to you as well, Harry." Harry put on a weak grin and replied, "Good morning to you, Professor," as the old man ambled out. "It was Professor Snape, Harry," said Neville when the doors had come to a close. The raven-haired boy turned back to his friend, unsure what he'd just heard, and asked, "What was that, Nev?" "It was Professor Snape I was following last night," the injured boy said. "He went into the dog's room and I found him and Quirrell yelling at each other as they tried to hold off the dog. It was so angry when they got away. Oh, Harry." "Hush, Neville," said Harry soothingly. "Try not to think about it too much." Cocking his head to better hear approaching voices in the hallway, he said, "Brace yourself, Nev. I think your gran is here." Just then the doors to the infirmary opened to allow someone to enter. Harry heard shuffling footsteps approaching the bed and got a whiff of old perfume, dish soap and fresh-baked cookies. Through his inner eye he saw a strong old woman who'd lost too many that she held dear. Tension flooded out of her as she got to where she could see her grandson battered and bandaged but fairly whole. "Oh, Neville." Knowing that the Longbottoms probably needed some time alone together, Harry slipped out of his chair and scratched Hedwig's head as she settled on his shoulder. Moving quietly past Poppy's office where she lay draped over her desk, having the first bit of sleep for her in more than a day, he slipped out of the infirmary and just let his feet guide him. He didn't feel like going back to the Merlin Tower just to answer 1,000 questions about Nev, so he just walked with no destination at all in mind. Sometime later he found himself standing atop the astronomy tower again, enjoying the crisp breeze on his face. "Feels good, doesn't it?" came a voice beside him as Sal faded into view. "There's nothing like the bite of November air to remind you that you're alive. I understand you've had a busy day yesterday." Smiling weakly, the boy answered, "It's been a busy month. How are you, Sal?" he asked, suddenly remembering the custodian's name. "Fine as always, lad. I understand you've developed some new uses for your magic. How has the search gone for the room to practice with your senses?" Harry frowned. "Not as well as I'd hoped. I found a room shielded from magic like you asked, but it's occupied by the beast that attacked my friend." Harry went on to tell Sal about the three-headed dog and Neville's attack, also mentioning his growing ability to enhance his potions and other spells, as well as his skill as a healer. When he'd finished he frowned and said, "Sal, one thing that bothers me is that when Neville told the headmaster in the infirmary about his attack, Dumbledore seemed to be as pleased with the whole thing as he was distressed. Why would he be like that?" The wizard frowned and stroked his beard. "You'll have to bear with me on this, Harry," he said. "One of the concessions I made when becoming a custodian of the school is that I couldn't say or do anything to affect the running of Hogwarts or its teachers. Unfortunately, that also includes imparting important information to smart little boys." "Why would you do a silly thing like that?" asked Harry hotly. "It's a long story," replied Sal with a grin, "to be saved for another time. For now, just believe her that Dumbledore has no ill intentions for your friend Neville." Sal leaned against the parapet, relaxed with his arms folded in front of him. "It's good to see that you've been experimenting with your magic a bit, even if your senses haven't followed suit. Still, why didn't you try and heal your friend when you found him?" "I told you," Harry said, "I was exhausted from the fight with the troll." "I see," replied the wizard with a serious look. "I think what you need is a bit of guidance and training. We'll meet Saturday mornings about 4 a.m. That should give us enough time to get a little work done before breakfast. You'll come alone, not even Hedwig unless I ask you to bring her. And we'll see what we can't do about strengthening your magic and find some proper spell work for you. Listen carefully now. Saturday morning I want you to go to the 7th floor and find the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. Across from it you'll find a blank wall. Walk past it 3 times thinking of a room where you can train your magic and a door will appear. Enter it and I'll be waiting. Your friends are coming to find you now, so I'll see you Saturday." Sal faded away, and just moments later Harry heard the clattering of footsteps from the stairway. Moving back to the parapet, he leaned against it and pondered everything the wizard had said. "Harry," said Hermione in a relaxed but still excited tone. "There you are. We went to the hospital wing, but Neville was with his gran and you'd already left. I just needed some time alone." "So how is Neville then?" asked Draco. "And how did he manage to get so torn up?" "He's lost 2 of his fingers on his left hand and he's going to have some scars," Harry said. "Otherwise he's recovering fairly well. As to how it happened, that's a bit of a story." The boy went on to recount the tale Neville had told him of following Snape into the dog's room, seeing him and Professor Quirrell fighting the dog and the subsequent attack. Needless to say, by the end of his story both Harry's friends were very pale. "That's it," Draco said heatedly when he'd finished. "My father was right all along. The old fool is off his tree, keeping such a dangerous monster in the castle. When my father hears of this—" "Draco, wait," said Harry. "Don't say anything yet at least. Dumbledore is up to something, but if he's got everyone breathing down his neck he'll get cautious and I'll never find out what." "Whatever," said the blonde dismissively, though from the look in his eyes he had no intention of dropping it. "Anyway, there's another reason we're looking for you." "What's that?" Harry asked. "Come on," said the blonde with a sly smile, "it's a surprise." The surprise, whatever it was, ended up having to wait until after dinner. When Hermione discovered that Harry hadn't eaten since the Halloween feast, she virtually dragged the boy to the Great Hall for dinner. Afterwards, outside the hall, they had him close his inner eye as they led him out of the castle. "What are you two on about?" he asked as they guided him through a field. "Don't worry about it," replied Draco. "Besides, we're almost there." Finally they stopped him in the middle of a large clearing. He had a suspicion where they might be just from the distance and direction they'd traveled from the castle, but they weren't confirmed until his friends told him to open his inner eye again. Harry found himself on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. "What are we doing here?" he asked. "It was Neville's idea really," said Hermione. "He noticed how disappointed you were when we all went to flying lessons and you couldn't." "What then?" he asked confusedly. "I get a tour of the Quidditch pitch." Draco walked over to the sidelines and returned with 2 brooms. "No you ninny," he said, tossing one of the brooms to the other boy. "I'm teaching you to fly." A look of panic crossed Harry's face as he dropped the broom. "No, I mean, it's really all right, you don't have to," he said quickly. "Nothing to it, Harry, just pick your broom back up." "You don't understand," said the raven-haired boy in a strained voice. "When you're blind, when you can't see where your next step is going to land, the idea of being really high up is unnerving." A look of confusion crossed Draco's face. "I don't understand, what about?" "The astronomy tower is different," Harry explained. "I've got solid rock to hold on to. Up there," he gestured into the sky with a pensive expression. "Look," said Draco, pushing the broom back into the boy's hands. "It's not like you're doing this alone. I'll be right there holding on to your broom the whole time. Trust me." Harry sighed unhappily and said, "I can't really even sense the ground from high up. I mean the grass is alive and everything, but it's so weak I have to be close to pick it up." "We've thought of that," supplied Hermione. With that she pulled her wand out and cast a spell at the ground, changing the color of the grass from green to red. To Harry it seemed as if a plane of light had spread across the field to the very edges of the pitch. "Whoa. Now," said Draco, "put your broom on the ground and say, 'Up.'" Harry reached out and even before he said the word, he felt the broom's magic reach out and blend with his own. When it rose, it did so with a solid smack as it connected with his hand. "Right then," continued the blonde. "Swing your leg over and hold your hands. Oh, you've got it right, you must be a natural like me. Eh?" Snort from Hermione earned her a death glare from the blonde as he went on. "Now just kick off and hover." Harry did what the other boy asked and locked all his muscles as his feet left the ground. Draco, if he noticed the other boy's discomfort at all, didn't mention it as he swung his broom around and took hold of Harry's just in front of the other boy's hands. "Here we go then," the blonde said. "Once around the Quidditch pitch, nice and slow to get you used to the broom." Their first time around, Harry held on so tight that his knuckles turned white. He was sure at any second that he would lose his balance and fall to the ground. As he continued to fly, however, he realized that he held his balance easily on the broom as he did on the ground. By his third lap he had become comfortable enough with it. Allow Draco to speed them up and begin slaloming gently across the pitch. He was quite enjoying himself with the feeling until the blonde stopped them both 20 feet above the ground. "All right, Harry, you've got the feel for the broom now. Since you're having no problem telling where I am, let's have you follow me." "Okay." Still nervous about the whole idea of flying but more than a little excited at the thought of flying the broom himself, he nodded affirmatively to the other boy. Draco let go of the other boy's broom and flew out ahead of him. "We'll start slow," he said. "Give yourself time to get used to controlling it and call me when you want to go a little faster." The boys did just that. Starting slowly across the pitch, Harry felt all his awkwardness come back and flew jerkily for a time as he fought for control. Draco was looking worriedly over his shoulder, debating whether or not to stop the boy before he crashed, but relaxed as Harry's flying evened out. As the raven-haired boy sorted himself out and began really getting to enjoy it, he realized that flying felt almost as natural to him as breathing. Within minutes he was calling for the blonde to speed up again and again. Soon they were racing about the pitch at speeds that had Hermione clenching her teeth in anxiety as they tore past. On an impulse, Harry pulled away from his friend and went into a steep climb, leaving Draco behind. "Harry!" the blonde yelled with concern as the other boy reached an alarming height, paused and fell into an even steeper dive. Draco's heart leapt into his mouth at the speed of Harry's descent and was showing no signs of pulling up. He turned his broom and raced towards the spot he knew the boy would hit, knowing with a sinking feeling of dread that he would never be able to catch him in time. Harry was within feet of the ground when he suddenly pulled up and let the twigs of his broom brush through the grass as he skimmed along the ground at breakneck speed until he came to an abrupt stop before a visibly shaking Hermione, who burst into tears the moment he dismounted. "Hermione?" he asked a little confusedly. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" The boy got no chance to say anything else as he was tackled by an enraged Draco Malfoy. In seconds he was flat on his back with the blonde boy on him, fists clenched. "Damn it, Potter," the boy choked out nearly in tears. "If you ever pull a stunt like that again, blind or not, I'll beat you to a bloody pulp." Feeling very ashamed of himself, he apologized profusely for scaring his friends, trying to explain at the same time the feeling he had when he was in the air. Draco put the brooms back in their shed and was leading an emotionally drained Hermione back towards the castle with Harry coming behind when the raven-haired boy asked quietly, "So you think we can do this again sometime?" Draco had just turned to throttle his best friend when they heard another voice from nearby. "Hey you kids!" Everyone stopped short and turned to see Hagrid come out onto the pitch. "Harry," said the giant as he lumbered towards them. "Draco and Hermione as well, I see. What are ye doing out here this late? Sun's almost set and ye kids are too close to Forest as it is." Leading them all back to his hut, he made them each a strong cup of tea. "Hagrid," Harry asked as he thought of something, "what do you know about the dog on the third floor?" What dog are ye talking about?" the half-giant replied uneasily. "There's no dog in the castle." "Yes, there is, Hagrid," said Harry tersely. "We've all seen it, and it attacked Neville last night over whatever's hidden under that trapdoor." "Never," shot back Hagrid. "Fluffy wouldn't hurt a fly." "Fluffy?" said Draco incredulously. "You named that monster Fluffy?" "Yay, he's mine. I bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. I lent her to Dumbledore to guard the—" "Yes?" said Harry eagerly. "Nothing," the great man replied. "Now listen to me, all three of ye, meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. You forget Tat Dog and you forget what it's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Who's Nicholas Flamel?" asked Harry innocently. "I shouldn't said growled Hagrid, obviously furious with himself. "Thanks to all my reviewers. Bob Oakey, Blip Dragon, Gus Cheather, Taney DWR, Thestrals, Marler, Bast 4, Cod 1988, Gull 1, Kalen, Molly Morrison, Yuki, Maxens, Rachel A. Prongs, EAV. Writing this chapter was easy because, like the rest of you, I couldn't wait to see what happened to Neville. I think most of your questions were answered in this chapter, and hopefully a few new ones cropped up, except EAV. No real intentions to make Ron part of the group, but I wanted to show that though thoughtless, he wasn't really a bad guy. Home for the holidays, sorry for the wait, but I had a terrible bout of writer's block. Hopefully it's all cleared up now and I can get back to regular posting. Blind Faith Chapter 13. By the following Friday, Neville had been released from the hospital wing by a reluctant Madame Pomfrey and returned to Merlin House. His left arm was still bandaged and in a sling, and clothing covered the other wounds from his encounter. The only visible mark of the attack was an angry red scar down his left cheek. The boy seemed very self-conscious about his appearance, but Poppy assured him that it would fade over time. When he arrived at the common room, he'd been a bit uncertain of his reception but was overwhelmed as his housemates clamored around him to hear firsthand about the attack. "You've got to tell us," said Blaise Zabini. "What happened to you on Halloween?" Feeling like he was 6 feet tall, Neville found himself again retelling the edited version of his story, the same one he'd used with Dumbledore several days before. Shortly he was surrounded by his peers as the girls swooned and the boys clapped him on the shoulder and calling him a brave chap. Harry, Draco and Hermione sat quietly on the couch by fire, letting their friend have his moment in the sun. It was kind of good in a way, Harry thought. Neville had survived the attack and the attention he was receiving from his fellow students was doing wonders for his self-confidence and helping to draw him from his shell. Morning came and Harry was awakened by a sudden weight on his chest and the papery feel of a snake's tongue tickling the tip of his nose. "Morning, Hedwig," he mumbled sleepily as he reached up to stroke her feathers. The coatl moved off him and settled on the bed as he sat up and rubbed his face to wake himself up. Taking an envelope from where he'd left it on the nightstand, he held it up for his pet to take. "Go on, girl," he said. "I'll see you when you get back from Aunt Petunia's." Moments later, when Hedwig had departed for his relatives, the boy quickly dressed himself in jeans and a t-shirt to go meet Sal in his secret room. Navigating his way to the 7th floor, Harry easily found the portrait of poor Barnabas and stood several moments to watch the unfortunate wizard being pummeled by irate trolls in pink tutus. Having witnessed enough of the sadly comical scene, he turned towards the opposite wall and followed the old wizard's directions, and presently a door appeared exactly where he'd been told it would. Stepping inside the room, Harry was surrounded by darkness as the door closed and cut off the glow from the magic in the corridor. "Sal?" he called out uncertainly. "Are you here?" The raven-haired boy moved slowly into the room, feeling his way along with his cane. From the echo he could tell that the room was large, and he quickly found some strange equipment as he got to the center of the room. "A workout bench," he muttered as he ran his hands over the cool metal. "I thought we were going to work on my magic." "We are," said a voice from directly behind him. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin, having not heard the old wizard approach. "Sorry about that," said Sal with a smile as he became visible to Harry. "I'm glad to see you had no trouble finding the room." The boy shook his head and said, "It was no problems." He waved his hand about him and asked, "Is this one of the shielded classrooms you talked about before?" "It's completely blank to my senses." "Actually quite the opposite," said the wizard. "The room of requirement, other than the founder's chambers, is the most magical place in all of Hogwarts. It only seems magic-free now because that is what you need for your training." "About that," Harry said as he gestured towards the equipment, "I thought it was my magic we were working on, not my muscles." "We will, and in fact are in a way," Sal said with a smile before switching into full teacher mode. "Beginning today you will come here every morning for 2 hours before breakfast and half mornings on the weekends. You'll not use or bring any magical item with you unless I specifically request it. We will study meditation and practice on focusing your mind and body, the second of which is the reason for the equipment. You are in horrible shape." "But why?" Harry asked in frustration. "How will this help me be a better wizard?" Sal looked at the boy inscrutably for a time, and then answered, "A wizard's magic springs from his very being and is the driving force for any spell. Their strength is determined by 3 attributes: mind, body and spirit. Each must be nourished to allow the power a chance to grow. Your mind is already quick and strong. The lessons we will learn here will push it to its limits and beyond. This path will guide you in finding the abilities and spells that will serve you best. Your spirit is also great but chaotic. I will teach you to focus yourself and find inner peace. From that path you'll learn control." "But why the physical training?" asked Harry curiously. "How can having muscles help my magic?" "Because my boy, we must strengthen the vessel in which the power resides. You'll need proper meals, vigorous exercise and drills to build your coordination. Harry, my lad, There's so much potential in you that if you're diligent with the training and do everything I say, you'll be able to one day cast spells without word or wand, but by will alone. Putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, he urged him to sit. Right then, legs crossed and hands on your knees. As you're not dressed for any physical training today, we'll begin by learning to meditate. Tomorrow we'll be including your physical exercises, so come dressed for it. Now breath with me. The weeks flew past and Harry felt as if he were burning the candle at both ends and in the middle, as well as he juggled his time between lessons with Sal, schoolwork and the exhaustive research he and his friends were doing to discover just who Nicholas Flamel was. There were times when he thought he'd never see his bed again. The boy was weary and sore most of the time, but there were signs of progress at times that made his heart leap. Harry had begun to notice about a week back that sometimes, when he least expected it, he could just for a moment sense the outlines of the equipment around him. Harry hadn't mentioned it to Sal, but it was just as well as he couldn't control when and where he would have his flashes. He half expected that the wizard would laugh it off as the boy's imagination. Still, it cheered him that a little bit of progress and helped the raven-haired boy get into the holiday spirit. Christmas was coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself under a blanket of snow. The Weasley twins had been given detention for charming a snowball to follow Professor Quirrell around and bump into his turban. Holidays started in just another day and Harry was more than ready to start them. He hadn't seen his aunt since she'd come to school earlier in the term and he was missing her fiercely. Not to mention that the idea of 2 weeks relaxation without training, studies or Professor Snape, though to be honest he'd been much more agreeable the past few weeks. Harry and his friends were sitting in the Great Hall eating breakfast when Hedwig burst into the room. The Kotal playfully dove at several of the tables before delivering her letter. It wasn't to Harry that she went, however, but to the head table to land before Professor Snape. "That's the 4th time this month, isn't it, Harry?" asked Draco as Hedwig sat coiled in front of the potions master as he separated his letter from the 2 she carried. "I wonder what your aunt and Professor Snape could possibly be talking about." "Dudley, I think," said the raven-haired boy thoughtfully. "The professor has been sending potions to help him recover since Halloween. I guess he and Aunt Petunia must be discussing his progress." That moment Hedwig landed in front of Harry bearing his letter from Aunt Petunia. The boy took it from his pet and noticed a faint scent of her perfume clinging to it. "So what does she have to say today, Harry?" asked Hermione. "Just that she has loads of news for me when I get home and they'll be waiting at the station to pick me up." "Come on then," said Draco with a grin as he stood up. "It's almost time for potions and after that no more classes until after holidays." "For you anyway," replied Harry. "I've still got practical tonight with Snape." "Why are you still doing that anyway?" asked Hermione huffily as they all gathered their things and stood. "He's got to know by now that you're not a threat to the other students' safety." The raven-haired boy shook his head. They made their way towards the dungeons. "We've talked about it, but the professor has me doing the course at a different pace than you so we wouldn't be at the same spot." "Really, Harry?" the girl snorted. "You can't be that far behind. I'll help you catch up nights after homework. I'm sure we can get you back with us in a couple weeks." A huge grin broke out on the boy's face as he said, "Oh, it's nothing like that. We just started 2nd year potions last week and I'd be bored to tears in class." Harry did his best to hide the smug look on his face as he tapped down the hall with his cane. Behind him Draco, Hermione and Neville stood in shock, their jaws hanging open with the blonde-haired boy barely choking out a strangled statement. Bloody hell. Later that evening Harry was again in the potions classroom doing his practical as he bottled a hair growth potion. As he was finishing it up he sensed Professor Snape approach silently and stand before the boy's table. "Yes, Professor?" he asked. Snape was no longer surprised by the boy's uncanny ability to know when he or anybody else was close by him, though it did irritate the potions master that he couldn't sneak up on the boy as he did the other students. Little did he know that Harry was having no problem being aware of the man's presence even without using his senses. Snape absolutely reeked of Aunt Petunia's perfume, a fact that unsettled the boy more than a bit. "I will be accompanying you home tomorrow," he said. "Meet me here and we'll go to the train together." "But Professor, you'll see your friends on the train," Snape said irritably. "And I'll need help with the potions we'll be taking back to your cousin. Now go on back to your tower before I take points for being out after curfew." Harry didn't go back to Merlin Tower after leaving Professor Snape, however. Instead he went to the 7th floor and went to Sal's secret room. There he threw his things to the floor and began running. He couldn't explain why he was so upset by the professor's announcement, but he couldn't get it out of his mind, and if he did return to the dorm in this state he would never get to sleep. It was more than an hour later that a sweaty and exhausted Harry slumped to the floor completely spent. "Well, well," said Sal as he faded into visibility to Harry's senses. "A little nighttime training, Harry? If you don't think I'm working you hard enough in the mornings, I'm sure we can step them up a bit." The raven-haired boy shrugged and said, "No, yes, I don't know. After the session with Snape tonight I just needed to do something." "I thought you two were getting on better now." Harry frowned as Sal helped him to his feet. We are. It's just that he's going home with me when I leave for holidays. It's just to check on Dudley, but I don't want him to be at my house." Catching the boy's slip, Sal kept his face and tone of voice even and relaxed as he asked, "Why not?" The raven-haired boy opened his mouth to answer and paused. I don't know." Patting him on the shoulder, the old wizard said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry your head about it tonight, my boy. Holidays start in the morning and it's well past curfew already. Why don't you head off to your tower and get to bed? I'm sure your friends are worried about you." Sal watched as the boy gathered his things and walked tiredly out of the room. A small smile crossed his lips as he watched Harry unconsciously weave around several pieces of equipment that he should not have been able to sense. As the boy got to the door, the old wizard called out, "Don't worry yourself about Professor Snape, Harry. It's not like he'll be staying the holidays with you." Harry and his friends sat together quietly in their compartment as they rode back to London for the holidays. Draco, Hermione and Neville had all tried to cheer the raven-haired boy up, but nothing they said seemed to break him from the funk he'd found himself in when he'd woke that morning. His day had started far too early for his taste after the late-night workout he'd subjected himself to the previous evening. He'd gone down to the dungeons after releasing Hedwig to go and visit her family in South America. Though he'd miss her for the 2 weeks he'd be home, he knew that for Aunt Petunia it would be a relief. In the potions master's office, he helped pack some remaining potions that would be going to his aunt's house. He then followed behind the professor as they carried several heavy satchels down to Hogsmeade Station. His friends were still giving him the same curious stares that he'd received the night before when he'd come in so late. They had questioned him unsuccessfully as to where he'd gone after leaving the potions classroom, but the raven-haired boy had refused to tell, only grunted at them sullenly and went to bed. In the compartment seemed more than satisfied to keep to himself and participated not at all with his friends' forced banter. When they finally arrived at King's Cross, Snape appeared at the door of their compartment and waited silently as the boy gathered his things to disembark. With a half-hearted wave of farewell, Harry wished everyone a happy Christmas and allowed the potions master to guide him through the crowds and through the barrier separating platform 9 3/4 from the rest of the station. The first smile of the day appeared on Harry's face as the familiar scent of his aunt's perfume reached his nose. "Hi, Aunt, oof." The raven-haired boy had the breath knocked from him as Petunia swept him up in an unexpected and bone-crushing hug. "There you are," the woman cried with a voice breaking from emotion as she worked at squeezing the last breath from Harry's body. "You've grown so much in just a few months." Finally releasing the boy, she pushed him back and studied him critically. "You do look a bit thin though. They're feeding you enough, aren't they?" "Yes, Aunt Petunia," the boy said with a grin, feeling really good for the first time in the last couple days. Tuning the boy to face his cousin, his aunt said, "Say hello to Dudley." Harry was deeply surprised when he focused his senses on his cousin. When he'd come through the barrier he'd had his inner eye closed, as long-term exposure to magical environments still gave him headaches. Now that he could sense the blonde boy sitting in the wheelchair before him, he was stunned to see how much more healthy Dudley had become in the 3½ months since he'd left. Harry was completely gobsmacked, however, when his cousin rose unsteadily to his feet and stepped haltingly forward like a newborn colt. Dudley stumbled as he tried to make his way to Harry, but the other boy sensed the danger and stepped forward to catch him before he fell. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Dudley said as he gripped the other boy tightly for support. "I'm getting better, see?" Straining slightly under the unaccustomed weight, the raven-haired boy could only nod as Petunia and Professor Snape came to his rescue by helping Dudley back to his wheelchair. "Wow, Duds," said Harry finally. "I barely knew it was you. You're so much stronger." Fairly beaming with pride, his cousin answered, "Mum's been helping me exercise every day. Severus has been bringing medicine for me every Saturday since Halloween." "Severus?" asked Harry in shock. Really, Potter, said Snape irritably. He isn't one of my students yet, and since Petunia was already using my given name, it seemed appropriate that he should too. The boy's mouth gaped open and he allowed himself to be guided out of the station. The crisp December air ruffled the boy's hair and the welcome sounds London in the holidays went unnoticed by Harry as something suddenly clicked in his head. What do you mean he isn't one of your students yet? Petunia squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly as the professor led them to a deserted alleyway. I'll explain everything to you in a moment. Let's just get Dudders out of the weather. Mum, said the blond boy. I'm fine. Unnoticed by the other three, Professor Snape raised his wand hand in the air and was almost immediately greeted by a loud bang as a very magical triple-decker bus appeared with a flash before them. The door opened and a figure stepped out and began reciting a greeting as if he were reading it from a card. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand. Step on board and we'll take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike and I'll be your conductor this afternoon. Noticing his prospective passengers for the first time, Stan brightened and addressed them directly. Hello, Professor Snape, Stan Shunpike, class R89. I don't know if you remember me, but I remember you. There was this one class. Mr. Shunpike, Snape said in a quite impatient tone. Would you please help this boy get his luggage on board? We'll be going to Privet Drive in Surrey and the charges billed to Hogwarts. The young conductor swallowed nervously, intimidated as much now by the potions master as he'd been in his first year. In short order everyone was on the bus, where instead of seats there were brass bedsteads. As soon as Dudley had been tucked in, Harry turned to his aunt and asked, So what's this about Dudley? He couldn't have gotten a letter, he's already 12. It came just after you left, Petunia explained as she pulled an envelope from her purse. His name simply appeared in the school registry the very moment he woke up. Minerva said that it's the first time in memory that someone destined for Hogwarts didn't appear there from the moment of birth. He'll be coming to school then? Harry asked. Oh, not this term, his aunt said with a laugh. But perhaps after next summer's break if he's up to it. I will be, came an excited and obstinate voice from the bed behind them. But what about how you feel about magic? Harry took Petunia's hands in his own. I know you're still uncomfortable with it all. Returning his grip, she responded. I've had to do some growing up this past year, Harry. We're part of a magical family, and whether or not I have it myself, I can't keep hiding from a world that touches everyone I care for. Completely gobsmacked, Harry spent the rest of the bus ride in silence as the vehicle swerved in and out of traffic. From the waves of anxiety coming from his aunt, he could tell that there was likely more news forthcoming and he probably wouldn't like it. Snape, he could tell, was staring at him intently, radiating suspicion and curiosity. Dudley, on the other hand, was so anxious that he was beginning to breathe raggedly. Moving over to his cousin's bed, Harry asked worriedly, Everything all right, Duds? I don't like cars much, said the pale boy through clenched teeth. Try and relax, replied Harry comfortingly. It's a magical bus, nothing can happen to us. At that moment the driver took a sharp turn that had the bus balancing precariously on two wheels. Both boys grabbed each other in a terrified embrace. I think, gulped the raven-haired boy. Minutes later, after they'd been dropped off at number 4, Harry and Dudley sat together on the couch as Petunia and Professor Snape dealt with Harry's luggage. Harry, his aunt called from the top of the stairs. You'll be staying with Dudley in his room. Severus has already fixed his bed so it will fit you both. Why can't I just stay in my own room? Harry asked as he got up and made his way to the stairs. There was a short pause before his aunt replied with a voice that he could barely hear. Severus, Professor Snape will be using your room for the holidays. The raven-haired boy stood motionless and gaped upwards towards the second-floor landing. What do you mean he'll be using it? Thanks for all the kind reviews of the story so far. I was overwhelmed with the number of reviews. Hopefully CH14 won't take too long to put out. Happy Christmas. Make sure you've read chapter 13. I replaced the announcement there with a full chapter. Blind Faith chapter 14. The next few days were tense as Snape, just as Petunia had said, took up residence in Harry's room. When he'd finally cornered his aunt and asked about it, she'd explained that the potions master had confided in her that he had no real family left to speak of and had planned to spend the holidays alone in his apartments in the dungeons of Hogwarts until she'd asked him to stay. Harry had temporarily allowed himself to be mollified by his aunt's words and stayed with Dudley in his room. Snape, as Petunia had said, transfigured a bunk bed for them to use, though the raven-haired boy had yet to sleep in his own, as Dudley kept insisting that Harry sleep beside him every night. As it turned out, his cousin had been having the most horrible nightmares almost nightly since Harry had left for school. They would lie together under the covers, as the gaunt blonde boy would recount his dreams. He was always in the dark and unable to move. He would hear the voice of his 4-year-old cousin as he yelled at his mum. Then his father's voice yelling to get him out, that turned into an inarticulate scream as a wave of heat assaulted Dudley's frame. He wanted to reach out somehow and save his father, but no matter how hard the boy tried, he couldn't move. Harry would hold his cousin and stroke his hair each night, forced to relive Vernon's last moments as he comforted the other boy until they both drifted off into a much-needed sleep. He was really worried about Dudley's well-being and went, after the second night, to talk to his aunt about it, but stopped cold in the entry to the kitchen as he came upon her and Professor Snape at the table speaking softly to each other over cups of tea and holding hands. He didn't know why, but the two of them together like that was more disturbing to him than Dudley's nightmares. Not wanting to deal with the confrontation and still unnoticed by the two adults, he backed out of the room and went to find his cousin. Christmas morning finally arrived and Harry was pulled from bed by an excited Dudley and dragged down the stairs into the parlor. There they found Aunt Petunia and Professor Snape sitting together on the couch and sipping hot cocoa. The sight of them like that soured Harry's mood somewhat, but Dudley's mood was contagious, and soon they were both tearing into their presents with wild abandon. From his cousin he'd received socks and a folded piece of paper. When he opened it, Dudley pulled it excitedly from his hands and explained that it was a picture he'd drawn of Harry at Hogwarts. "I thought that maybe you could make it magic and then you could see it like you do the pictures of your mum and dad." Harry winced inwardly and laughed off his cousin's words, but he could feel the potion's master's eyes boring into the back of his head. The next package he opened was from Hermione. She'd found him the perfect book, Blind Mages Through the Ages. 1,000 Years of Surmounting the Impossible. Promising himself to read it as soon as possible, he moved on to the gift he'd received from Draco and his family. It was a small box with paper that his aunt informed him was dark green with silver scrollwork on it. Whatever was inside, Harry could tell that it was magical at some lever and seemed to be calling to him somehow. Peeling away the wrapping paper, he opened the box and pulled out a finely crafted necklace with a small circular pendant attached that had a coiled serpent embossed on it. The raven-haired boy ran his fingers over the image of the snake and decided to wait until later to try it on. Next was a large lumpy package with a small card attached. Opening it, he found the message inside written in Braille. "Happy Christmas, Harry, and I hope that what is inside serves you well. I can never seem to have enough of them. Albus Dumbledore." Opening the package, he found several pairs of warm fluffy socks. Grinning to himself, he set them aside and reached for his last package. It was square, flat and fairly heavy. He pulled it to himself and pulled off the wrappings. It was made of wood, whatever it was. 18 inches on a side and 2 inches thick, its top surface was alternating flushed and raised squares, 8 across by 8 deep, with a shallow hole in each. "What is it?" Harry asked, as he ran his hands over its surface. "Open it," urged his aunt. "There's a small catch on the side facing you, the whole top lifts up." Finding the latch where she'd said, he opened it to find 32 small figurines in familiar shapes. A chessboard. "It's a Braille chessboard, Harry," his aunt explained. "The man at the store said you use it in combination with a regular chessboard and keep track of all the moves." Guiding his hand to hole one of the kings, she said, "You see? The black pieces have a bump on the top so you can tell them apart from the white." "Have you ever played, Harry?" asked Snape unexpectedly. Still exploring the contours of the pieces with his fingers and memorizing their shapes with his fingers, the boy shook his head mutely. "Let's move to the kitchen table and we'll see if I can't help you get the basics down." Harry spent the rest of his day going between his increasingly fascinating rounds of chess with the professor and playtime with Dudley. The raven-haired boy was still at it late into the evening, sitting at the kitchen table with Snape as his cousin and aunt lay sleeping on the couch in the parlor. The raven-haired boy was trying to think his way out of a neat little trap that the potion's master had set up for his queen when he was interrupted from his chain of thought. "So tell me, Mr. Potter," said Snape quietly, "when exactly were you going to tell me about your sight?" Startled, Harry flinched and knocked over a glass of milk that had been sitting directly beside his hand moments before. What do you mean? Asked the harried boy as he fumbled to right the glass. Evanesco, said the professor with a wave of his wand to clean up the mess. Your sight, Mr. Potter, he continued. While your eyes may no longer function, I've suspected for some time that you can in some way sense the magic around you. It's the only way that you'd be able to know how to fine-tune the potions you make. From what I've seen over the last few days, I can also assume that you can sense people in some similar manner, their auras perhaps. Caught, Harry just nodded dumbly as Snape continued. As none of the other professors have mentioned this little ability, I'll assume that you're trying to keep it somewhat of a secret? A thin smile crossed his face at the boy's nod. How very Slytherin of you. Very well, I will keep your little secret as well outside of my class. You realize, however, that we would be much further on in our studies if you'd shared this little piece of information. Now, unless you can free your queen, which I doubt, I'd suggest that you go on up to bed. Harry went and got a very groggy Dudley from the couch and helped him up the stairs. He lay in bed beside his cousin for the longest time, half concerned and half relieved that the professor had found out his secret. Turning towards the bedside table, he opened the box from Draco and took out the necklace. Feeling the call again, he opened the clasp and placed the chain around his neck. When the pendant touched his skin, he felt an electrical thrill run through his body and then fade away. When nothing else seemed to happen, the boy put his head back on the pillow and fell into a peaceful sleep, unaware that the eyes of the serpent around his neck were now glowing a faint, ghostly green. The rest of the holidays went in a blur for Harry. He received several owls from all his friends, and was delighted, even if his aunt wasn't, when Hedwig appeared over the kitchen table one morning and settled about his shoulders. Finally, the last day of the holidays had arrived and they sat again at the breakfast table for his last meal at home before returning to school. Harry, Dudley, his aunt said gently, there's one last bit of news I've been saving for the both when you till the end of holidays. I've put the house up for sale. What? The two boys sputtered through mouthfuls of cereal. We're moving. But why? It's a good thing really, she said quickly. I want us all to move to Hogsmeade. We'll be closer to the school, and since Dudders will be starting in the fall next year, it just made more sense. Anyway, there's an old house that Professor Dumbledore has offered to give to us after it's been fixed up a bit. Harry couldn't see Professor Snape pale, but he could feel the emotional turmoil from the man. It felt like a cross between fear and anger. The Shrieking Shack? The dark man asked tensely. Did he call it that? Looking a bit peevishly back at Snape, Petunia nodded. Yes, I believe he did at one point. Said that it had a reputation of being haunted, but that it was balderdash. Why, is there something wrong? Severus shook his head tiredly. No, it's just that I have some history with that house. It was rather unpleasant. Brightening a bit, however, he continued, perhaps this is what it needs, however. A new start. Everyone's heads were whipped around by the sound of breaking china as Dudley threw his plate of food to the floor. No, you won't take me from my father's house. Dragging himself to his feet, the blond boy staggered from the kitchen to throw himself on the couch and began to cry. Looking torn by her son's pain, she turned to Snape and said, We can't go out like this, Severus. Would you take Harry to King's Cross and get him on the train? At the dark man's nod, she turned to Harry and folded him in a deep hug. Right as soon as you get there. I know you love this house too, but it really is for the best. An hour later, after more tearful goodbyes and a hectic ride on the night bus that Harry was becoming to enjoy immensely, they found themselves on the far side of the barrier at platform 9 3/4, where the boy was again nearly overwhelmed by the magic around him after a quiet week at home. Seeing Harry's obvious discomfort, Snape asked quietly as possible, What's wrong? The raven-haired boy shook his head and said shortly, My sight, remember? I've been away from magic for 2 weeks, it's just a bit much to deal with until I'm used to it again. The potions master looked doubtful but said, Well, all right then. Will you be able to get on the train by yourself? Harry nodded and replied, I'll be fine. See you back at the school, Professor. With that, the boy separated himself from Snape and walked towards the passenger cars. Halfway there, he caught the sound of Draco's voice and turned to try and find his friend. He pushed his way through the crowded students and their families as he continued his search. People were pushed so close together that their auras seemed to blend together. Closing his mind's eye in disgust at the chaos around him, he resorted to trying to single out Draco's voice from the din. Harry's efforts were rewarded moments later when he heard the blonde constantly repeating the phrase, Yes, sir, in response to a masculine voice that seemed endless in its flow of instruction. Draco? The boy called uncertainly, though he knew he was quite close. Where are you? A moment later Harry felt Draco's familiar grip on his arm as he was led away from the crowd. Well, what do we have here? The raven-haired boy recognized the voice that had been speaking earlier now directed towards him. You must be the famous Harry Potter. Draco's spoken of little else than you and your friends since he arrived home. Harry found himself listening raptly to the man's every word. It felt like he was at the back of some cave and his entire focus was on the face and voice of this man standing at its entrance. Oh, yes, said Draco's father, he had to be as he sounded just like an older version of Harry's friend. Where are my manners? Lucius Malfoy. A pleasure to meet you at last. Turning back to his son he continued the instructions he'd been giving earlier. Remember, not a word of it to anyone. And as for you Harry, he said swinging his gaze back to the boy with a calculating smile. Remember not to speak to anyone on the train, you never know who might be listening. The elder Malfoy led the thoroughly confused boy and his son to the railcar and watched as they boarded. The two friends walked in silence to an empty compartment where Harry tried to ask Draco about his father and his strange words, but as soon as he opened his mouth he lost his train of thought. After several more minutes of waiting, in which Harry saw no signs of either Hermione or Neville, the clock on the platform struck 11 and the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station. The raven-haired boy was feeling a nagging worry for his other friends, as he was sure he'd be with them on the way back, but as he couldn't do anything about it at the moment Harry opened his inner eye and turned his attention towards Draco. He hadn't noticed before, but the blonde boy was sitting in a most uncomfortable way. He was perched on the very edge of his seat with his back rigid as if trying to touch as little of his body to it as possible. As Harry increased his concentration he hissed in shock and sympathy as he learned that Draco had a perfectly good reason to be sitting that way. From the signs Harry could see, he'd been beaten severely. Draco's back was covered in welts and bruises, all burning hotly in the raven-haired boy's sight. They extended down to include his buttocks and the backs of his thighs. From the looks of them some must have been several days old but some were fresh. Harry opened his mouth again to ask what had happened but the words caught in his throat. The aura around Draco was tinted heavily with shame and anger but also with an oddly large amount of guilt as he looked back at his raven-haired friend, knowing that the boy must now be aware of his injuries. After a few moments the blonde could take it no longer and said, "Talk to me Harry." The raven-haired boy suddenly felt as if his throat had cleared of some obstacle. He took a deep breath and asked, "Draco, what happened? Are you all right? Let me help you." Grimacing in pain as he held up his hand to slow the questions, Draco answered the best he could. "My back is punishment for something. It hurts a bit, but a lot less than it did yesterday. And before you try to do anything my father knows you're studying under Madame Pomfrey and has forbid me to let you use anything she's taught you to fix me, said I wouldn't learn my lesson if it didn't hurt for a few days. How could he do this? I mean you're his son. But I can still heal you, he doesn't know about." Draco shook his head abruptly. "He knows you can sense magic somewhat and that being at the school gives you horrible headaches, that's all he's gotten out of me." Relieved, Harry sat down beside his friend and put a hand gently on a less damaged portion of his back. "Just relax Draco and breathe slow and deep." The blonde stiffened as he felt the tingling sensation race through his body but relaxed as the pain that he'd been subjected to for the past several days faded to nothing. "MMPH, he grunted in relief. "Thanks Harry, it's much better now." "Well, hold on a moment," the raven-haired boy answered. "I've only just numbed it. Give me a minute or two to fix everything." Finally the damage was repaired and the boys spent the rest of their trip telling each other of their respective Christmases, though Harry knew that Draco was leaving out loads about what his father had done to him. Eventually the train was preparing to pull into the station and the boys went about gathering their things. "I wonder what happened to Neville and Hermione?" Harry asked as they trooped off the train. "I heard she wouldn't be coming back to school on the train," answered Draco. "Something about some trouble at home." "Who told you that?" Harry again felt the surge of guilt as Draco answered. "I overheard my father talking about it." In short order they were back up in Merlin Tower. As it was Saturday they'd have one more day's rest before classes resumed. Hedwig was sitting on Harry's bed, waiting for him as he expected, but he was more surprised to find Neville sitting on his own bed, full of excitement at their arrival. "Harry, Draco, did you have a happy Christmas?" Smiling at the podgy boy's enthusiasm, Harry answered, "It was fine, Neville. Why weren't you on the train though? We didn't see you or Hermione." His smile faltering a bit, Neville explained. "Well, Graham was feeling a bit under the weather, so she had me come back a few days early." Brightening, he continued, "It was worth it though. Look what I found under my pillow when I got back." With that, the boy stood up and pulled something from behind his back. When he draped it over himself, his aura became muted and a bit hard to sense, but nothing else. For Draco, however, whatever Neville had done must have been impressive. The blonde boy gasped and cried out, "An invisibility cloak." Confused, Harry turned his head in Draco's direction and asked, "What? I can still sense him fine." "That's just because you don't see like we do, Harry," explained the blonde. "Just it's like he's not there. It's a wicked cool thing to have when you're wanting to pull a prank." "I found this note with it as well," said Neville. He handed it to Harry, but because it wasn't written magically, he couldn't read it, so he handed it over to Draco, who read it aloud. "Neville, a very good friend, left this cloak in my care. And I can see no better use for it than in your care. Use it with care." "A friend? You should see what else I found," said the podgy boy excitedly. "Come on, I'll show you." With that, Neville threw the cloak back over himself and pulled the two boys under it with him. They made their way out of the tower and in the general direction of the library. "I found this room one night when I was looking in the restricted section for Nicholas Flamel. I was nearly caught by Filch but ended up here." With that, he pushed them through a door into an old, empty classroom with a large and ornate mirror sitting in a dark corner. "Look," chirped Neville. "Look in. Do you see them? That's my parents all better." Harry did see something. The mirror was obviously magical and was acting just as a portrait of photo would. He saw himself flanked by his parents just as they'd looked in the photo, along with Petunia, Dudley and a dark figure he couldn't quite make out. His whole family together and happy. Suddenly it wavered, and instead of his family he saw himself kneeling before Lucius, Draco and another man with glowing red eyes. Confused, and not a little bit scared by the image, Harry closed his inner eye and turned to Neville. "Sorry, Nev. I don't see them. I don't see anything. Do you, Draco?" The blonde, like Harry, seemed a little put out by whatever he'd seen. He grabbed Harry by the arm and said, "Let's get out of here." The two boys got to the door and realized that their other friend wasn't with them. Turning, they saw Neville still staring raptly into the mirror. "Come on, Longbottom," said Draco. "It's after curfew, we need to get back to the tower." "I'll be just a few more minutes, go on ahead and I'll catch up." Harry and Draco shared a dubious look and exited the room, leaving Neville alone, kneeling in front of the image of his parents. "Okay, kiddies. This seems like as good a breaking point as any. Chapter 14 is now done, and while Chapter 15 shouldn't take a month, don't hope for it till after Christmas. Hopefully I'll have it sooner, but you never know." Changes Blind Faith. Chapter 15. Harry and Draco made it back to their tower without getting caught, but Harry was discouraged to find that there was still no sign of Hermione. Much later, after midnight, the boy woke up to hear Neville come stumbling back into the room and fall over his bed in an exhausted sleep. The next morning, the podgy boy confided with his friends that the headmaster had come to him while he was at the mirror and explained some things about it. He had also said that Dumbledore said it would be moved to a safer place. They talked among themselves, trying to figure where their missing friend could be. Neville was of the opinion that she must be sick, though Harry didn't believe it, as he'd seen her dragging herself to class with a terrible cold not a month before. He knew that keeping Hermione from a lesson would likely require physical restraint. Draco had been uncharacteristically quiet on the whole subject, neither adding his own thoughts nor even commenting on their ideas. By Monday evening, Harry was beside himself after a full day of classes without a word from the girl. After dinner, he made his decision to talk to the Gryffindor head of house about Hermione and made his way towards her office. He liked the professor all right, but he felt uncomfortable going to her. He felt he had let her down in some way by not excelling in Transfiguration. He was standing outside Professor McGonagall's door, building up the courage to knock, when he heard voices coming from the other side of the door. They sounded like the professor and Hermione, so he let his Slytherin side get the better of him and cocked his ear towards the door to listen more closely. "Really, Miss Granger?" came McGonagall's worried voice. "Are you sure you're up to returning to class so soon? It's hardly been a week." "Please, Professor," he heard his friend reply. Her voice sounded strained and tired. He wanted to stretch his senses out, but between the thickness of the door and the splitting headache he already had from a day of classes, he didn't think he could manage it. "My parents were adamant about me returning when I talked to them last." Neither they nor I are going to let anybody dictate where I go to school. And what about your arm? The healer at St. Mungo's said there was no permanent damage and that I'll be able to take off the bandages in another week or so. She also said that there won't be that much scarring. There was a short pause where Professor McGonagall was likely debating the wisdom of returning the girl to classes, but in the end she agreed. Right then, gather your things and I'll walk you to the tower. Harry turned and fled down the hallway, not wanting it to look like he was eavesdropping. He made it back to the dorms in record time and found Neville and several others playing Exploding Snap in the common room. "Hello, Harry," said the podgy boy as his friend came through the portrait hole. "Nev," he answered, "have you seen Draco? I've got news." Neville nodded. "He just went to the owlery to post a letter to his father, I think. What news?" The raven-haired boy frowned. He'd rather have told them all at once, but he couldn't wait for the blonde boy to return. He was near bursting. As it was, "Hermione's back. I overheard Professor McGonagall talking to her. They'll be here directly." As if on cue, the portrait hole opened, allowing the Gryffindor head of house and their missing friend enter. Harry had to force himself not to gasp in surprise as he got a good look at her aura. The normally golden sparks that represented a healthy wizard were replaced by angry red ones that indicated burns. They were clustered mostly on the girl's left forearm but were present all over her, especially on her face and other hand. "Children," admonished McGonagall as everyone began to move in their direction. "Miss Granger has had a bit of an accident over the holidays, but as you can see, she is quite all right. I would ask you all to give her some time to get settled in before bothering her with unnecessary questions." The professor gave them all another stern look and shot an apologetic glance in the girl's direction before departing. The common room was deadly silent for a small eternity. The only sounds that could be heard were the children's breathing and ticking from the great clock above the mantel. Then, as if a wave was breaking, the Merlins surged forward and bombarded Hermione with questions. Harry fought his way through the crowd, latched on to the girl and pulled her into the boys' dorm. Once in, he, with no little help from Hedwig, kept everyone else but Neville outside and closed the door. "Are you all right?" asked the boys in unison as they led her to one of the beds and sat her down. "We were so worried when you weren't on the train," said Harry as he began scanning her in earnest. The girl's aura became tinged with fear, not at him he was sure, but most likely in response to the memory of whatever had caused her injuries. "A fire sprite got into our house after we went to bed Christmas Eve," she answered, putting on a brave front. "My parents and I got out all right, but our house is ruined." "What about them?" asked Harry as he gently put his hands on Hermione's shoulders to begin healing her. "Were they hurt too?" Hermione's facade of strength crumpled as tears welled up in her eyes. "They saved me, Harry. We were all asleep but my mum smelled the smoke somehow and woke us all up. Everything was on fire. Things got so bad that she had to push me out a window. They were hurt pretty badly, but the healers say that they'll be all right, released from the hospital in a week or two." They all sat quietly for a time as Harry continued to work on her burns. Little by little Hermione's aura shifted from red to gold and he noticed how her muscles were relaxing as the pain ebbed. He was just helping his friend remove the bandages from her arm when the door suddenly opened and Draco burst in. The raven-haired boy sensed agitation, guilt and not a little bit of relief coming from the blonde as he saw for himself that Hermione was all right, but his face hardened after just a few moments. "Granger," snarled Draco in a tone he normally only reserved for Weasley, "I see you finally decided to show up at school. Over the holidays I've had time to think about the company I've been keeping and quite frankly you are beneath me." The three Merlins already in the room stood with their mouths hanging open, unable to quite comprehend the words that continued to come from the blonde's mouth. "I won't have it known that I'm consorting with a—" Draco's speech stopped for a moment as he almost seemed to be choking on his words, but he went on. "A filthy mudblood. So I'm telling you now, stay away from Harry and I." "What are you on about, Draco?" Harry asked as he walked over to the boy. "Hermione is our friend." Draco's face turned a bright shade of pink and he growled, "No she's not, she's a dirty muggle-born freak and we'll have nothing to do with her. Now tell her to get out." Harry tried to argue further with his blonde friend but found himself having difficulty not telling the girl to do as Draco demanded. The boy took on an almost panicked look as he fought an internal battle over whom to side, and as it was happening he felt the medallion on his chest growing uncomfortably warm. Grinding his teeth in frustration at Harry's lack of response, Draco snorted and said, Fine then, if Granger won't leave then we will. Come on Harry. With that the blonde boy turned and left the room, not bothering to see if the other boy would follow. As it turned out he didn't have to. The moment Draco walked away Harry turned and went after him like a puppet on a string. Harry didn't know how long he walked after the other boy, he felt like he was traveling in a daze. It seemed almost a surprise when they ended up out by the lake well past curfew. Draco, he asked finally after listening to his friend throw rocks into the lake for several minutes. What was that all about? Why are you being so mean to Hermione? There was no answer for several moments and Harry watched the other boy's aura flickering as warring emotions fought for control. He could sense anger and hate but they didn't seem to be connected to Hermione's name when he'd said it. The strongest emotion was guilt, however, and it flared sharply at the mention of her name. Listen Harry, said Draco with determination. Hermione is a mudblood, neither of her parents are magical. She isn't like our kind. And it's not safe for her to be around us. What are you talking about? Asked the raven-haired boy in confusion. Hermione isn't a danger. His question was answered by a bitter laugh. Hardly. You've met my father Harry. He's really smart and he always finds out what's happening at school. Over Christmas he said I wasn't to associate myself with such trash, said that he'd make sure. That was on Christmas Eve. Now drop it, we're not talking about this anymore. They sat in silence for a time and Harry was just about to suggest they head back to the tower when he sensed someone approaching from the castle. Motioning to Draco for silence, he pulled the other boy with him against a nearby tree as none other than Professor Snape stalked by on his way to the Forbidden Forest. Curiosity getting the better of their common sense, the two boys waited a few seconds then followed the potion's master into the woods. It was slow going, moving silently enough not to be caught yet keep the professor within sight, but they managed not to lose him and soon came upon a meeting between Snape and Professor Quirrell. You came alone? Why, yes of course, replied Quirrell weakly, but why meet out here? The potion's master's face took on a deadly serious air as he closed with the other professor. I thought we'd keep this little conversations private, answered Snape. After all, the student population isn't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone. The defense teacher mumbled to himself inaudibly, his words stumbling over themselves as Harry strained to hear. Have you found out how to get past that monster of Hagrid's? Asked Snape sharply. But, you don't want me as an enemy, Quirrell. The two continued to talk in low tones but Harry wasn't able to hear any more as Draco, spooked by the whole affair, dragged him away from the clearing and back towards the castle. What was that all about? Asked the raven-haired boy when they were out of earshot. Draco shook his head and answered, I'm not sure but at least we know that that beast is guarding something called the Philosopher's Stone and that one or both of Snape and Quirrell want it badly. The next weeks were the most uncomfortable that Harry could remember since coming to Hogwarts. Hermione was no longer speaking to him or Draco, which seemed to suit the blonde just fine. She and Neville had begun spending more time away from them in the library with that prat from Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. It still bothered him, the reproachful looks from her or Nev, whenever their eyes met, but Draco was steadfast in his insistence of not speaking with them. It irked Harry, but for some reason he was allowing the other boy's opinion to be more important than what he knew was right. There were times when he felt like he was on the verge of figuring out why he was feeling so oddly, but something always seemed to distract him right then. Some things, however, had improved for the boy in that time. The understanding of his magic and senses, under Sal's tutoring, had made serious progress. Barely a week back from holidays Harry was able to see the ghostly outlines of non-magical outlines through his inner sight, though it took quite a bit of concentration to do it. He still couldn't visualize things well enough to attempt any transfiguration spells, but he had been able to make a feather fly just the day before. Harry and Draco were spending some time in the library going over what they'd learned about the stone. After learning its name it took almost no time to dig up information on it and learn about Nicholas Flamel as well. It turned out the stone was created by an alchemist of that name several hundred years before. It could change metal to gold and create something called the elixir of life, a substance that was said to give the drinker immortality. The blonde boy had decided that it would be a brilliant idea to get the stone for themselves and become rich. He was just telling Harry about his plans for all that gold when Ron Weasley burst into the library and rushed over to Hermione and Neville where they sat, poring over musty tomes. I think Weasel has found Flamel for them, said Draco quietly. Why's that? The blonde sneered as he watched the commotion at the other table. because Weasel is swinging a chocolate frog cart around like he's swatting flies. You know we could have told them about the stone when we first heard of it, said Harry in a conspiratorial whisper. They could have helped us. The blond boy paused for a moment as if considering the thought, then shook his head. Let's go, he said in a voice loud enough to be heard by their one-time friends. It's beginning to smell a bit ripe in here. The two of them left the library, followed by the angry and somewhat worried looks of Hermione and Neville. Unseen by any of them was a group of 4 translucent wizards hidden in the shadows. They watched the short exchange with concern. Things can't stay this way much longer, said Sal quietly to his companions as they faded from sight. Now to answer some reviews. Star Angel 2106. Yup, Hectate de Mort. Neville got the cloak because Dumbledore no longer believes that Harry could be the child of prophecy. How could a blind boy stop the Dark Lord? He is therefore giving Neville all the tools he can to help the boy blossom into a weapon for the Order. Lokatha. You can see Hermione returns this chapter not too much worse for wear. As for Dumbledore, he is simply doing what is best for the war. You still want to stick pins in his voodoo doll though, J. EAV. They're 11, and as for Lucius, he always seemed that kind of person to rule through fear, even with his family. Arsenal. Snape is somewhat distracted, especially when he's at the Dursleys. The wise Sir Ivan the Shadow Low. Wow, what a name. The cloak is James and should be Harry's. Harry is already having a hard time with Snape's and Petunia's relationship, more on that to come. Thestrals. What Harry saw in the mirror was firstly his own greatest desire, then again through the influence of the pendant. Guys, thanks for all the reviews and keep them coming. I just looked and realized how close we are to getting to the end of Book 1. My plan after it is finished, after a short rest, to start Book 2 of Druid's Apprentice. Should Blind Faith continue through his following years as well? The Forbidden Forest, Blind Faith, Chapter 16. I'm not really sure about this. Harry stood in the room of requirement with a wooden practice sword as he waited nervously for Sal's next swing. Why'd I have to learn sword fighting? The old wizard walked a lazy circle around the boy, swinging patterns in the air with his own padded weapon. When did you start sensing non-magical objects, Harry? Right after holidays, wasn't it? How far have you progressed since then? Sal grinned at Harry's shrug. We need to give your senses some kind of initiative to develop. This said, the old wizard flicked the practice sword out and swatted the boy's backside with it. Now put up your guard and try to block me. They spent the next hour going back and forth, with the raven-haired boy getting far more than he gave. When they finished, he flopped to his stomach on some nearby mats. Ooh, he groaned. I won't be able to sit down for a week. Sal crouched beside his charge and with a twinkle in his eye he asked, so why don't you just heal yourself? Harry snorted with disgust, because I can't, you know that. My magic doesn't work on me. Harry, began Sal as he watched the boy begin his cool-down stretches. I've been watching you and your friends. Something has changed between you since the holidays. I don't know what you mean. Yes you do, said Sal sharply. When is the last time you said a civil word to Hermione or Neville? The last time you said anything at all? Harry mutely shrugged, no wanting to think about it. Harry. I don't know. The boy screamed at Sal. Then in a weaker voice, went on, whenever they're nearby I'm thinking one thing and doing another. Flopping onto his back regardless of the pain it was bringing his tortured backside. Harry lay there with his hands covering his face. I think I may be going insane. Where did you get that necklace? Sal asked in a curious tone as he changed the subject. You know that you're not supposed to be bringing magical items in here without my permission. Caught up in his own thoughts, the boy didn't really hear the old man at first. What? Oh, the necklace. It was a Christmas gift from Draco. It's got some kind of anti-theft charm on it because I can't take it off. Running his fingers across its surface, Sal regarded the talisman with a thoughtful expression. Leaning back with a frown he asked, do you think you can talk Draco into coming with you for your training on Saturday? This gave Harry a bit of a pause. The old wizard had never asked to have any of the boy's friends here when he trained. After all their time here, he'd become to think of this place as their own little secret. Still, Sal seemed to think it was important for the other boy to be here, so reluctantly he agreed. Yeah, I think so. Do it. Sal said with force. I think he can tell us a lot about his little gift. Likely more than you expect. Helping Harry to his feet, Sal urged, "Remember now, bring your friend with you next Saturday." Exhausted, the boy moved weakly as he left the room and had started on his way back to Merlin Tower when he bumped, quite literally, into Draco as the blonde came skidding around a corner. "What are you doing?" asked Harry as he picked the other boy up from the floor. "Come on," hissed Draco, "we've got to get out of here before you're caught by a professor, Mr. Malfoy," came the clipped response from Professor McGonagall as she stepped out of the shadows. "What are you two doing out so late after curfew?" Thinking fast, Harry answered, "I got lost getting back to the tower this evening and Draco just found me." Smirking mirthlessly, the Gryffindor professor disagreed. "Had this been your first month, I'd have believed such a story, Mr. Potter. However, it is quite well known that you know most of these corridors better than many of the sighted students. Your heads of house will be notified and you'll be notified when proper punishments have been set. Now follow me and I'll return you both to your dormitory." They'd arrived at Merlin House and the portrait had just swung open to admit the boys when Mr. Filch arrived with a very frightened Ron, Hermione and Neville following him. "Excuse me, Professor," said the caretaker. "I found these three sneaking about the astronomy tower after curfew." Seeing the three new rule breakers seemed to put McGonagall into an even worse mood. Harry winced as he waited for her temper to explode and it wasn't long in coming. "I am disgusted. 5 students out of bed and 3 of them affiliated with my own house." Hermione attempted to speak up, trying to explain why they would be out of the tower, but the professor held up her hand and declared, "Not a word, Miss Granger. I've no idea what foolishness would have you out at this hour and I really don't care. 50 points will be taken from your respective houses." "Professor!" cried Ron in horror. You'll also serve detention with Mr. Filch, all of you," she said, wiping the smirk off Draco's face. "I will clear it with your heads of house. Now get to bed before you get into even more trouble." Silently, Draco, Harry and Neville entered the Merlin boys' dormitory and changed into their nightclothes. Laying in his bed, Harry turned over in Draco's direction and asked, "What were you doing out so late, Draco?" "Nothing," the other boy replied. "It's not important. What were you doing out?" "We'll talk about that tomorrow," promised the boy. "Now, good night." The rest of the week went a bit too quickly for Harry's tastes. Their detention with Mr. Filch had been set for Friday and the days until then seemed to be flying by. Exams were coming and he had to really buckle to make sure and score highly in theory as he was still having difficulty on the practical in many of his classes. One day on his way to the library, he ran across Professor Quirrell coming out of an empty classroom nearly in tears. As he approached, he thought that there had been 2 voices coming from inside, but when he went in he found nothing but an open door on the far side of the room. Friday finally came and Harry found himself waiting in the entry hall with Hermione, Ron, Draco and Neville as they stood in 2 small groups waiting for Mr. Filch. All of them were afraid, Harry could tell. Even among the first years, stories of the caretaker's detentions were a horrid legend. Draco, edgy already, looked about to begin hurling insults at Hermione at any moment. He'd been merciless with that entire group since holidays ended, but the majority of his abuse seemed directed at the bushy-haired girl. It had been so bad several times that Hermione could be seen running towards the girls' bathrooms with tears streaming down her face. What surprised Harry most about it all was that though he had instigated each exchange, he would be anything but happy when he got her to break down. For hours after one of their squabbles he would kick things and walk around in a really foul mood. Anything that the blonde might have planned to say to Hermione would have to wait this evening, however, as Filch finally arrived to escort them to their detention. "Follow me," said the old man through crooked teeth as he lit a lamp and led them out of the castle. "I bet you'll think twice before breaking school rules again," he went on. "Still, it's a shame they let the old ways die. I think a week hanging by your wrists in the dungeons would do a world of good." Harry wasn't really listening to the old man's words. He'd been distracted when he'd felt Hedwig settle on his shoulders and begin tickling his ear. At least he would have one trouble-free companion this evening. By the direction they were traveling, Harry guessed that they were probably headed towards Hagrid's hut. The boy's suspicions were confirmed when he heard the half-giant's gravelly voice call out. "That you, Filch? Hurry up, I want to get started." Harry smiled. He was glad to be doing his detention with the big man, but the caretaker obviously had some inkling what the boy was thinking. "I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself tonight," said Filch with glee. "Think again, boy. It's into the forest you'll be going, and if I'm not mistaken, not all of you will be coming back whole." "The forest?" choked Draco as he froze in his tracks. Harry had also heard what sounded like whimpers coming from both Ron and Neville. "We can't go in there," continued the blonde. "I've heard there's things in there like werewolves." "And spiders," moaned Ron. The caretaker smiled wickedly. "Maybe you should have thought about that before you got in trouble." "Aboo, time," said Hagrid as he came lumbering out of the shadows with Fang at his side. He was carrying a huge crossbow and had a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. Smiling grimly, the great man nodded to each of the children. "I'll be back at dawn," said Filch evilly. "For whatever is left." With that he turned and headed back up towards the castle, his lantern bobbing in the darkness. "Right then," grunted Hagrid as he turned back to the children. "What we're doing tonight is dangerous, Harry," he said, looking a bit uncomfortable. "Maybe ye can wait here for us. I mean, well, ye know what I mean." "Hardly," Harry growled. "I've already spent the better part of a night alone in that forest before. I'm not afraid of it, and my ears are probably better than your eyes in catching anything trying to sneak up on us." Hagrid looked distinctly happy and not a little proud at the boys' statement as he led them into the woods without further protest. "There's a unicorn that's been heard out here somewhere," he said, "and we're gonna find it." "How do you know?" asked Harry as he held on to Draco's shoulder and followed him. Thanks to his exercises with Sal, the boy could sense a lot more of the world around him, but he wasn't totally confident in it yet. Hagrid, at the front of the group, suddenly stopped and knelt to the ground. "Look here," the half-giant said as he stuck his finger into a small puddle of silvery liquid on the ground. "This is unicorn blood. Poor beast has been through here in the last few hours, but I am not sure which way it went. That means we're gonna split up. Harry, you and Hermione come with me. Malfoy, Ron and Neville, you follow the trail that way." "I want Fang then," said Draco. "Fine," answered the groundskeeper. "Just so ye know, he's a bloody coward." Harry and Hermione walked quietly behind the half-giant for a time. Harry, having finally worked up the nerve to apologize, said, "Hermione, I'm sorry for not talking to you. I know it sounds odd, but I really haven't been feeling like myself since Christmas." Pretending to not even hear him, the girl kept walking with her nose in the air. Harry had been afraid of this. Things had gone on badly for so long it wasn't all that likely she'd ever forgive him. Truth be told, he didn't blame her a bit. He was about to try again when he turned at a distant and barely audible shout. The next thing he knew, the forest was lit by flying sparks in the distance. "The signal!" cried Hermione. "They must have found something." "Stay here," rumbled Hagrid as he ran off into the woods. They stood quietly for a time, feeling a bit more anxious by the moment. Harry had just decided to go looking for the others when the groundskeeper appeared, followed by an embarrassed Neville as well as Ron and Draco, though the two boys seemed a bit more battered and bruised than when they'd left. "What happened?" asked Harry when they were all together. "Seems Malfoy took it on himself to sneak up on poor Neville when he wasn't looking and grabbed hold of him," Hagrid explained. "Poor boy was so scared he went and threw up the sparks. When I got there, Ron and Malfoy were on the ground thrashing each other." The two boys had squared off again and looked ready to go at it again when Hagrid reached in and physically separated them. "That's it," he said. "We're just going to have to keep you two apart. Ron, you and Neville come with me. Harry, you, Hermione and Draco go that way." Both Ron and Draco seemed ready to protest, but a hard look from Hagrid kept them quiet. Soon enough the two groups were on their way again. As they followed the trail, Draco became steadily more belligerent towards Hermione, and after one particularly hard shove one time, the girl just snapped. "Draco Malfoy, how could you?" she snarled. "We were your friends. What could have possibly happened to turn you into such an insufferable git?" Malfoy, who'd slowly been backing away from the girl as she vented her anger, began to turn quite red in the face and growled back at her. "What, do you ask?" Turning to Harry, he questioned, "You didn't tell her, did you?" When Harry shook his head mutely, the blonde turned back to Hermione and said angrily, "Father knew about us being friends when I got home for Christmas. Do you know what he did when it came up? My being chummy with a mudblood? He beat me. Not once, but daily. He would come to my room and ask if I was still planning on palling about with you and your kind. Every time I said yes, he tied my hands to the bedpost and whipped me with his cane until I passed out. Do you know what's stupid? At the time I really thought it was worth all the pain." Hermione, her face gone white, stepped back from the blonde boy in horror. He followed her, however, now that he had a chance to vent his frustrations. It was all futile, you know. On Christmas Eve Father came to me and said if he couldn't beat me into staying away from the Muggle trash, then he'd keep the trash away from me. Hermione flinched as the suspicion Draco was planting in her brain came to full bloom. It's all my fault, you know, you and your parents getting hurt. Being stubborn nearly got you killed. When we found out the next day you'd survived my father's fire sprite, he just shrugged his shoulders and said there's always tomorrow. He said that he'd spare no expense for my friends. He forced me to make a choice then, whether I want you more alive and hating me than dead as a friend. I don't know if I want to have to choose anymore. Totally spent and not willing to look up into the face of the girl that had once been his friend, Draco turned and stomped further ahead. Harry took a step towards Hermione, wanting to comfort her, but just like before, he spun around and ran after Draco. He'd barely gotten a few steps before he ran into the other boy's back. They stood at the edge of a small clearing. At the far end lay the crumpled form of a unicorn. As Harry watched, the last of her life force was slowly ebbing away. Oh God, Quicksilver! Harry took 2 halting steps forward to help but froze as a cloaked figure scuttled out of the underbrush and approached the fallen unicorn. Quicksilver raised her head and a single powerful image was thrust into the boy's head before the figure began to feed at the wound in her flank and the light in her eyes died forever. The 3 of them, Hermione had just arrived to see the unicorns. Final collapse, stood trembling in fear. Unable to stand it any further, Draco screamed, grabbed Hermione by the hand and dragged her away as he ran in panic. Harry was rooted to the spot in horror as the hooded figure, a slightly familiar aura along with something evil, got up and stalked quickly towards him. Hedwig, sensing imminent danger to her master, became visible and reared up as she prepared to defend him. A terrible pain suddenly shot through his scar. Harry clapped a hand on high head and staggered back as the sound of hooves approaching filled his ears. Out of nowhere the form of a giant horse flew over his head and landed between him and the ghoulish thing. Rearing up, it frightened away the attacker, whatever it might have been. Harry, in turn, now gaped in wonder at the beast before him. It wasn't a horse at all, though it had the body of one. Where its neck should have started, rose the upper body of a man. This was a centaur and he knew he was safe, as Hedwig had relaxed on his shoulders again. "Greetings, youngling," said the great beast as he lowered his weapons. "I am Firenze." There was a short pause and Harry knew instinctively that Firenze was studying him. "You are the Harry Potter. Come with me. The woods are not safe at night to be alone, especially for one such as you." The boy took the centaur's hand and was pulled up onto its back. Firenze turned and prepared to leap into motion when Harry suddenly remembered the vision sent to him by Quicksilver. "Wait," he cried. "We need to do something first." Reaching out with his senses, he located what he'd been looking for. "That way," he pointed. "There's another clearing about 50 yards that way." Firenze looked at the boy oddly but turned and followed his directions regardless. A short time later they came into a small glade. Harry slid to the ground and slowly approached a small stand of bushes as he cooed comforting words. Kneeling down, he pulled the bushes aside and exposed a tiny colt with the beginnings of a horn, barely a nub, growing out of its head. Harry knelt patiently, gently stroking the young unicorn's withers until it trusted him enough to be led out into the open. The boy did his best to keep the colt from becoming too agitated as he checked it over. "It's all right, boy, I understand. I lost my mum when I was little too." Turning to Friends, explained, "This is Silverbolt, his mum hid him here from that thing. Do you think you could?" "We will look after the little one until he is ready to be on his own," answered the centaur with a grim smile. "After all, he is now marked as you are." "What do you mean?" "You've said it yourself," replied Firenze. "What lies hidden at Hogwarts?" "What, oh, you mean the Philosopher's Stone, and who do you know of that would seek that out? Who would hold on to life long enough to attempt stealing it for their return?" Cringing a bit, Harry answered, "Voldemort." Just so. A crashing could be heard from nearby, then Hagrid came charging out of the underbrush, nearly scaring the young unicorn into bolting. "Harry," cried the groundskeeper in relief. Malfoy and Hermione came back babbling something about a monster. "It's gone now," replied the boy. "The unicorn is in a clearing that way," said Harry, pointing vaguely. "Do you think we can go back to the castle now? I'm done." A little over an hour later, everyone was back in their respective towers. Hermione and Draco still weren't talking, but both were wearing serious, thoughtful expressions on their faces. Harry lay with Hedwig curled around his head on the pillow, and he gently stroked her feathers as he thought of what he'd learned that day. Sleep was a long time in coming for Harry Potter. Wow, you guys are tense. Dumbledore gives Neville one little gift, lol. And for those of you so worried about my starting another FIC, when I get a little writer's block, it helps free me up if I switch stories. I haven't given up on any of them. Akuma Ronso. Harry has been looking at Draco's aura, he just hasn't understood what it meant. Derek. You'll know by the end of the FIC. Curls of Serenity. Not on his own, no. The wise Sir Ivan the Shadow Lord, phew. Dumbledore does what he thinks best for the wizarding world. Star Angel 2106. Yup, you used me blind faith. Chapter 17. Morning came far too early for Harry's tastes, especially after the events of the previous evening. Quicksilver's death had almost seemed unreal then, but as he lay snug and warm under the covers, he couldn't help but think of Silverbolt and worry about what would become of the colt now. Hearing the clock downstairs chiming the hour, Harry forced himself out of bed and went to rouse Draco. He knew the other boy up would be a hassle this early, but Sal had been insistent about his friend coming to this morning's training session. Though he'd likely never put it to a test, Harry was fairly certain that refusing his mentor's request would prove to be futile. 20 minutes and several death threats later, Harry and a very sleepy Draco entered the room of requirement. One look around the training area ended the other boy's sleepy complaints as he gaped at all of the equipment around them. "What is this place?" asked Draco, nearly bursting with excitement. "It's brilliant." "This," came Sal's voice from the shadows, "is where Harry is learning to harness his magical abilities." Draco nearly jumped out of his skin at the unexpected intrusion by the old wizard. Harry, on the other hand, only smiled. Months of training had really paid off, and even without using his second sight, he'd heard Sal breathing the moment they'd entered the room. "This is where he's been honing his senses," Sal continued from some unseen dark corner. "He's spent every available moment since Halloween working to get a handle on his magic. A formidable task for anyone in his situation, but he's always had friends ready to lend him their support, until lately, that is." Sal was suddenly right beside the boys and placed his hand on the startled and distinctly guilty-looking blonde's shoulder. "After the Christmas holidays, Harry suddenly began distancing himself from all his former friends except you. At first I thought it was some childish squabble that would blow over shortly. What I didn't expect, however, was that Harry began to act completely unlike himself and was actually beginning to lose some ground that we'd gained in regards to his training." Sal walked over to Harry and pulled the pendant from inside the boy's shirt. The pendant lay in the old wizard's hand, glittering in the firelight, though at the moment its jeweled eyes were darkened at the moment. "An interesting Christmas gift he's gotten from you, Mr. Malfoy," said Sal, looking sideways at the blonde. Fortunately for Harry, I recognized what it really was. As the old wizard spoke, Draco's eyes widened and he began to look frantically for the door. Oddly, where it had been was a smooth stone wall. Turning back, he saw Sal glide toward him with a dangerous expression on his face. "Tell me where your father got the charm and who else is included in the activation spell." "I don't know what you're talking about," the blonde said in a strained whisper. "Who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. What you've done is unforgivable, and I wouldn't blame him one bit if he never wanted to see you again. But you can start making this right. Who else was named in the spell?" "What are you two talking about?" asked Harry in exasperation. "What spell? And Sal, why are you being so angry with Draco? What's this all about?" The old wizard stared hard at Draco for a moment and asked, "Will you tell him or shall I?" When the blonde couldn't bring himself to respond, Sal nodded grimly and turned back to Harry. "Your Christmas gift from Draco is more than a simple necklace. It is a Hayes charm. They work on a principle similar to the Imperious Curse, except that the spell is placed on an object that affects the first person it is given to." "But, how, why?" "For the why we'd have to ask your friend here," explained Sal. "That's why I had you bring him here. As to how, the Hayes charm was invented by Salazar Slytherin himself at the request of a king he served before the founding of Hogwarts. There were never more than a handful of them in existence, and I thought they'd all been destroyed until I saw you wearing one the other day. The pendant you received on Christmas wasn't some accident. The activation spell had to be cast and the people capable of controlling you named. I knew Draco didn't do this on his own because it takes the power of a fully mature wizard to set it. I suspect the boy's father set it so that you'd have to serve them both. Malfoy has been manipulating you since Christmas, and it looks to me like he sees you as nothing more than a toy to use as he pleases." "No." Draco, his face red, began wildly hitting Sal's chest and stomach with clenched fists. "I hate you. I hate you. He's my last friend." The blonde fell to his knees, his shoulders shaking with quiet sobs, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Harry was finding himself in a similar situation, but for much different reasons. As Sal had gone about explaining the charm's power and origin, the raven-haired boy found himself staring at Draco with a tortured expression. He knew that he should feel betrayed at the least, more likely furious. He could sense all these feelings boiling around deep inside his mind, but the magic of the pendant was holding them at bay. He could feel the pendant's power forcing him to feel sympathy and compassion for his friend even in the face of Draco's betrayal. The conflicting impulses were warring inside him, and bit by bit he could feel it tearing him apart. He opened his mouth to say something, anything, overcome by weakness. However, he felt his knees go all rubbery and he slumped against some of the exercise equipment, knocking both it and him to the floor. The crashing sound from Harry's fall drew the attention of the other two back to the stricken boy. Everyone seemed to freeze for a moment, not fully able to accept what they were seeing. Harry lay sprawled over a weight bench, his pallid face covered in perspiration and breathing irregularly while he trembled so violently that he looked like he would hurt himself. Restraining himself from immediately running to the lad, Sal glanced at Draco and said with a voice full of venom, "Oh look, you've broken your toy." What's wrong with him?" yelled Draco as he eased his friend into a more comfortable position on the mats. "You're killing him," said the old wizard as brutally as he could manage. "He's fighting the charm's magic, but since he's had to give up on or been betrayed by his friends, he has nothing left to fight for. They're stalemated and it's slowly draining the last of his strength. Sooner or later, my bet would be on sooner, the strain will become too much for him, he'll have used up all his energy and—" "What? And then you can cry over him at his funeral." A look of horror crossed Draco's face as the implications of what Sal was saying became apparent. "Stop it then," the boy begged. "Break the curse." "I can't," replied the custodian. "The only two ways I know of to remove the magic holding him is either for him to be a blood heir of Slytherin and have enough need and will to break it, or for the one who initiated it, your father, to release him." "Father would never do that," cried the blonde. "He's convinced that Harry has some hidden power that saved him from you-know-who. He'll never give up control." Taking Draco's chin in his hand, Sal lifted the boy's guide to meet his own. "There's a way to save him right now though. Release him from your control. It's your betrayal that is causing this conflict, end it now." "But he'll hate me, or he'll die," the old wizard reminded. "This is a terrible thing, someone your age having to make this choice. I know you've already made this sacrifice to protect Miss Granger, now you need to do so again for Harry." The blonde stared down at his stricken friend, torn between what he wanted and what he knew he had to do. Harry was his last true friend, and the blonde knew that when the enchantment was lifted, the raven-haired boy would want to have nothing to do with him, but if he didn't. Harry's face was already pale and drawn. Covered in a sheen of sweat, his limbs were shaking so badly that he seemed in danger of hurting himself if it continued. The faint odor of burning flesh reached Draco's nostrils, and he reached out to open Harry's shirt to find the flesh around the pendant was reddened and blistered. Looking back up to Sal with frightened eyes, Draco begged, "What do I do?" "Release him," came the old wizard's reply. "Order him to no longer allow the pendant to influence him when it comes to you." Grabbing his friend by the shoulders, Draco spoke in a shaky but determined voice, Harry, listen. You don't have to follow my orders anymore. I release you, do you hear me? You're free." The blonde had hoped that Harry would immediately wake up and be himself again, or at last start looking better. Instead, the other boy looked, if anything, a bit worse than he had moments before. "What's wrong?" Draco asked in panic. "Why isn't he getting better?" Frowning with concern, Sal ran his hand over Harry's sweaty brow. He shouldn't have gotten so weak this quickly. Turning back to the blonde, he said, "We're going to need some help. My own magic is somewhat limited in scope. I don't have any healing magic." Seeing Draco's eyes widen in fear, the old wizard shook his head. "No lad, not Dumbledore or Pomfrey. I don't think making the headmaster aware of this would do any good, and the school's Medi-Witch would go straight to him. We need someone that you both trust and who knows how to keep his mouth shut." Realizing who Sal was implying, Draco jumped to his feet and sprinted to the newly returned door. "Wait. We need to keep this quiet, for Harry's sake as well as your own," explained the old wizard. "The headmaster uses the castle's portraits as his eyes and ears inside the castle. Go to get help quickly, but don't be obvious about it. Remember, you are a Slytherin." Determination hardening his eyes, Draco nodded as he straightened his robes and stepped quickly through the portal and into the castle proper. Left alone with Harry, the old wizard bent down and gently picked up the boy and placed him on a couch that had appeared from nowhere. "Hold on, lad," Sal said as he bathed the child's forehead with a damp cloth he'd conjured. "Help is on the way." The halls of Hogwarts on an early Saturday morning were usually deserted. Teachers and students who'd spent the week rising early for classes were having a bit of a lie-in. Even Mr. Filch, who would normally be searching the halls on the lookout for adventurous students, was still abed. That stillness was broken by the sounds of hurried footsteps as a young boy made his way swiftly to the dungeons. Draco moved through the corridors of the school looking as if he owned the place. Head held high and with a haughty expression, he was the epitome of pureblood pride. It was only if you had the chance to study his face that you'd notice the slightly widened eyes or the flush in his cheeks that betrayed his agitation, or that he was only a few steps short of a full run. As he entered the dungeons proper, the blonde was dearly wishing that he was going anyplace else. He'd already driven away Hermione and Neville, and when Harry woke up there was little doubt the other boy would hate him for what he'd done. Now he would have to explain himself to a man who not only was like a second father to him, but also someone who had become close with Harry's family. So wrapped up in his own misery, Draco barely realized it when he found himself standing before an ornate wooden door near the potions classroom. Gathering himself, Draco raised his hand to knock at the door when it seemed to swing open of its own accord. Just beyond the doorway stood a tall black-robed figure silhouetted by the light of the room beyond. Caught off guard and a little frightened by the figure's sudden appearance, the blonde felt the air catch in his throat as he tried to speak. Well, what have we here?" said Severus Snape as he let his normally stern expression soften at the sight of his godson. "What brings you out of your bed so early on a Saturday morning, Draco?" "Uncle Severus," the boy began, his voice strained with tightly checked emotion. May I come in? I need your help." Sensing the boy's emotional state and taking note that Draco had called him by a name the young Malfoy hadn't used in years, the Slytherin head of house suddenly felt a stirring of unease deep in the pit of his stomach. Something had happened and he felt that whatever it was, he wasn't going to like it. Once inside and the door securely closed, Draco grabbed onto Severus' robes with a white-knuckled grip. "It's Harry," he blurted, with fear and anxiety creeping noticeably into his eyes and voice for the first time since he'd left the room of requirement. He's reacting badly to a necklace father sent him for Christmas." "What do you mean?" asked the potions master tensely. "He's sick, shaking all over, and he's so weak that he won't wake up." "Then why on earth would you come to me?" growled Snape as he went to the hearth to pick up a bag of flow powder. Taking a handful, he threw it in and called, "Madame Pomfrey's office." The fire flared, but rather than turning green it went out altogether. Severus stared at the fireplace, not quite sure what had just happened when Draco called for his attention again. "Uncle," the boy said. "We have to go. The man said not to bring anyone but you." "Man?" asked Severus. "What man?" Frustrated, Draco answered. "He was there helping Harry with his magic." He never said his name. The blonde's eyes widened and he pointed to a Muggle-style portrait hung over the fireplace. "Him? Well, he looks a lot like him but older." The Slytherin head of house stood motionless, staring into the unmoving gaze of the wizard depicted on the canvas. Gesturing for Draco to stay where he was, Snape went into another room and returned momentarily with a large satchel hung over one shoulder and a wand in his hand. "Take me to them." The professor and Draco entered the room of requirement several minutes later to find Sal still mopping Harry's brow with a damp cloth. The boy still looked pale and drawn, but he seemed more relaxed than when Draco had left earlier, looking up from his task. Sal was confronted with the business end of Severus' wand. "Who are you?" demanded the potions master. "See to the boy first," Sal replied simply, "then we'll talk." Keeping his wand at the ready, Snape moved cautiously towards the boy as the old wizard backed away, giving the other man access to his charge. Checking the stricken boy, first with a cursory glance, then with his full attention, Severus realized the boy was truly ill. What's happened to him? Sal, standing well back from the pair to help the other wizard feel more at ease, glanced at Draco. You didn't tell him? Steadfastly studying his feet, the blonde answered, there wasn't time. I just told him that Harry was having a problem with a necklace father gave him for Christmas. Someone, said Sal, looking pointedly at Draco, gave Harry a Hayes charm as a Christmas present and he's been under their control ever since. Draco's cheeks burned hotly and he desperately searched for any place else to look than at his godfather. When I recognized the item a few days ago, I had Harry promise to bring young Mr. Malfoy here to confront him about it. Unfortunately, the boy was so upset by the revelation that his feelings created a conflict with the magic of the pendant. We were able to sort it out by releasing him from Draco's influence. Unfortunately, the conflict inside him was enough that he's suffering from severe exhaustion. Snape was only half listening as he dug through his satchel looking for what would be best suited to help Harry. Taking out a pepper upper potion, he gently tipped the vial against the boy's slack mouth, letting a few drops in. The little bit Harry had taken wasn't enough to revive him, but it did bring him around enough that he was able to swallow the rest of it without choking. After having the raven-haired boy drink 2 healing draughts and a dreamless sleep potion, Snape sat with Harry's head resting in his lap. The relief that Severus felt on seeing the boy's positive response to the potions was largely due to the promise he'd made to Petunia several weeks before about keeping him safe. Deep down though, he had to admit that Harry had grown on him. Oblivious to the other 2 people still in the room with them, Severus studied the face of his boyhood rival's son, marking the similarities and differences between the two. Just to look at him it was obvious that he was James Potter's son. Except for the minute and almost invisible scars around his eyes, Harry looked exactly as his father had when Severus had first met him at the sorting ceremony so many years ago. Same untamable black hair and a face that was a mirror of his father. The potion's master closed his eyes, banishing the unwelcome memories of his years putting up with James' abuse as he reminded himself that at least the boy's resemblance to his father was only skin deep. Where James had been self-centered and dangerously impulsive, Harry was introspective and giving. His almost obsessive study habits coupled with their mutual love of potions had forged the beginnings of fondness towards the boy in Severus' heart. The potion's master was wryly debating how he would be explaining this morning's events to Petunia when an unexpected breeze caught his attention. The room of requirement, in its current form anyway, had no windows open to the outside, yet somehow there was a swirling of air about them that was strong enough to ruffle hair and cause the cloth of their robes to ripple. Above their heads a quickly thickening mist was swirling like a small hurricane. The breeze turned into a wind, going stronger and faster until with a popping noise the cloud dispersed, leaving behind a very agitated Codal. Hedwig! Snape breathed as the visibly upset winged serpent dodged about the room hissing menacingly until she spotted her master and settled on his chest. She must have known something was wrong with Harry, said Sal. The Codal will guard him until he wakes up. Come Severus. The time for explanations has come. I know you have questions and while I don't promise to answer them all, I will do my best. The 2 of them separated themselves from the boys to talk in relative privacy, leaving Draco to sit miserably as he waited for Harry to wake up. When several minutes had passed in silence, the blonde growled to himself in frustration before addressing his sleeping friend. Harry, he began. I know you can't hear me but I couldn't say this to you when you were awake. Pausing to take a few deep calming breaths, he continued. I know it's unforgivable, using the necklace to make you stay with me when I was being mean to Hermione and Neville. You have to understand though, I've never had friends like you before. It was never about who I was or how much money my family has. You all like me for just being me. I've never had that before. I couldn't lose you too. Reaching out, Draco smoothed the hair on Harry's head but gasped in shock when a hand grabbed his wrist. You used me. So there you have chapter 17, sorry it took so long, but I've been working 10-hour days since before Christmas. Thanks for all the wonderful reviews and more on that in a moment. A few things first. As you can see I left a little cliffy at the end as to Harry's reaction to Draco now that he is no longer under the pendant's control, so review and tell me how you think Harry should respond to his betrayal. Also, We're going to start into relationships with book 2. Whenever I get a chance to start it. So I was wondering about ships. I've already had a few votes for HD&D hour as we have few chapters left to the end of book 1. I would love to hear your ideas. Reviews. Separatrix. Well, you saw how Sal reacted to the pendant, and the repercussions for Draco haven't even begun yet. Oh, and yeah, Dumbledore will be so screwed when everybody finds out about James' cloak. Of course, that could possibly not happen until book 3. Rowena 7. The whole Neville thing started as just a nice little plot twist, but it's grown all on its own. I'm interested to see where it goes, and your HD vote has been counted. Shazia. Riavera. Yeah, there will be a book 2, and I'll start it right after I finish Druid's Apprentice book 2 and finish Coming of the Dragon. Yeeks, I got too much going right now. Hi Bob. Yes, you're right to a point. Dumbledore did give the cloak to Neville because he thought it would be best for the war. What he did wrong was assume that he could make poor Neville fit the prophecy, and it may end up getting the boy killed one day. I want to respond to all of my reviewers, but it's like 1 in the morning and I just don't have the strength. Through the Trapdoor, Blind Faith chapter 18. You used me. The statement seemed to hang in the air between the boys as the unwanted confrontation commenced. Harry still lay on the couch conjured by Sal, with Draco perched on the cushion beside him. The blonde was being held in place by the other boy's grip on his wrist. It wasn't painful but very firm. It was all just some big joke to you, wasn't it? Harry asked as he levered himself up into a sitting position. Hedwig, who'd been perched on his chest, took to the air and with a repeat performance of her arrival vanished with a pop. Her departure went unnoticed by the boys. However, Harry was furious with Draco and nothing was distracting him. You were just pretending to like me, weren't you? You went back to your father and laughing at the poor little blind half-blood? As he spoke, Harry's grip was becoming painfully tight. Draco pulled against it but was unable to break free. Was I your Christmas present? Did Daddy give me to you all wrapped up with a bow? Harry couldn't see it, but Draco's head snapped back as if he'd been slapped. The raven-haired boy guessed closer to the truth than he knew. Harry, I don't. Harry interrupted. You betrayed me. If you'd really been my friend, you would have told me about this the first moment we were alone. Instead, you used it to drive away all my real friends. Unnoticed by the two boys, Sal and Snape had quit talking and were listening closely as Harry vented his anger at the blonde. Severus moved as if to stop it. Sal took his arm gently, holding him back. It's between them, lad, he said quietly. They have to work it out, or not, on their own. Snape didn't look very happy with that, but he respected the old wizard's request and waited. Back at the couch, Draco's eyes were misty with unshed tears as he struggled to say something, anything in his own defense. The problem was that there was no defending what he'd done, and he knew it. The blonde finally hung his head in mute shame as his once best friend went on. You need to go, said Harry tightly as he suddenly released the other boy's arm. I've never hated anyone in my life, but right now I hate you, Draco Malfoy, you and your father. Get out. Harry's hand shot out and caught the unprepared blonde hard in the chest. Draco fell sprawling to the floor. He was uninjured but still feeling lightheaded, like someone had grabbed hold of his heart and was squeezing it. The blonde turned and ran to the door, where he nearly knocked down Hermione and Neville as he pushed past them in the doorway of the Room of Requirement. Nodding a quick farewell to Sal, Severus went out past the children, giving them one of his most withering looks as he passed. Stepping outside, he looked either way and went down the hall as quickly as his dignity would allow in search of his godson. Hedwig, who'd been perched on Hermione's shoulders, launched herself into the air and flew about her master's head, agitated and a bit on edge, sensing that her master was more than a little worked up as well. Having been distracted by the whole affair with Draco, Harry's first clue that he had of his other friend's presence was Hermione. Throwing her arms around his neck, Harry, she cried, are you all right? You look terrible. My own, he gasped, trying to get a decent breath with her attached so tightly, can't breathe. After the girl loosened her grip, she and Neville sat on either side of Harry as he recounted everything that had happened since Christmas. When he finished his story, Hermione hugged him again and said, Oh Harry, I should have known that it was something like this. You'd never turn your back on us by yourself. Had we guessed what Malfoy was up to, Neville and I could have done something. It's all right, answered Harry tiredly. Neither of you could have known what was happening. The boy snuggled against his friends a bit as his hold on consciousness began to slip. "I'm so tired," he said. Would you both stay with me for a bit? At least until I'm asleep?" "Of course," said Neville as the raven-haired boy succumbed to exhaustion and slumped against Hermione. The days leading up to exams passed quickly, and with every sunrise Harry's strength returned. The constant companionship of Hermione and Neville had done wonders for him, and he had even begun to visit Sal again in the early mornings to continue his training. More than once he'd found Professor Snape waiting outside the door for him so that he could visit further with the old wizard. Only two things kept him from being totally at peace. Hermione's attention had become smothering, and he missed his friend Draco. Hermione was his most immediate problem. It had started so innocently at first. Her helping him to class the first day's wean he'd still been weak and playing mother hen when he pushed himself too far. If that had remained the extent of her help, everything would have been fine. Unfortunately, the girl let herself get a bit out of control and had Harry on the point of screaming the day before when she'd tried to cut up his food for him. Neville was a bit better, but the podgy boy was so wrapped up in the crazy idea that Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone, that he barely talked of anything else. Neville had cornered him several times, desperately searching for any details from the Forbidden Forest or the conversation he'd heard between Snape and Quirrell that could tie the potion's master to Voldemort. Severus was another matter as well. The potion's master had spent several days urging Harry to at least try and understand the situation from Draco's point of view. Snape knew better than to expect Harry to forgive the other boy, but he worked steadily at trying to forge some kind of reconciliation. It wasn't that Harry really hated Draco, though he had vague memories of their conversation where he'd said just that. The problem was that the blonde had betrayed his trust, and it was something Harry just didn't deal with very well. They had all entered the library, Hermione's favorite haunt since exams had become so close, and were settled down at one of the tables to study. Neville was wrapped up in a conversation with Ron Weasley, discussing the probability that Snape was after the stone for Voldemort. They'd been at this ever since Harry had told them of his conversation with Firenze that night in the forest. Hermione rolled her eyes at the talk but restricted herself to reminding them that it wasn't proper to talk that way about teachers. For his part, Harry could understand how someone could come to such a conclusion about the potion's master. After spending so much time with him, however, he just couldn't see the man backing Voldemort. Harry was just going over his history of magic notes when he heard a familiar voice several tables away. Bringing his mind's eye into focus, he located Draco, who was surrounded by other first-year Slytherins. The group was huddled together around the blonde and hanging to his every word as the blonde told everyone what he thought about Muggles and Muggle-borns in general. He also, without actually using her name, was offering his thoughts about Hermione. Draco's words were cutting, and Harry couldn't help but cringe with each statement made. He could feel the tension mounting in the room as Gryffindors and Merlins alike, who were present in the room, growled in anger toward the Slytherins. The only two people not part of his parent house that weren't taking offense at the blonde's words were Harry and Hermione. With his ability to read auras, Harry could sense that not only wasn't Draco's heart in any of the insults, but it was sickening him. Likewise, Hermione's aura showed that she had nothing but pity for the boy. Just like Snape, Hermione had been at him to make some kind of peace with Draco, even if they couldn't be friends. The raven-haired boy was well aware that he would have to confront Draco again about what had happened. It was just the how of it that kept him from acting. Shaking his head with a wistful sigh, Harry put his hand back on the open page of his history book and picked up where he'd left off. Any talk with Draco, he thought to himself, would have to wait until after exams had finished. Weeks passed, and before any of them felt the slightest bit prepared, exams were upon them. Harry was surprised he'd been able to absorb anything, as he'd been having regular headaches since the adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Atop that, he'd been having nightmares since then involving someone in a bloody cloak. Exams in potions went smashingly well, thanks mostly to Severus' help. They had reviewed halfway through the second-year material, and Harry could have done the forgetfulness potion in his sleep. Healing, charms, herbology and history of magic went well also. He enjoyed the subjects and excelled at them. Transfiguration, however, was a bit of a problem. Harry's senses, while greatly improved over the last term, still weren't refined enough to properly visualize non-living objects for transfiguration. The written portion had been fine, and he'd even caught a bit of a break with the practical. They were to change a mouse into a snuffbox. As they'd started with a living thing, he'd had no problem pulling it off fairly well. Unfortunately, as he hadn't actually seen a snuff box, it turned out a bit odd looking and he lost some points for that. Still, he felt better about his performance in Transfiguration than he did in Defense. For the entire time he was taking his exam, Harry had suffered from a terrible headache that seemed to center around his scar. That, on top of the fact that Quirrell had to be the worst instructor in Defense in the last 100 years, hadn't helped at all. Still, Harry was a Ravenclaw. He'd spent countless hours studying the course materials on his own and was fairly certain that he had at least passed the tests. After they'd finished their last exam, Hermione, Neville and Ron dragged him out by the lake to relax. Sitting there under the tree, he was half listening to them as they went on about Snape being the one after the stone. Though he wished he was down by the water with Ron's older brothers as they played with the giant squid. His full attention was brought back to the conversation when he heard the redhead begin talking about Draco. "He's a menace," the boy was saying. "You remember how he turned us in to Filch over the dragon?" "What dragon?" asked Harry, now quite interested. "You remember," explained Ron. "It's the reason we all had detention. Malfoy found out about Norbert and turned us in when we sent him off to my brother Charlie." "Who's Norbert?" Harry asked. His headache was suddenly worse, though having nothing to do with his scar. "Hagrid's dragon." "Hagrid has a dragon?" "Well, he did," Ron explained. "He won a dragon's egg off some bloke in a card game. When Norbert hatched, Hagrid tried to raise him in his house. But it's made of wood." Grinning, the youngest Weasley answered. "We tried to tell him that. Even had him convinced, finally, to let Charlie take Norbert to a dragon preserve in Romania. But somewhere along the way Malfoy found us out." Harry, who'd gone very still as the other boy talked, suddenly got up and extended his cane. "I'm going to see Hagrid, anyone coming?" The four children made their way to the groundskeeper's hut. Hagrid quickly answered their knock and let them in. His sleeves and trousers were rolled up and he was shelling peas. "Well," he said, "exams over then?" Getting straight to the point, Harry said, "Ron and Hermione told me about Norbert. They said you got him from a man in a card game. I was wondering if you remember what he looked like." Hagrid's eyes misted up as he thought of helpless Lil Norbert, all alone in Romania. Blinking back tears, the giant of a man mulled the question. He was oblivious, however, to the odd looks that the other children were giving Harry. "Never really seen his face," Hagrid rumbled. "All wrapped up in a cloak he was. Seemed right anxious part wi. Norbert though." "In a cloak," Harry said slowly. His suspicions about the stranger's identity had become even stronger. "Did you talk about Hogwarts at all, or your job?" "Course," replied Hagrid. "'E's a fellow animal lover after all. Wanted to make sure I could take care of a dragon. But I said, I did, that after taking care of Fluffy, a dragon wouldn't be nothin'." "Did he seem interested in Fluffy at all?" the boy asked with a sinking feeling. Hermione, at least, seemed to figure out what Harry had been driving at this whole time and sat with a horrified expression. Ron and Neville, though still unaware of what it was all about, knew something bad was afoot. "Yeah, he was interested. How many three-headed dogs are there after all? Anyway, I told him Fluffy's really a pushover. Play a little music and he goes right to sleep." An odd look passed over the half-giant's face and he mumbled to himself, "Shouldn't I?" said duh. "Hey, where ye goin'?" Harry had got to his feet and was headed rapidly toward the door with his friends on his heels. "Thanks, Hagrid," the boy called. He strode quickly as possible towards the castle. Headache or not, he opened his senses as wide as he dared, not wanting to stumble on a loose stone on the way up. "Harry," called Neville as he breathlessly caught up with his friends. "What's going on?" "Voldemort knows how to get past Fluffy," said the raven-haired boy, ignoring the whimpers from Ron and Neville. "We have to find Professor Dumbledore and tell him about this. Does anyone know where his office is?" The friends were all silent, uncomfortably aware that they had no clue where to even begin looking. They were all startled a moment later when they heard Professor McGonagall's voice. "What are you children doing inside on a day like this?" she asked. "Please, miss," answered Hermione, "we need to see the headmaster." "What about then?" Said Hermione uneasily, "it's a secret." "Well, Professor Dumbledore has been called away to London on urgent ministry business. You'll just have to wait until he returns. Now off with you." Not giving them a chance to argue, the professor shooed them out of the castle. "Now what do we do?" asked Ron in frustration. What about Professor Snape? Asked Harry. No, put in Neville firmly. I know you think a lot of him, but he led me into the third-floor corridor and you told us about what he said with Professor Quirrell. Harry wanted to defend the professor, but Neville seemed too angry to listen. Anyway, Severus had gone to Surrey earlier in the day with another batch of potions for Dudley. We have to go, he said finally. What? Asked Hermione. Through the trapdoor, explained Harry. I think that whoever is helping Voldemort sent that message to draw the headmaster away. He'll be going after the stone tonight and we have to stop him. Harry strode purposefully away, unaware of the uncertain looks that followed him. Harry and his friends spent the rest of the day trying to act normally as they prepared themselves for their mission that night. Bedtime came and Harry lay quietly, listening to the other boys as the nighttime conversations faded and everyone drifted off to sleep. When he was sure, he slid out of bed and heard Neville moving quickly to join him. Neither noticed as they left, a pair of sleepy, gray eyes that peeked out from the canopy around his another one of the boys' beds as they left. Down in the common room they gathered. Ron had snuck from the Gryffindor tower using Neville's invisibility cloak. He and Hermione had been talking urgently in quiet tones until they saw the other two boys come out and then they went silent. We're ready then? Asked Harry quietly as he slipped his wand into a pocket of his jeans. Not quite, answered Neville as he went and stood with the others. Listen Harry. This is going to be dangerous. You're really smart and all but. But, the boy asked in a dangerous tone. Ron, being who he is, charged on with what the three were thinking. Look. It's just that you can't see. You'd be in the way. Harry gaped at his friends, unable to believe this from them. As they gathered around the portrait hole he said quietly, I'll just follow you. Sighing, Hermione answered, I know, Petrificus Totalis. With a wave of her wand, Harry's legs snapped together and his arms were locked to his sides. Unable to move, he wasn't able to keep his balance and fell hard onto his back, wrapping his head enough for him to fade out of consciousness for a moment. Hermione knelt by him and patted him on the chest. I'm sorry Harry, said the girl. It's for the best. We only want you to be safe. The three children departed for the third floor, leaving Harry alone on the floor with tears of fury running out of his eyes. Do you like my little Cliffy? Let me know if you do. Reviews. Xenocide. Originally there had been a little animosity between Ron and the group, but I think it will be a bit different after this chapter. EAV. Well, what did you think, Obsidian Fox? I wanted to know what everyone thought because I will be laying the groundwork for ships in later books. Rowling built a chemistry between Ron and Hermione from book 1. Separatrix. Thanks, and there will be more in the Snape front in book 2. As for Draco, don't be too hard on the boy. Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago. There were very few portraits made of him and the appearance of all the founders is more conjecture than certainty. Curls of Serenity. So is that a no for a Harry, Draco ship? Hecate de Mort, thanks. Cool name. Starangel 2106. Thanks Akumau Ronso. I've scratched you down. Clutchy. Here you go. One chapter fresh off the keyboard. Shadowface, thanks. Digibonds. Gotcha Derek NC. You like my story with a different idea? What's wrong with the one I've got? Mad Hatter. Gracias Didi. Thanks Dana. Thanks, and even if they come to some kind of understanding, they won't have a normal friendship for a long time. Arsenal. You forget about Hedwig. I'd pee my pants Madfoot Mooney. Just testing the waters. Down in it. Thanks Jaina. Thanks Tia. Very smart. The charm isn't harmless yet. Mako Magic, thanks. Spicy Shuga. Thanks KKWY. Yup, he is dimensional analysis. Thanks Sassenach. Thanks. Elicandra. Thanks, and I'm glad you enjoy Dragonbird. Thanks. Sean Good points no trially important. Thanks, and I've my thoughts on Ginny are pretty much that she's background. Don't really have an opinion. As for Draco, Hermione, one of my fics, I've already decided for that pairing and I won't say which. AZNTGRO1. Thanks, well, quite a good response to that. Keep the reviews coming, and anybody that's reading Druid's Apprentice as well, I've redrawn the first year picture of Damon. It's posted on my bio page. Thanks again. After the Stone Blind Faith chapter 19, the Merlin common room lay shrouded in darkness. Flames flickering in the fireplace were the only source of light this late at night, and its wavering illumination made the shadows seem to dance on the walls. Hidden among them, beside a couch, Harry Potter lay trapped in the spell cast by Hermione Granger, a girl he had considered his friend. The boy lay unmoving. Trapped in a full-body bind, he would be stuck there until the spell expired or someone with enough power and knowledge freed him. Most victims of this spell would be incapable of even the smallest movements, most but not all. Harry struggled against the net of magic that surrounded him as he cursed his own stupidity. Hermione had surprised him. He would never have thought she would do something like this. She'd even claimed that it was for his own safety, no less. The back of his head throbbed where he'd fallen, and he was sure that his skull may be cracked. Grimacing in pain, he focused his attention back on the job at hand. It had taken some time, but Harry was starting to unravel the threads of magic that held him bound. It really wasn't that different from how he manipulated potions. The problem was that, while not too complex, the streams of sparks that made up this spell were difficult to change, and it was taking far too long. He was still feverishly working at the spells with his magic when he heard a noise from the stairs. Draco had first awakened when Harry and Neville had gotten out of bed. He'd wanted to see what was going on, but Neville would have raised a fuss like he always did, and he dreaded the next confrontation between the other boy and himself. When Harry had woken up in the room of requirement, he had been injured and only half conscious. The things his friend had said, Draco had tried to delude himself into believing he hadn't meant it. If they were to talk now and Harry told him again that he hated him, Draco didn't think he could stand it. He'd stayed in bed after they'd left the dorm, trying not to be miserable. Hedwig, who'd taken up the practice of sneaking into his bed at night and sleeping on his pillow, was nuzzling his cheek with her feathered head when they heard slightly raised voices down in the common room, followed by a muffled thump. Draco waited a minute or two, listening for more, but whatever had occurred seemed to be over. Curiosity getting the better of him, the blonde rose quietly and pulled on a housecoat. Wand in hand, he crept down the stairs with Hedwig draped over his shoulders. The room was dark, the fire was banked low and casting flickering shadows about the room. Seeing nothing amiss, Draco turned to go back up to bed when he heard the grunt. It had been quiet and he nearly missed it, but Draco was sure he'd heard something. Hedwig had also reacted to the noise. Alert, she tested the air with her tongue for a time, then sprung into the air violently, nearly knocking Draco from his feet. She flew across the room, setting down in the shadows by a couch. Moving to where she'd landed, he gasped at the sight of his friend still in a full-body bind. For the first time in months, he actually felt a bit grateful to his father for something. Lucius had Draco tutored in several curses and counter-curses before he'd even received his Hogwarts letter. With a flourish of his wand, the blonde cast Finite Incantatem. The spell, which had already unraveled to the point that Harry's right hand was free, collapsed. Scrambling to his feet, he spared barely a thank you to Draco and strode purposefully toward the portrait hole. Not wanting to miss the fireworks, the blonde followed eagerly. Moving stealthily, they dodged around Mrs. Norris as she patrolled the corridors. They continued on, finding no obstacles until they came to the foot of the grand staircase. Out of the shadows, Peeves appeared. "Well, what have we here?" he asked with an impish grin. "Firstie's out of bed at this hour. I think Filch would be interested, don't you?" "Please, Peeves," whispered Harry urgently. "We're on our way to sack Filch's office, but we won't get there if we're caught." The poltergeist seemed to think about that for a moment, then with an impish grin, vanished into the wall. "You suppose he's letting us pass or gone to get Filch?" asked Draco in a whisper as he eyed the other boy with new respect. "You know you'd have done really well in Slytherin." "So I've heard," answered Harry quietly as he continued up the stairs. Harry really didn't know what Peeves was up to, and he couldn't worry about it now. It was short work getting to the third-floor corridor. Reaching the door, they found it unlocked and slightly ajar, with the sounds of heavy breathing and low growls coming from beyond. "So now what?" asked Draco in a fierce whisper. "The dog isn't going to just let us pass." The blonde flinched as Harry pulled out a bit of wood that he took to be the other boy's wand. Harry couldn't be thinking of attacking that monster, not after Neville. Then he realized that the wand had no handle and there were holes drilled in it down its entire length. "What's that for?" "Music puts Fluffy to sleep," explained Harry. "You can play an instrument." "I can play 3. Television really isn't that entertaining to me." With a puzzled look, Draco asked. What's television? Harry only shook his head, pushed the door open further and began to play his flute. As he did, his thoughts went back to the first time he became interested in playing music. It had been 1985 and Harry's first term at St. Mary's. The boy had been without his sight for more than a year, and while he had learned to function reasonably well since the accident, he'd never allowed himself to mourn his loss. He was a bit of a loner, no friends to speak of, and he'd cut himself off emotionally from everyone he knew. Lately he'd begun acting belligerently towards his instructors and even with Petunia. It was as if he wanted everyone mad at him. On a brisk morning when the other children were outside enjoying the sunshine, he heard it for the first time. It was a hollow, mournful sound coming from a classroom nearby. As he listened, the notes seemed to pull on his heart and brought tears to his eyes. Going to the doorway, he listened for a time, mesmerized by the music but too frightened to enter, thinking that the intruding would make it stop. Harry was a bit startled when the music finally did stop and he heard Miss Ashe, one of his instructors, address him. "Come in, Harry. Have a seat beside me. I'll play another if you'd like." Uncertain of himself, but knowing that he did want to hear more, he did as was asked and sat down. "Let me play you one of my favorites. This is called Greensleeves." Greensleeves had been the first song he'd learned to play and was the song he was using now to lull Fluffy to sleep. As they walked slowly toward the dog, 3 sets of eyes drooped and then closed. The glare from the wards protecting the room were so strong that Harry had to close his inner eye again and let Draco lead him to the trapdoor. The blonde opened it and peered into the blackness, not without a little fear. "We don't really have to do this, do we?" His questions answered by the set look on Harry's face, Draco grimaced and nodded. "Right then. I'll go first." Harry tried not to smile at the other boy's words. As if Draco would stay up here with Fluffy after the music stopped. The blonde, in the meantime, had climbed down till he was hanging from the opening by his fingertips. Letting go, he dropped a surprisingly short distance and landed on something soft. "It's all right," he called, "it's not very far at all." Using the sound of Draco's voice, Harry was able to estimate the distance to the floor of the other chamber. He shuffled to the edge of the trapdoor prepared to jump. Hedwig launched herself into the air just as he stepped off into the blackness. His second sight was still useless, but he knew where the ground should be and met it with bent knees as he used his other senses to check the room. He was standing on something soft. It was cool and moist, giving off a smell that was reminiscent of vegetables and rotting meat. There was also the odor of scorched vegetation, as if something had been burned in here recently. "What is this?" asked Draco in the half-light as he kicked a limp tendril. "Devil's snare from the smell of it," answered Harry. "It smells like someone cooked it not too long ago. It feels like it's still stunned." "You mean it's not dead?" asked the blonde, sounding suddenly worried. Shaking his head, Harry said, "It's really hard to kill, but it should be a few more minutes till it regenerates." He relaxed a bit as he felt Hedwig land on his shoulder. Tilting his head in Draco's direction, he asked, "Is there a door or a corridor?" Looking about, Draco brightened and said, "Over here, this way." They followed a long, descending tunnel that seemed to go on forever. After a time they began hearing odd noises that sounded like the rustling of feathers and clinking. "What do you suppose it is?" asked Draco uncertainly. "Ghosts." Shaking his head, Harry ventured, "Birds, I think." Moments later they entered a huge room filled with hundreds of tiny, winged forms darting about high above them. "What do you see?" Harry asked. "Looks like you were right. There's tons of them. There's some brooms floating off in a corner and a door directly across from us." Together, they darted across the room with Harry holding on to Draco's shoulder just like he had early in their first term when he was still learning to navigate the corridors. Arriving at the door, the blonde tried twisting the knob. "It's locked," he said. Pulling out his wand, Harry cast Alohomora. The door, unfortunately, was less than accommodating and remained tightly locked. "So how do we get through?" the blonde asked in frustration. "Look around. There's got to be a way," answered Harry. They spent several minutes searching the room, finding a broken broom at the base along one of the walls. Suddenly Draco let out a quiet curse. "What?" Harry asked. "They're keys." "What are?" "The birds," explained Draco. "They're really keys with wings. One of them must open the door." Exasperated, Harry asked, "So how do we find and get the right key?" Glancing at the brooms in the corner, Draco answered. I'll have to go and get it. For the next 5 minutes Draco dove and chased different keys around the room, unable to get a hold of any. Giving up for the moment, he landed beside Harry. It's impossible. I've figured out what key it is, but it's just too fast. Harry leaned against the wall thinking hard. Coming to a decision, he asked, You want us to go back to being regular friends someday? Right? Stunned for a moment, Draco quickly nodded. Then blushing furiously at what he'd just done, he answered, Of course. Right then. What I'm going to do, you need to keep your trap shut about. I wouldn't trust you with this, but I have to. Then he said specifically, You tell no one, especially not your father. Before Draco could even ask what the other boy was talking about, Harry began speaking to Hedwig in Parseltongue. He explained what they needed and what he wanted the Codal to do to help. Looking back to Draco, Harry said, Point out the key to Hedwig, she's going to help you get it. The blonde opened and closed his mouth several times as he tried to find his voice. Suddenly he found it as he began to gush. I knew it, I knew I saw you talking to her in the dorms on day. You're a Parselmouth. Patiently, Harry reminded, the key, Draco. Oh, right. Draco took Hedwig from Harry and pointed out the proper key. He traced its course with his finger until the serpent touched his cheek with her tongue and leapt into the air. Quickly mounting his broom, the two were soon weaving in and out of the feathered cloud until, with a whoop, Draco swooped down holding a struggling blue key. Shoving it into the lock, he turned it and opened the door. Stepping through, they came to another large square room filled with broken statues. They started across, expecting some other test, but nothing happened until they'd made it halfway. That was when they found the still form of Ron Weasley. Hearing Draco gasp, Harry asked, What's wrong? It's Weasel, said the blonde breathlessly. I think he's dead. Take me to him. Touching Ron, Harry's senses focused on the boy alone and was unimpaired by the wards around them. He's not dead, but he's really badly hurt. It looks like he got hit in the head really hard at least twice and he's broken his arm. Look, you can see how it's bent all odd. Grimacing with anger, he growled. They shouldn't have left him. If he stays like this too long, he'll never wake up. You can't heal him, Harry, said Draco suddenly. What are you talking about? Of course I can. No, the blonde explained. What I mean is that if you do, you'll be too weak to help the others. We'll just have to come back for him. You don't understand, Harry moaned. His brain is swelling. I've got to. Well, then we'll do it like we did the troll on Halloween. Use part of my magic. Just remember, only fix his head. We can't be too weak when we get to the end. Nodding absently, Harry put Draco sitting on his heels in front of him and had the boy lay his hand on Ron's forehead. Then taking his own hand and laying it on top of the blonde's, he knelt directly behind him and wrapped his left arm over Draco's shoulder so his hand rested above his heart. You know this may not even work. On Halloween I just boosted the power of your spell. Well, let's just try and hurry up then. I feel like a poof, you all close like this. Biting his lip not to snicker, Harry let his mind calm like Sal had taught him and felt for his magic. He found it, a shining star of energy at the center of his being. Then reaching out with his magic, he searched out Draco's center. The other boy's core was a kaleidoscope of colors, beautiful to behold. Reaching out, he touched the star and merged with it. Harry felt the other boy's magic mingle with him and unexpectedly was also seeing flashes of Draco's home life. He was seeing through Draco's eyes as he ate dinner with his parents. They were in a large dining room with his father at one end of the table while he sat with his mother at the other. They were silent for the most part, save for when Narcissa would correct him on his table manners. Next he was practicing spells with his tutor while his father looked on. He just cast a successful incendio when he grinned at his father, only to dissolve into panic moments later as the fire at the end of his wand went out of his control. Harry felt his, Draco's, heart drop at the utter look of disappointment on his father's face as he turned away. Forcibly separating himself from the other boys' memories, he manipulated their magic down their arms and began to heal Ron's head injury. They were at it for several minutes until Ron began to rouse and Harry pulled back, breaking the link with Draco. Harry did feel a bit weak, but not as if he'd pass out. Merlin, groaned the blonde. If I never see a fire again, I'll be happy. Hardly paying attention, Harry rubbed his hand over Ron's forehead and asked softly, Weasley, Ron, can you hear me? Grimacing, Ron answered, Yeah, my head, my arm. You're hurt, but I have to go check on the others before I try to heal you anymore. Will you be all right? With a nod from the redhead, Harry stood up and helped Draco to his feet. I'm sending Hedwig to go get Professor Snape. Things are getting too serious. Getting no argument from the blonde, Harry whispered to the Kotal. Hedwig, he said. Remember when you took me to the forest? Yes, my master, the serpent replied. I took you to where you would be safe. Right. The thing is that I need you to bring Professor Snape here. He's gone home to see Aunt Petunia and Dudley. The Dark One is bigger than you are, and much farther away. It will be difficult, but I will try. Nuzzling Harry's cheek one last time, Hedwig leapt into the air and soon vanished altogether. Checking Ron one last time, Harry turned with Draco and the two of them went to the door leading further in. Hand on the knob, Harry grinned in the other boy's direction as another memory, feeling surfaced from his bond with Draco and asked, So you think she's cute? Shut up. Entering the next room, their noses were immediately assaulted with a horrid but familiar odor. Troll? Harry asked in disgust. Yeah, Draco answered. It's even bigger than the one from Halloween. Looks like somebody knocked him out though. He kicked the fallen monster lightly with one toe. Pity, I had so much fun the last time, I'd have liked another go. Just then the troll let out a muffled grunt and Draco squeaked in terror. Grabbing Harry, he physically pulled him through another door and into a long corridor. Coming at last to yet another door, Draco and Harry braced themselves and opened it. The first thing Harry heard when the door opened was a startled gasp and the tinkling of a glass vial shattering on the floor. The room seemed unnaturally hot, but he didn't hear the roar of any flames. Harry. Hermione, he answered shortly. Where's Neville? He's gone ahead. I was supposed to wait 5 minutes, and if he didn't come back I was to go get help. The girl's voice sounded almost hurt at Harry's tone, but at the moment he obviously didn't care. Listen Harry, you know we only did what we did to keep you safe. Drop it, Harry fairly growled. How long has he been gone? It was just 5 minutes when you came in. Speaking to Draco, Harry said, why don't you take her back to Ron and wait for the professor? I'll stay here and wait for Neville to come back. Harry could sense that the other boy wanted absolutely nothing to do with leaving, but Harry reassured him. It's fine, I can't get to the next room. The other door won't open from this side and I'm not stupid enough to try and go alone anyway. Harry followed them out the door, closed it for a moment, then went back in. As he went to the middle of the room, the door closed on its own and fire sprang up at each end. Harry flinched at the sound. He heard a sound much like it in his nightmares. Then he felt over the table till he found the parchment with the riddle. Grinning at the cleverness of it, he felt the newly refilled vials several times, then picked the small bottle off the left end. Getting close to the black flames as possible, he downed the potion in one go. An icy feeling spread through his limbs and he grinned as the heat of the room could no longer be felt. He walked through the black flames and grasped the door handle and whispered to himself, Here I come, then walked through. On the other side he felt the pressure of magic from the wards easing to a tolerable level and he opened his mind's eye. Before him he saw Professor Quirrell, as he had expected. He saw Neville as well, limp and held by the neck at the end of Quirrell's arm as he was squeezing the life out of him. Alright kids, that's chapter 19. There's only 1 or 2 chapters left and book 1 of Blind Faith will be finished. It suddenly occurs to me that I have absolutely no idea on how I'm going to award the House Cup. Any thoughts on that would be appreciated. Review guys, it really helps when I know what people think of my writing. On to the reviews. First off, I want to thank everyone who reviewed. I can't answer everybody, mostly because everybody was wanting to hang Hermione company for binding up Harry, but I'll try. EAV. Wow, you might want to check your blood pressure medication, lol, thanks for the review and I hope this chapter helped to soothe some of that anger. Except about Neville of course. Separatrix. You guessed it, on Draco helping Harry, though I haven't actually made a formal decision on ships yet, stay tuned. Malik. Yup. I had really considered a canon character death in the first book, but I think that might have been a bit much, maybe. Spectre. Ye gods. Yes, Emil 123. I thought about Snape and his motivations after finding out about the necklace, and in all reality the only reason that he didn't was, the story wouldn't have been half as interesting. But for you people that actually want a story to make sense, Snape is still playing double agent for Dumbledore. If it had been found out that he had gone to the headmaster with something like this, he would be exposed. Rest assured, however, he was working diligently to find a way to remove it safely. Theodguy. Wrong. There are two other people who appreciate just how special Harry might be, and I'm not talking about Snape and Sal. Think about it and tremble in fear. WTF. Very succinct Clutchy. You know, I think I may have to start an anger management group. Dragonfox. The truth will eventually be known about Harry, whether that happens in the next couple chapters, we'll have to see. Though the thought of Dumbledore digging himself an even deeper grave gives me funny feelings down in my bits and pieces, lol. I was going to answer everybody, but the numerous death threats against the RHN trio has me all shaky, therefore I'll at least acknowledge all of you while I look up the number of that anger management group. EAV, Separatrix, Malik, Spectre, Kestrel Girl, Imil 123, Shazia, Riavera, Hectate de Mort, Star Angel 2106, Carquay, Lady Addiction, Rowena, Lady Sakura Cosmos, Clutchy, Japanese Jew, Ali, Ride-Off Stars, AZNTGR01, Spesley, Curls of Serenity, Mystical Maiden, Darak, Crab, Spicy Shuga, Fate, Anelia Fifalas, Drarisev, Elicandra, Dragonfox, Nighthawk 24. Kill him Blind Faith Chapter 20. On the other side of the door he felt the pressure on his senses, created by the wards, ease to a tolerable level. Opening his mind's eye, he saw Professor Quirrell as expected. He saw Neville as well. He was limp and being held by the neck at the end of Quirrell's arm as the professor was squeezing the life out of him. Harry stood frozen. He wanted to help his friend, but a leaden feeling had suddenly spread through his arms and legs. He winced as the pendant around his neck also began burning hotly against his skin. Realizing that Quirrell was somehow keyed to the haze charm, Harry fought the panic he felt being helpless against it. Quirrell, who'd been wrapped up in torturing Neville, glanced up and noticed the newest arrival. "Mr. Potter," he purred. "I'd almost given up hope that you'd come." Casually, he tossed Neville aside like a rag doll. The boy fell to a boneless heap on the floor, his ragged breathing the only sign he was still alive. Quirrell, wiping his hands as if he'd been handling something dirty, continued speaking to Harry. "Your friend and I have been having quite the lively discussion about magical stones," he said, stepping over the prone boy as he walked towards Harry. "Your fool of a headmaster has hidden it in this room using this intriguing mirror." With a wave, the professor indicated a mirror standing nearly in the center of the room. Harry was more than familiar with the looking glass. He'd felt its magic once before just after Christmas break. The mirror verized. Neville had told them all about his encounter with Dumbledore and the headmaster's explanation of the mirror's function. "It shows you your heart's desire," the podgy boy had said with an air of importance as they'd huddled together in the dormitory after Neville's last visit to the mirror. Personally, Harry didn't like the mirror. On reflection, he knew that part of what he'd seen was influenced by the charm. It didn't make the vision of him kneeling before the Malfoys and that odd, dark wizard any easier, however. Harry started as a hand landed lightly on his shoulder. He'd been so wrapped up in his memories, he'd missed Quirrell coming right up to him. The professor's close proximity was unnerving to Harry, not only because of the odd, musty odor that always seemed to be coming from him, but there was something else. Unlike with Draco and his father, the magical tie that bound Harry to Quirrell was visible to his senses. He didn't know whether he was just more sensitive to it now that he was aware, or that perhaps Quirrell's link was somehow stronger. The fact that he could see the magical web surrounding him gave hope that he could unravel it as he had begun to with Hermione's body bind. "Do you know why we're here tonight, Harry?" Quirrell had walked behind him and was whispering smoothly into his ear. The professor was obviously trying to unnerve Harry, and with any other child, it might have worked. For a sighted person, to have their opponent so close behind them is a bit frightening. To Harry, even without his second sight, there was nothing special about where Quirrell chose to stand. If anything, the professor's attempts to frighten a small child made him seem more pathetic. What made Harry feel helpless was the control exerted by the charm. "We're here to find the Philosopher's Stone, Harry. The Dark Lord, my master, will have it. With it he will rise again, this time as an immortal, to purge the world of mudblood filth." As he went on, Quirrell's voice became louder and almost maniacal. He circled around the boy and stopped before him, staring hard at the base of the boy's throat. "You'll help me find the stone, Harry. he said, grinning. You have no choice. Spinning about, Quirrell walked jerkily over to the mirror and stroked its surface lovingly. This is the key, he crooned, almost to himself. When I look into it, I see myself with the stone and giving it to my master. But where is it? Turning to look at Harry, Quirrell continued with dark amusement radiating from him in waves. Your fat little friend turned up as I was examining the mirror. He was surprised to see me. It seems that he'd expected to find Professor Snape. Neville thought that the professor was after the stone, that he was trying to bully you into giving up how you were protecting it. As he answered Quirrell, Harry realized something different about the way he was reacting than he had with Draco. Before, he'd not only done whatever his friend asked, he'd wanted to. With Quirrell, he felt nothing of the forced happiness that he'd experienced before. What he did feel was a boiling anger at the man that made him try even harder to break the enchantment that the charm had put over him. Harry studied the magic surrounding the pendant as the professor rattled on. The power of the necklace seemed to be brighter, as if something about Quirrell was giving it strength. Your precious potions master wasn't after the stone. He's been foolishly trying to protect it from me. This was hardly news to Harry. He'd suspected as much for some time. Allowing the wizard to prattle on, however, gave him time to try unraveling the magic that bound him. Compared to this, however, the body bind that Hermione had cast over him had been child's play. Every time he tried manipulating it, he felt a bolt of white-hot pain in his chest. If it hadn't been for the very spell he was trying to remove, Harry was sure he'd be curled up on the stone floor in agony. Quirrell, who'd been gloating about how he'd set the troll loose on Halloween as a diversion, had stopped again in front of the mirror, mumbling to himself. It's here somewhere, I know it. It has something to do with the mirror. Am I supposed to break it? There's got to be a way. Use the boy. The voice seemed to come from out of nowhere. It was dry and hollow, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. Quirrell seemed startled as Harry, then nodded. Of course, master. Taking Harry's arm, the professor led him in front of the mirror. What do you see? With a sneer on his face that would make Professor Snape proud, Harry answered, Nothing, you twit. I'm blind. Let me speak to the boy, said the disembodied voice again. But master, you're too weak. I'm strong enough for this. Show him. After a steadying breath, Professor Quirrell unfastened his turban and began unwinding it from around his head. The unnatural odor about the professor seemed to grow more intense to Harry as the cloth fell away, and it made his stomach flop inside him. The material of the turban must have been magical. There was no other way that he could have missed what lay beneath. Quirrell's head was bald and on the back was another face. Drawn and sallow, it radiated hatred and evil to Harry's senses. The eyes opened, ranging over the boy for a moment, a calculating look on his face. Harry Potter, the voice was clearer now. It was cultured and intelligent. Something one would expect from a scholar. His tone was what gave him away, however. Every word, every syllable dripped with venom. See what you've done to me, hissed Voldemort. After all, who else could it be? Witness what I've become. I am a shadow, a vapor. Existing as little more than a parasite to this, he used Quirrell's hand to indicate the professor's own body, this inadequate form. The twisted visage became slightly more skewed as the Dark Lord knit his eyebrows and stared hard at Harry. Unable to help himself, the boy broke from his paralysis and took a small step backward. You can see me. Completely gobsmacked by Voldemort's perceptiveness, Harry stuttered out a weak denial. No, I'm blind. Gliding over to Harry, the wizard reached out a hand to touch the boy's face, but Harry stepped back again, automatically climbing a step that he shouldn't have known was there. Not with your eyes, whispered Voldemort softly. You have the sight, don't you? There was a long moment of silence in which Harry was too stunned to find his tongue. The disembodied face on the back of Quirrell's head seemed to be on the verge of some kind of fit. The mouth opened and closed silently as if he was unsuccessfully trying to form words. Then a dry hacking sound came out that Harry couldn't identify at first. As it grew louder and more impassioned, he realized it was wicked laughter. The fool! Laughed the Dark Lord as he brought himself back under control. Dumbledore has put all his hopes into your fat little friends over there, only to deliver his last hope to me. Did you know, he said in a purring voice. I never planned on killing your parents that night. Quirrell, Voldemort walked a slow circle around Harry as he recalled the events of 10½ years before. A spy in my employ overheard part of a prophecy as it was being told to that idiot, Dumbledore. Unfortunately, the old man put up silencing spells before my man could hear it all. He did, however, catch the beginning. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Harry's brows drew together in thought. Born, July 31st. That's my birthday. Yes, Harry. It is yours as well as your friend, Longbottom's. Both of you had parents who worked actively against me. The child of prophecy could have been either of you. I knew, however, that it was you. Voldemort had begun to pace rapidly, filled with nervous energy. He paused, considering his words carefully before he continued. You have to understand, the wizarding world had become weak since the Mudbloods had begun to think themselves our equals. I had worked long and hard to re-establish pureblood superiority and couldn't take the chance of losing all that I'd gained. I'm ashamed to admit it, but fear guided my actions. I came that night to kill you. Your parents got between us and I did what I thought I had to do. I take no pride in their deaths, but I thought them necessary. I was a fool to try and kill you. I realized it even as I was casting the killing curse. The prophecy said that the one with the power approached, not the one destined. Harry, confused by the wizard's words, stood mutely as the Dark Lord spoke. This man had killed his parents, tried to kill him, and now seemed to be trying to justify it. As shocked as he was by Voldemort's words, he was doubly so moments later when the disembodied wizard continued. Dumbledore knew of your power. Up until your unfortunate accident, he planned to use you as a tool to defeat me. The moment you lost your sight, however, you became nothing more than another victim. He turned his attention to Longbottom. I would bet that even your friends underestimate your potential. You can show them, however. Join me, Harry. With our combined power, there is nothing we can't accomplish. We'll bring order to the wizarding world, bring back your sight, even bring back your parents. Just tell me, where is the stone? Harry could feel the charm attempting to override his will. The metal of the pendant had again grown uncomfortably hot as its magic flared. Oddly, he had no problems resisting the charm's influence. While his body remained bound by the magic, his mind was free. This only worried him more, however, because some of what Voldemort was saying made sense. The wizard had been right about one thing. In both the wizarding and muggle worlds, Harry was seen as less than whole. Hermione, Neville, Weasley, and even Dumbledore seemed unable to look past his blindness and acknowledge the potential that was inside him. So far, only his aunt, Draco, Lucius, Voldemort, and to a lesser extent, Severus, had taken Harry seriously. The headmaster, even after an entire school year, made considerations for him out of pity, rather than in recognition of his progress. Harry knew that he could become more powerful if he were to follow Voldemort. He would gain the recognition and respect for his abilities that he craved. It would be so easy to follow this man and become the next Dark Lord, disturbingly easy. Two things stopped him, however. Voldemort had killed his parents. Nothing he did would ever make that right. Also, and the Dark Lord had unwittingly pointed this out, his friends needed him. If what the wizard said was true, Dumbledore was manipulating Neville in an attempt to make him something he was never meant to be. Driven by the headmaster's stories of his parents and a need to prove himself, Neville had already lost 2 fingers and nearly his life twice. He lay on the floor nearby, still unconscious, another testament to the Dark Lord's cruelty. Hermione, actually, she didn't so much need him. It was more that he wanted her to learn to see him more for who he was than what he appeared to be. Then there was Draco. Of all his friends, the blonde was the most needy. Harry didn't know all of what went on in his friend's home life, but something was making Draco act the way he was. Most of it seemed to be caused by his father. He knew that the other boy not only needed him, but all his friends, Hermione and Neville too. For them, for Aunt Petunia and Dudley, he knew that he'd never follow Tia's man. I can't tell you where it is. Harry's statement was only half-truth. He knew where the stone was. Its magic had called out to him like a beacon from Neville's pocket the moment he had opened his inner eye. Voldemort wouldn't find it out, however, not if he had anything to say about it. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Voldemort approached him, eyes blazing. You can't or you won't? The Dark Wizard asked dangerously. Swallowing reflexively, Harry held his silence. Taking that as the boy's answer, the Dark Lord strode over to Neville's still unconscious form and kicked him onto his back. Come here, Harry. Still unable to shake the grip of the charm, Harry did as he was told. When he was standing beside his friend, Voldemort spoke again. Life is such a fragile thing, Harry. A simple spell killed your parents. A convenient drunkard killed your uncle. Though you were lucky enough to share his fate. Did you know that a negligible amount of pressure on your friend's throat, say the weight of an 11-year-old boy, would be more than enough to cut off his air and kill him? Harry stopped breathing as the weight the Dark Lord's words sank in. Regardless of the pain he was feeling from the attempts, Harry began fighting wildly against the magic holding him. Before Voldemort could say another word, however, the door Harry had entered previously slammed open to reveal an agitated Professor Snape. Harry had never realized that a single person could experience every emotion possible at once, until now. Fear, relief, horror, and anger were flowing off the potion's master in waves. It was more than a little unnerving to Harry because he wasn't sure which ones the professor was feeling towards him. Before Snape could so much as raise his wand, Voldemort raised an invisible shield between them. Quirrell, snarled the potion's master. What are you doing here? Drop the shield immediately or else. Really, Severus, purred Voldemort's disembodied voice. Quirrell was directly facing Snape and the potion's master had been unaware of the Dark Lord's presence. Quirinus is doing exactly what you should have been doing since my disappearance. My lord? Snape asked in panic as his head darted around the room, in search of the voice's origin. Very good, Severus, I see you remember me. I would let you join us, but you've been working for Dumbledore so long, that your loyalties are no longer clear. As Harry watched the byplay between the three men, he felt a white-hot ball of anger building up in his chest. Snape was working for Voldemort. Harry had been betrayed yet again. Closing his eyes, he turned his anger on the charm. The pain was incredible, but he was beginning to see its hold weakening. At the very edge of his perceptions, he felt the familiar signatures of Draco and Hermione. They snuck through the door and hid themselves behind a pillar close to the potion's master. Now, if you don't mind, Voldemort lilted as Quirrell turned to let him face Snape directly. Harry and I have some unfinished business. Turning back to the boy, he made a simple command. Put your foot on his throat, Harry. Harry barely heard the strangled gasps from his friends and Severus' choked curses. Small wisps of smoke were coming from Harry's chest and his knees were on the verge of buckling in pain as he tried to resist. He fought the magic binding him, but it held firm. Slowly and unsteadily, he raised his right foot and placed it on one of his best friend's throat. It was no use. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't more than slightly loosen the net of magical energy that surrounded him. His fists clenched and sweat beaded his brow as he fought the commands given him by Voldemort. Tears of frustration were trickling out of his eyes when he heard an unexpected voice in his head. Harry, said Sal from nowhere in particular. Sal, where are you? Harry muttered through gritted teeth. Hush, child, and listen. You can break the enchantment around you, but it is dangerous. It will take everything you have to do it. Are you willing to risk your life to save your friends? It's not just Neville's life in danger, but all of theirs. Should Voldemort get the stone, he will kill everyone here to keep his secret. What do I do? Harry muttered. Good boy, answered Sal with pride, though he sounded a bit anxious as well. Don't bother yourself trying to unravel the net of magic around you, ignore it. I want you to go deep into yourself. Find your magical core and build on its fire. Burn away the alien magic. If you are strong, and your desire great enough, you will destroy the charm. If not, you will destroy your magic and possibly yourself. Harry, said Voldemort, almost conversationally, crush your friend's windpipe. Forcing himself to ignore what his body was doing, he pushed his focus deep within and sought out his magical core. Merging with the brilliant little star, he imagined it to be a flickering flame. Then he increased its intensity until it was blinding hot and focused it outward toward the charm around his neck. Harry didn't know if it was because he was seeing his core as flame, or if it was some reaction to his fight with the charm, but he felt as if he were on fire. He gave everything he had, but still it wasn't enough. He could feel himself weakening when he heard Hermione and Draco both yelling, seemingly from far away. They were yelling for him to stop, to break the charm's hold. They were both saying he could do it. Gathering everything he had left, Harry channeled it at the charm, overwhelming it. Just like that, he was free. Harry fell backward, overjoyed to hear Neville gasp for breath. Completely exhausted, he tried to reach out with his senses, but found only darkness. "Get up!" commanded the Dark Lord. "I told you to kill Longbottom." "Never." "Impossible," whispered Voldemort, suddenly sounding tired. "You've broken the charm. Quirrell, punish the boy." Even with his inner eye out of commission, Harry could still sense the professor's approach. Unfortunately, he was too weak from his exertion to defend himself. Harry had barely rolled over to his hands and knees when a kick to his ribs sent him back to the floor. "Harry!" cried Draco and Hermione as they pounded on the invisible shield. He could hear Snape as well. It sounded like he was casting spells, possibly at the shield between them. Holding his side, he tried to lever himself up again when the breath was knocked out of him by a solid kick to the stomach. "What's the matter, Potter?" sneered Quirrell, not noticing the breeze that had sprung up in the room around them. "No snappy comeback? You should have given in and done my lord's bidding. Now you will die." Kneeling down, Quirrell reached out and grabbed Harry by the throat. Again, the sound of sizzling flesh was heard. This time, however, it came from the professor's hand. "Ah!" he screamed, looking in horror at his red and blistered hand. "What have you done to me?" Harry, who'd struggled to his knees, was only aware of the pain coursing through his own body. Between the burns caused by the now useless charm and the pummeling he'd received, he felt terrible. "At least there's a nice breeze in here," he thought drunkenly to himself. Quirrell, who'd collected himself again, pulled out his wand. "Fine then, Potter, for some reason I can't touch you, so I'll kill you in a manner proper for a wizard." He flourished his wand, as the strange wind whipped his robes about. He was secure that no one would be able to save the boy. Avada Kedavra. Unable to dodge, Harry braced himself for what he knew was to come. What he couldn't see was a serpentine form materializing between them just as the spell was cast. It was able to spit a gob of corrosive venom into Quirrell's face even as it used its own body to block the spell. The professor's high-pitched scream of agony went unheard by Harry as the limp form of Hedwig landed in his arms, thrown backward by the power of the spell that had been cast. "Hedwig! Hedwig!" cried Harry as he realized what had happened. Totally ignoring the wizard, who was writing on the floor, his face no longer recognizable, the boy frantically tried to revive his pet. He became hysterical when Hedwig's body suddenly evaporated, leaving him empty-handed. The last thing he heard as he keeled forward was his friends calling his name. "All right, kiddies, one chapter left to go. Sorry it took so long to put this out. I've been having issues with myself as to how I would wrap up the story, and all things considered I may be applying for the Witness Protection Program if you hate how it ended like I think a lot of you will. Still, I can't wait to get your reviews and I'm still looking for ideas how you guys think the House Cup should be awarded. I also want you to just chew me out where I've messed up. I know I haven't really spent enough time developing relationships between Harry and his housemates. If he attends his second year I intend to rectify that. Tell me what I need to improve on." Well, on to the reviews. To God. Well, I've already explained the why and hows of Harry's cloak, so I won't do it again. However, to put it simply, some stupid old fart is digging his own grave. Smiley face 3. Harry is a bigger man than to hold a grudge. Goblin. Thanks so much, and you'll probably not see the rest of this FIC on Fiction Alley. It's just too much work. I'm hoping to expand a little on Draco's home life in future books. As to Dudley, you know I thought it a bit transparent about his magic when I wrote it, but nobody seems to have picked up on why his wasn't noticed until he woke up, rather than at the moment he was born, like it is with every other wizard. Aqua Mage. Hero enough. Ice Fairy 12. Shame, isn't it, that the only adults that can appreciate Harry's potential have that funny little mark on their arms. Kimmy Star. Nope, you're absolutely right, kind of. The founders put everything into the creation of the castle, including a bit of themselves. Sal, R.O. and the others are all echoes of the founders, much as Diary Boy was in Book 2. They're a personification of the castle's magic. Japanese Jew. You know, I tried, I really did, I just couldn't get him to do it. Crowason. You nailed it, you saw Voldy did have quite a bit of control of Harry, for a bit. As to whether it would make Harry more capable of defeating the charm, well, old Tom only thinks that he is the heir. Mystical Maiden. Apology accepted, braces for next explosion. Allie. You know I'm just glad you don't know where I live, between this and next chapter, think anger management. Dr. Jero. It would likely be Remus or Sirius, both would probably recognize the cloak. I'm assuming something like that. Each cloak would be unique in some way. OMG. You guys still want me to kill Neville? Well, there's always book 2, maybe, RR. Thanks to God, Lotrox, Smileyface 3, Goblin, Aqua Mage, Ice Fairy 12, Shadowface, Snuffles Dog 25, Fate, Kimmy Star, Tia, MW, Japanese Jew, Mark Turnlock, Croason, Mystical Maiden, Ali, YGD, Lokatha, Say, Zevrilian, Merle Elendil, Shazia Riavera, Sky, Dr. Jero, Clutchy, Tinker Pixie, AZNTGR01, Drarisev, Curls of Serenity, Separatrix, EAV, Hectate de Mort, Star Angel 2106, and Kestrel Girl. Going Home Blind Faith Chapter 21. Harry woke to the sensation of soft, warm sheets against his skin. Cocooned as he was on a soft mattress, his head resting on a fluffy pillow, Harry wanted to just lose himself under the covers and drift back off to sleep. Something, however, kept him from doing so. Something was missing. The knowledge of what it could be eluded and disturbed him. It lurked at the edge of his consciousness until, in a rush of memories, he knew Hedwig was gone. An icy hand seemed to clutch at Harry's heart. He'd only had her for less than a year, but Hedwig had been so much more than just a pet. She was his companion, his confidant. When everyone else had betrayed him, Hedwig had remained loyal. That loyalty had cost her life. She had appeared in the mirror chamber and put herself between Quirrell and him as the professor had cast the killing curse. Hedwig had died to save him. Harry spared himself from dwelling on it further as he became more cognizant of his surroundings. He was in a room. By the echoes around him, it seemed to be quite large. It was filled with odors familiar to him, healing drafts and soap. Having spent the last 2 terms studying here, he easily recognized it as the hospital wing. To his left, he could hear the quiet breathing of 2 sleeping children. Ron Weasley's snores were easily identifiable, as was the expensive bath soap that Draco used regularly. From the sound, Weasley was likely in the next bed with Draco curled up in the chair between them. On his right, he could hear Neville talking to Professor Dumbledore. He could also smell Muggle soap. It was Hermione. But Professor, Harry heard Neville question the headmaster uncertainly. I was unconscious. How could I have stopped Professor Quirrell from killing Harry and me? No one can be sure, my boy, replied the headmaster in a calming tone. Severus said that when he arrived, you were both unconscious with the stone in your hand. Were I to guess, I would say that after Professor Quirrell overpowered you initially, Harry came in and distracted him. Then, while he was otherwise engaged, you woke up and were somehow instinctively able to use the stone in your defense. Harry schooled his expression to stay neutral as he listened. From what he'd just heard, Snape had lied to Dumbledore about what had really happened in the chamber. He had no idea what it was all about, but the potion's master was keeping some awfully big secrets. What about the stone, Professor? Came Hermione's voice. She was in the chair between his and Neville's beds. What happened to it? Alas, it had to be destroyed. Fear not, however, though Nicholas and his wife will eventually die, as all things must. He has enough of the elixir in his possession to put his affairs in order. Harry, Dumbledore spoke his name as he approached the bed. I'm happy to see you're awake. Good morning. How are you feeling? All right, thanks, Harry replied. My side hurts a bit. The side effect of having several ribs broken, I'm afraid, explained the headmaster. Madame Pomfrey was able to heal them straight away, but they'll remain sore for a week or so. Poppy says that it is your body's way of letting you know that it's not wise to let yourself be kicked like that. Yes, sir, replied Harry. Are you hungry, my boy? Resizing that he was, Harry answered, famished, sir. The headmaster pushed the bedside table in front of Harry as the boy sat up against his pillows. Dumbledore tapped the surface of the table twice and Harry's nose suddenly filled with delicious aromas. Just like in the Great Hall, the tray instantly became laden with food. While trying not to seem rude, Harry couldn't help but to attack the food before him with vigor. Several minutes and 3/4 of the food later, Harry rested against the pillows. He felt comfortably sated as the headmaster pulled the tray aside and sat on the edge of Harry's bed. I don't want to press you after your ordeal, Dumbledore said apologetically, but there are some questions I would like to ask. You Not knowing why, Harry felt a bit unnerved by the headmaster's request. He nodded slightly and opened his inner eye to try reading the professor's intentions. Much to his surprise, nothing happened. He couldn't sense Dumbledore's signature, Draco's, Hermione's or his own. It was as if he'd lost his sixth sense. "What do you remember of your encounter with Professor Quirrell?" Dumbledore asked, regaining Harry's attention. The boy debated telling the truth, but Snape had already created a story that the headmaster believed. To say anything different would invite too many questions that Harry didn't care to answer. "I'm not sure I can help much," Harry said at length. "I got Hermione and Draco to go back and check on Ron while I waited for Neville to come back. After they left, I heard a noise from the table and found that the potions had replaced themselves. I got anxious and took the potion that let me pass through the flames and went after him. When I got through the door, I heard Professor Quirrell and another man's voice. The next thing I remember was waking up here a few minutes ago." There was a pregnant pause after he'd finished where Harry was beginning to worry that the headmaster didn't believe him. He was relieved seconds later when the professor gripped his hand tightly and went back over to Neville's bed. "Well, my boy," said Dumbledore to Neville, "Poppy says there is no reason you can't rejoin your housemates. Why don't you get dressed and Miss Granger can walk you back to the Merlin Tower?" Hermione pulled the blinds around Neville's bed and came over to stand beside Harry. There was an uncomfortable pause as Hermione just stood there, saying nothing for a few moments, then she spoke. "Look, Harry," she said. "I'm sorry for the other night, but you've got to understand. Quirrell nearly killed you. Without your regular sight, you're just too easy a target." "You really believe that, don't you?" growled Harry. "If I hadn't shown up, Ron would have died," he hissed. "And Neville, again." Harry held his tongue, knowing that Dumbledore was close. Neville might not have had time to use the stone. "I'm blind, Hermione, one of my senses doesn't work. That doesn't make me an invalid. If you want to be my friend, you'd best remember that." Hermione stood over him, obviously wanting to say more, but Neville chose that moment to say that he was ready to go. With a quick goodbye to him, Draco and Ron, the girl went over and held onto Neville's arm as she and Dumbledore began walking with him back to the Merlin Tower. Harry let himself slide back down and lay his head against the pillows. He liked Hermione. For the most part, she was a very smart girl, but when it came to his blindness, unfortunately, she nearly as bad as Dumbledore. "She'll come around, Harry," said Draco from his armchair on the other side of Harry's bed. "Hermione means well, but I think she's a bit of a mother hen when it comes to you." Harry heard the scuff of the chair as Draco pushed right up beside the bed. "I'm glad that old windbag left with her," the blonde continued. "I don't know how long I could have faked being asleep with him bouncing around the room like that." "He really isn't that bad," returned Harry weakly. "How long have I been here anyway? It feels like days." "It has," replied Draco. "Severus brought you up here 3 days ago. Nev was up and around the next morning, but you were in worse shape. Between the burns on your chest and the beating Quirrell gave you." Draco paused. He was lost in the memories of what had happened just a few days before. Reminded of the charm by his friend's words, Harry reached up tentatively to touch the spot where the pendant had always lay. It was gone, but in its place was a scar about the size of a pence. Madame Pomfrey had healed him as best she could, but even so, he could feel the outline of the pendant burned into his skin for the rest of his life. Oddly, he could also feel the image of the coiled serpent inside it as well. "It's not fair, really," Draco grumbled. "Why do you get all the cool scars?" Grinning to himself, Harry reminded, "I don't think you want one like this. It's not worth it." Cocking his head to listen, Harry asked, "Where's Madame Pomfrey?" Sounding a bit perplexed, Draco replied, "She's in her office. Surely you can tell that with your—" "It hasn't worked since I got rid of the charm. Sal told me that there was a chance it would happen, the same with my magic too. He never did say if it was permanent or not." Harry paused. It hurt to hear it again, but he wanted to know what Draco had seen. In a quiet voice he asked, "What did you see in the chamber? What happened to Hedwig?" Taking a deep breath, the blonde began to explain. "We went back to check on the weasel, like you said. All he could do was whine about his arm. I don't see how you can work in the hospital wing. All that moaning and complaining, it's—" Draco. Right. Anyway, Hedwig suddenly shows up with Severus, then wraps herself around my shoulders and goes to sleep. Uncle was absolutely beside himself when we told him everything. He docked Hermione 50 points for Gryffindor stupidity over her little stunt with the body bind. When we told him you were waiting for Neville in the fire room, he lit out like a scalded cat and told us to stay with Weasel. Of course we followed him. I have a name, you know, growled Ron sleepily from the other bed. Right, the Weasel looked fine, so we went after Severus. Uncle had turned off the fires in the room somehow and neither he nor you were there. We heard voices coming from the next room and snuck in. The blonde paused again, and heaved a slightly shuddering sigh. When we saw you with your foot on Neville's neck, it's all my fault, he said so quietly that only Harry could hear. You were standing there, in so much pain, fighting the charm. I hated myself then, I still do. You were my first real friend and when Father started playing his sick little game, I just stood by. Sensing Draco about to go off on another tangent, Harry groped until he found his friend's hand and grasped it tightly. It's all right, Draco, he soothed. I'm fine now. Just go on, what else did you see? Well, it was then that Hedwig leapt off my shoulders and started flying crazy circles over us. Severus was beside himself trying to break through the shield that Quirrell and that thing on his head put up. When he told you to kill Neville. Draco paused and took a deep breath. There was smoke coming off your chest. Hermione and I started yelling to you and Severus cast so many spells trying to get through that he burned himself pretty badly. When Quirrell started kicking you, we all lost it. Hedwig vanished and reappeared between you right when the professor was casting. I know, choked Harry. What happened to her? She spat something at Quirrell right as the spell hit her. She was thrown back at you and went all limp. Draco continued raggedly. The blonde had become dependent on the Codles Company, nearly as much as Harry had, in the past few weeks. We all screamed at that. Quirrell just fell back, clutching his face. We couldn't see much, but it really looked like it was melting right off of the bones. Her venom, supplied Harry in a hollow voice. My book said it's like acid. When Quirrell fell, the shield did too, Draco went on. We all came running over. Neville was starting to stir, but you were badly hurt. Severus picked you up straight away and ran with you all the way to the hospital wing. Hermione and I stayed back to help Neville. Here, he said, pushing a delicate chain into Harry's hand. I had Severus look at it. He says all the magic is gone. I thought maybe you'd want it. Harry held the cold metal in his hand. Unable to sense magic like he normally should, the boy still felt certain that Draco was right. The charm's magic was gone, and perhaps his own as well. He'd known the risk. Sal had explained it to him down in the chamber. To save Neville and free himself, Harry had taken that chance. Now his sixth sense had quit working. Only time would tell if it was to return. Still, Harry knew to be rid of the charm's influence he would do it all the same way again if he had to. They talked a bit longer until Madame Pomfrey came out and pronounced both Ron and Harry ready to go back to their dorms. Tonight was the end-of-year feast and neither boy wanted to miss it. Harry, Draco, Neville and Hermione entered the Great Hall together that evening. The room was decked out in silver and green, celebrating Slytherin's winning the House Cup for the 7th year in a row. A huge banner showing the Slytherin serpent covered the wall behind the high table. When they walked in, there was a sudden hush. The hall was full of students and as the friends made their way to their seats, Harry could hear dozens of whispered comments by the assembled children. Most of the quiet conversations featured Neville. Fortunately, Dumbledore chose that moment to rise and the quiet babble died away. Another year gone, said the headmaster cheerfully. And I must trouble you with an old Mons wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into this delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 50th place is Merlin's Crest with 300 points. In 4th place is Gryffindor with 310 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff has 350 points. Ravenclaw has 420 and Slytherin with 450 points. A storm of cheers broke out from the Slytherin table and from the Merlins as well, to a lesser extent. Harry clapped along with Draco, happy for his friend. Yes, yes, well done Slytherin, said Dumbledore. However, recent events must be taken into account. The room went suddenly quiet and Harry could swear he heard Draco's knuckles crack as he squeezed both hands into tight fists with nervousness. Ahem, said Dumbledore. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let's see, yes. First to Mr. Ron Weasley. For the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table seemed to explode in a massive round of cheers. Harry applauded with the other Merlins, but was sure Draco wasn't participating. When silence had come again, Dumbledore went on. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Again came a roar of approval from the Gryffindor table. Above the din, Harry could almost swear he heard Draco growling. Third, to Mr. Neville Longbottom, continued the headmaster, making the room go silent again. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The din was deafening. The Gryffindors were beside themselves. They'd outmatched Slytherin for points and now stood to take the house cup. Draco and his housemates from Slytherin, however, howled in disapproval. Harry happened to agree with them. Dumbledore had engineered the points so Gryffindor could take the cup. Fourth, Dumbledore's words again stilled the room, as he wasn't done yet. To Mr. Harry Potter, though he inadvisably put himself at great risk by following his friends, he did lend aid to a fallen companion. I award Ravenclaw 40 points. There was dead silence in the hall for a few moments until the Ravenclaw table broke out in cheers of their own. It was unprecedented. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were tied in points for the house cup. For the first time, Harry was glad that his inner eye was on the blink. The sheer rage that must be coming off his blonde friend would have likely knocked him out. Finally, to Draco Malfoy, for standing with his friends regardless of the personal cost, both Draco and Harry flinched at Dumbledore's words. Lucius would not be pleased when word reached him of his son's activities. I award Slytherin House 10 points. Harry couldn't believe it. A 4-way tie. Not only would Slytherin now have the 460 points that the other houses held, but Merlin Crest had matched them as well. Harry was happy that Slytherin had been included, but still felt that the headmaster had slighted them by awarding Draco's help with so little points. Which means, the headmaster went on, we need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands. Rather than vanishing, the Slytherin banner resized itself to make room for one from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw to reappear on either side of it, each of them outlined in blue, signifying Merlin's crest. The hangings all around the hall alternated between the four house colors. Harry prodded Draco out of his funk and even got the blonde to congratulate Hermione and Neville for their house's success. After that, the friends relaxed and had one of the most enjoyable nights that Harry could remember. Harry sat alone on the parapet of the astronomy tower playing his flute. It was very early in the morning of their last day until summer break. All of his things were packed and in just a few hours, they would be boarding the train back home. He couldn't wait to be with Aunt Petunia and Dudley again, but there would be quite a lot here that he would miss. The boy played no particular tune. He just let his fingers flow over the holes and let feeling translate into music. Hedwig had loved when Harry played. She would sway and dance in her own way to the song of the flute. Memories of her played through his head and the tears began to fall again. You mourn, Hedwig. Harry didn't jump at the sudden voice from just behind him. He'd been expecting Sal to come here, hoping he would. He felt a connection to the old wizard that he couldn't explain, but felt strongly in any case. Harry didn't answer Sal's question. He didn't trust himself to say anything yet, and it hurt too much. He just sat and continued to play. Sal listened in silence for several minutes. Trying again to draw the boy out, he said, "You're good. Wizards today rely on magical instruments far too much anymore. It's good to hear someone playing honestly. I used to be quite the singer, you know." "Thank the gods you reserved it for when you were bathing," came a voice from a little farther along the wall. Startled, Harry dropped the flute to his lap and asked, "Who's there?" "Harry," said Sal in mock formality. "May I introduce Rick, fellow custodian of Hogwarts and a brother to me. Rick, meet Harry Potter." Harry put his hand out politely and felt it enveloped in a smooth, firm grip. "How do you do, lad?" said Rick in a warm, rich voice. "Sal has only wonderful things to say about you." Thanks," replied Harry. Something about the two seemed so right and familiar. It nagged at the back of his mind, but he couldn't quite put it together. "Has your second sight shown any sign of returning?" asked Sal. Shaking his head as much in wonder that the old wizard knew about his loss as to answer the question, Harry replied. No, I think it may be gone for good. A bit dramatic, aren't we? Asked Sal with a grin as he silently moved the boy's cane several feet from where he'd left it. I wouldn't worry, Harry. The magic is still there within you. Give yourself some time to recover and everything will be as it was. Not everything, Harry mumbled as he rubbed his cheek, remembering the feel of Hedwig's feathers on high skin. You miss her terribly, Sal commented quietly. Hedwig put herself between you and that curse for a reason. She wanted you to live. Grieve her, lad, it's to be expected. Nevertheless, don't stop living in the process. She would want you to move on when the time was right. Heaving a heavy sigh, Harry lifted his flute again and played it a bit longer. He understood what Sal was saying in his head. He knew why Hedwig had done what she had. His heart, however, didn't care. He missed her and wished for nothing more than that she was with him now. A thought occurred to him and he put the flute back on his lap again. Sal, he said. If you know someone and trust them pretty much, but then find out that he worked for Voldemort in the last war. How can you know if he can be trusted? How would I know? This is Severus you're speaking of, Sal guessed. Harry nodded. He's a bitter man, Harry. The events of his life have conspired against him. He ended up making several bad choices in his youth. It's all a part of being human. I also know that near the end of the war, Snape came back to the school seeking Dumbledore's help. I know that he said he was sick of the slaughter, of Voldemort's madness. What I don't know is his sincerity. He's never had his loyalties tested after Voldemort's fall. Sal put his hands on Harry's shoulders. You'll have to trust your instincts with him, he said softly. In the end, that's all that anyone can do. The old wizard glanced up at the sun as it began rising above the trees. Morning has come, Harry. It's time you headed back to your tower. Nodding, Harry reached for his cane. Not finding it where it should be, he groped around a bit, and then his hand stretched unerringly towards the missing cane. It leapt from the wall and slapped firmly into Harry's hand. Thanks, Sal, Harry said, waving with the cane as he shuffled to the stairway leading down to the castle proper. You're welcome, Harry, the old wizard called after him. Then in a quieter voice, almost to himself, he said, it's only a matter of time, my boy. Harry and his friends stood on the platform, waiting to board the train to King's Cross. His fears about his friend's safety were eased a bit when he found out Neville had shared his fear with Dumbledore about Hermione's safety. The headmaster assured him that Ministry Aurors had begun an investigation into the fire and that Hermione and her family would be watched. It also came to light that Draco's father had received an owl from Wizard Family Services regarding the possible abuse of Draco. No charges were to be pressed, there was no evidence as of yet. Now. However, agents of the department would be making spot checks on the family to check on Draco's continued physical and mental health. They were about to board the train when they heard Hagrid calling. Harry turned and found himself enveloped in the man's hairy coat. I'm goin' to miss ye, Harry, said the half-giant as he released the boy. Now I know ye can see them, but I got a album put together from people to newer parents. Maybe your friends can tell ye what they look like. Harry took the book, touched that the groundskeeper had gone to so much trouble for him. Clutching the book to his chest, Harry gave Hagrid one last hug before climbing on board. Moments later, the whistle sounded and the Hogwarts Express left the station bound for London. Hogwarts felt empty now that the students had gone. The staff, free for the summer, had also left, leaving Mr. Filch, Ms. Norris, and Professor Dumbledore as the sole occupants aside from the house elves. Corridors that had been brightly lit just days before were now dark and cold. For the most part nothing stirred, nothing moved. In a small room, only accessible from the third-floor corridor, sat an ornate mirror of exceptional beauty. By the look of it, one would think that it had sat untouched for an eternity. It lay undisturbed except for the soft breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Read and review. All right, kiddies, this is the final chapter of Blind Faith Book 1. I will be writing Druid's Apprentice Book 2 for now. Review and tell me how much you want Blind Faith to continue, maybe it will speed me along. Curls of Serenity. That's the plan. I will be working on Book 2 of Druid's Apprentice next, however. Separatrix. Yeah, I probably will remove that Cliffy thing, I agree. As to Severus, he will be talking with Harry, next book. Aqua Mage. Some of his friends get it, some don't. Unfortunately more of his enemies see his potential than his friends do. Top Quark. Not like snakes much. Pimpledimply. I had actually wanted to introduce Fifth House in another story I'm working on, but I agree in principle, it really doesn't add that much to the story. I will, however, continue with it here and see how it develops. I would answer all of you, but there's 44 reviews for this chapter alone. Thanks to Lydia Blue, Metropolis Rising, JASI, Pimpilidimpi, Organically Me, TYDYE Girl, Phoenix Catcher, Frozen Blossom, Destiny's Dragon. Ferdia, Snuffles Dog 25, Disco Jesus, Shazia, Riavera, Len 87, Smiley Face 3, Mystical Maiden, Drary Sev, Clutchy, Sknuff, Crazy Lil Nene, Japanese Jew, AZNTGRL01, Ardoris, Merle Ellendel, Night Owl 123, Aeolus, Hectate de Mort, Lily Malfoy 13, Serena R. Snape, Fate, Goblin, Top Quark, Murdoch Ran, Derac, Websurfer, Star Angel 2106, Hoshi, Aqua Mage, Trek, Separatrix, Curls of Serenity, King Dimension.